Douluo, my battle soul is the star-forging Dragon King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Twins Ultimate Martial Spirits. The two spirits began to transform under the transformation of the power of ascension. First, Bibidong's first spirit, the Death Spider Emperor, gradually faded and turned into a nearly 2-meter long black and purple giant sickle. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor on the other side also underwent the same transformation as the Death Spider Emperor, and also turned into a sickle. The second sickle was slightly smaller than the first one, but it was also sharp and strange. It was completely black without a trace of other colors, giving people a terrifying aura, as if staring into the abyss. Death Demon Scythe, Grade, Ultimate Martial Soul Ultimate Attribute, Poison Special Effect, can be switched between Weapon Spirit and Beast Spirit. Soul Devouring Demon Scythe, Grade, Ultimate Martial Soul Ultimate Attribute, Dark Special Effect, can be switched between Weapon Spirit and Beast Spirit. Is this the ultimate power? Bibidong felt very strange at this time. She entered the spirit possession state, using her first spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. While possessed by the spirit, Bibidong held a huge black sickle in her hand, which symbolized the ultimate darkness of the soul-devouring demon scythe. Unlike the soul-devouring demon spider in the original work, the second spirit, that evolved to the extreme, because it completely stimulated the power of devouring and darkness, became a pitch black color that could even devour light. Summon at the same time. Bibidong actually summoned two spirits at the same time, and Luo Chen immediately realized what the scene in front of him meant. I never thought that the evolution of the spirit would have such a benefit. Bibidong said with joy on her face, my two spirits have not only improved in quality and awakened the ultimate power, but also gained the special ability to switch between weapon spirits and beast spirits. This kind of spirit is extremely rare, but it is not non-existent. Qianjin and Jiangmo's Panlang stick and the 7 great worshippers can switch between weapon spirits and beast spirits. However, the Panlang stick only has a broken evil dragon sealed inside. Although it also has the ability to switch, the Panlang stick is still a weapon spirit and cannot be possessed by spirits like beast spirits. Xiaochen, thanks to you. Bibidong walked to Luo Chen, her eyes full of doting. Teacher not only broke through the title, but also reached the realm of Super Douluo in one fell swoop. After speaking, Bibidong's soul rings appeared around her body. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 soul rings exuded amazing soul power pressure. Bibidong had originally reached level 90, and after devouring Qiangsunji's level 95 cultivation, her soul power increased by at least 3 levels. However, these soul powers are not stable. Devouring is a method used by evil soul masters, which will have a great impact on the soul master's spirit and martial soul. Under the tempering of the power of ascension, the soul power from Qiangsunji was purified, and the side effects were completely dissipated, leaving only the purest soul power cultivation. Qiangsunji's soul power, the increase brought by the 100,000-year-old natal soul ring, plus the qualitative improvement of the twin martial souls evolving to the ultimate quality, and Luo Chen's 72% of ascension power infused in one go. Then what is your current level, teacher? Teacher is now a Super Douluo of level 97. When Bibidong said this, she looked at Luo Chen with such tenderness that it seemed to drip water, plus the surprise you gave me at the end. Even if it was that old thing Kindao Liu, I would not be afraid. Bibidong, favorability, extreme trust, extreme doting. Looking at Bibidong's current favorability, Luo Chen couldn't help but curl up his lips slightly. 2 extreme levels of favorability are enough. Absolute favorability is almost impossible to appear, especially for adults like Bibidong, who have already had certain experiences. There are some things that they can't let go of. For example, Qian Ringsu, this daughter. No matter how much Bibidong hates her, she still has a place in her heart. If Bibidong's feelings for Luo Chen reach absolute, it means that Bibidong can even abandon her own daughter. Obviously, this is impossible.
Wang Sheng is absolutely loyal to Luo Chen because he has no other ties, and Luo Chen is his most important family. As for Hulina, she has her brother Ziyu. Hulina would never give up this family affection. If the data is used to show that the absolute favorability is 100, the extreme favorability is 99. Yes, 99. 9 is the extreme number. If it is not almost perfect, how can it be called the extreme? However, Luo Chen was a little ashamed at this time. He didn't expect Bibidong to trust him so much. Douluo Continent, the people are simple and honest, no wonder it was turned into a back garden by Tang San. Feeling emotional, Luo Chen suddenly noticed the fleeting information before. Is there an extra hint just now? The road to becoming a god. After searching, Luo Chen found the corresponding explanation in the information previously transmitted by the Star-Forging Dragon King Martial Spirit. Unexpectedly, the 5th stage of the Ascension Ceremony is not the end, and there is a more advanced Ascension Ceremony behind it. The so-called Ascension to the God, as the name suggests, is the ladder that allows soul masters to become gods. The gods here are somewhat similar to the gods in the Douluo worldview, but they are more powerful. They were formed by the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King and the origin of the Douluo universe. Whether in terms of potential or upper limit, they far exceed the inheritance of the throne of the native gods of Douluo. The only regret is that the power of the heaven required for the Ascension Ceremony is extremely huge, and Luo Chen cannot provide it at all. This also prevented him from getting specific information about Ascension. He only knew that such a thing existed, and Bibidong was recognized by the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King, and was qualified to embark on the journey of Ascension to find out. If you want to complete the Ascension Ceremony, you must first meet the requirements of Ascension. Qualifications and character are both indispensable. And after having this premise, you also need enough power of the heaven. The so-called heaven is not the realm of gods, but the vast and boundless universe. Therefore, the power of the heaven can also be called the power of the origin of the universe. To obtain the power of the heaven, you need to improve the potential of the Douluo plane, and then use it as a medium to release the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King to the entire universe. In the words of the Douluo world, the power of Ascension, which can arbitrarily improve qualifications and martial soul quality, is like divine power. The power of the heavens is higher than the power of Ascension. It represents the authority of the universe, similar to the origin of the law. The stronger the Douluo star is, the more cosmic laws it can control, and the power of the heavens that can be extracted will also increase. I see. Luo Chen seemed to understand the essence of the power of the heavens. Because of me, the control of the Star-Forging Dragon King over this universe needs to be output from my heavenly star crown. The stronger the heavenly star crown is, the larger the output port is, and the more cosmic origins that can be controlled will be. And the Douluo star plays a central role here, which is used to suppress the cosmic origins that are controlled by the heavenly star crown. In a word, the Ascension Ceremony is expected in the future. It cannot be done now, because the Douluo plane is still too weak to satisfy Bibidong to complete the road to Ascension. Otherwise, with only one Bibidong becoming a god, the status of Douluo star can usher in a leap forward. The upper limit of the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King that Luo Chen can mobilize will also be greatly increased. The most important thing is that Bibidong, who has achieved the realm of God through the Ascension Ceremony, will be closely connected with Luo Chen. To use a simple analogy, the two belong to the same pantheon. In this pantheon, Luo Chen is the only true god, and Bibidong is the goddess under his seat. They share honor and disgrace, never leave each other, and are a family that can be entrusted with life. What a pity. Luo Chen was quite regretful about this. He actually hoped that Bibidong could become a god of the heavenly realm. Not to mention the power of the heavenly realm, I even used up the power of Ascension. In order to ascend for Bibidong, Luo Chen exhausted all the energy in the sun disk and returned directly to the pre-liberation period. Fortunately, it was all worth it. Use all the power of Ascension in exchange for a beautiful Pope teacher who obeys you in everything and gives you whatever you want. In this deal, Bibidong may have made some money, but Luo Chen definitely did not lose. You must have been scared just now, right? Bibidong gently stroked Luo Chen's hair.
her tone gentle, like a beautiful young woman who had just had a child. Don't be afraid, the teacher is here, and the old man won't force you. What does extreme pampering mean? As long as Bibi Dong didn't ask her to kill Kyan Ring-Su, she wouldn't hesitate at all for any request from Luo Chen. Coupled with extreme trust, Bibi Dong wouldn't even doubt what Luo Chen said. Yeah. Luo Chen did what he could, and then it was Bibi Dong's battle. Teacher, show me your strength. Bibi Dong leaned down and kissed Luo Chen's forehead gently. Okay. Boom. In reality, Kyan Daoliu had just stood up from the pressure of divine power. However, before he could ask anything, a black and purple figure rushed out of the storm. What? The huge black sickle, wrapped in a monstrous power, suddenly smashed Kyan Daoliu out of the Saint's Hall. It was different from the soft whisper when facing Luo Chen in the martial spirit space. At this moment, Bibi Dong was violent, fierce, and indifferent, like a female demon who walked out of the abyss and was about to tear the golden angel into pieces. Bang! A huge explosion sounded from the Saint's Hall, and the invisible soul power instantly enveloped the four directions. What is this? The Pope's soul power fluctuations? There is another breath. In Wuhan City, all soul masters with a cultivation level above Soul Douluo felt this soul power pressure. The titled masters above the elders hurried to the scene of the incident, and even the 6 priests who were in seclusion in the worship hall rushed out at the same time. This is the soul power breath of the boss. Why did he fight with Bibi Dong? The speaker was a white-haired boy of 12 or 13 years old. He was the 5th priest of the Wuhan Hall, Guangling Douluo. No, why can Bibi Dong fight with the boss? Is this reasonable? Although Bibi Dong is a genius, she is only a level 90 titled Douluo at best. What level is Kyan Daoliu? Let alone a mere titled Douluo, even a level 98 golden crocodile Douluo would probably be knocked down by Kyan Daoliu with one slap. The gap between a peerless Douluo and a level 98 Douluo is even bigger than the gap between a titled Douluo and a low-level soul master. What's more, this is Kyan Daoliu, the high priest of the angel god, a true demigod. How brave is Bibi Dong to dare to fight Kyan Daoliu? This power. Something's wrong. The cultivation of a level 99 peerless Douluo allowed Kyan Daoliu to easily block Bibi Dong's sneak attack. However, Kyan Daoliu's face was not relaxed at all, and his eyes looked forward solemnly. How is it possible? Bibi Dong, how can your soul power reach such a level? In the blink of an eye, it was only a few seconds. The Bibi Dong in front of him was like a different person. Kyan Daoliu felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted. Because he was too shocked, Kyan Daoliu didn't check for a moment, and even in this brief confrontation, a strand of his golden hair was cut off by the giant sickle in Bibi Dong's hand. Obviously, Kyan Daoliu also noticed his own carelessness and lost a little. He looked at Bibi Dong with even more surprise. Nothing is impossible. Bibi Dong stood proudly in the sky. She raised the soul-devouring demon scythe and looked down at the entire Pope Mountain with a look of disdain. I said, this is my territory. You shouldn't come. Being pointed at by the soul-devouring demon scythe, Kyan Daoliu frowned slightly. He was uncertain. Is this a martial soul? Isn't your second martial soul the soul-devouring spider emperor? Kyan Daoliu knew Bibi Dong's information very well. She was the owner of twin martial souls. The first martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, and the second martial soul was the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Both were super beast martial souls. But now, what's the matter with this black sickle? Kyan Daoliu could feel the breath of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor from the sickle. But why did the soul-devouring Spider Emperor turn into a sickle? Could it be that, like the Panlong stick of the 6th and 7th brothers, it has the ability to switch between the beast martial spirit and the weapon martial spirit? Kyan Daoliu was shocked by Bibi Dong's talent again. If so, then Bibi Dong's potential is really terrifying. Twin martial spirits already have huge advantages. If 2 martial spirits can be used at the same time, and one martial spirit is attached to the body, and the other martial spirit is turned into a weapon, and controlled by hand. Add to that the 18 soul skills at the peak state. No. Suddenly, Kyan Daoliu looked at the black soul power fluctuation in his palm. This is. The next moment, Kyan Daoliu's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were full of shock when he looked at Bibi Dong. Ultimate power. Your Majesty the Pope. Grand Priest?
Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo came the fastest, and they thought there was an invasion by foreign enemies. But when they got to the place, they saw that Bibidong and Kyandaoliu were really fighting. At this moment, the two were completely confused. Yes, they were indeed prepared to pledge their loyalty to Bibidong. But what was Kyandaoliu's status? Fighting him, let alone whether they could beat him. They had no reason to attack Kyandaoliu even from a standpoint. It's none of your business. Bibidong glanced at Jujiui Douluo and ordered, Luo Chen is still inside. Go and protect him. You don't need to get involved in what's going on here. His being watched by Bibidong. The two trembled all over. It was not until then that they reacted. The Pope actually broke through. The two knew the aura of the worshippers in the worship hall very well, and Bibidong's soul power pressure was at least at the level of Xiang Xian King Luan Douluo. This meant that Bibidong was not an ordinary title Douluo, but a level 97 super Douluo. What a joke. Ju Douluo was in a bad mood. Break through 7 levels in one day, and 7 levels of the title realm. Don't say anything. Ghost Douluo gave his old friend a look, and the latter immediately understood. It's Xiachen's Sundisk. The Pope performed the ascension ceremony. This answer emerged in the hearts of the two people, making them gasp. Exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Although I knew that the Sundisk had incredible power, but it was a miracle that the quasi title broke through to 97 out of thin air. Chapter 27. The ultimate poison is death, and the end of the devouring is darkness. Go now. Yes. Bibidong's face turned cold, and Jujiui Douluo nodded in fear, then rushed into the broken Saint Maiden Hall as if escaping. Luo Chen? Luo Chen, are you okay? Ju Douluo hurriedly walked into the bedroom. They passed through the broken door and saw Luo Chen lying on the bed to rest, and immediately felt relieved. As for Luo Chen, although he looked indifferent, he had been using Na's perception ability to watch the collision between Bibidong and Kyandaoliu. Why does your martial spirit have extreme attributes? In the sky, Kyandaoliu did not stop Jujiui Douluo from protecting Luo Chen. He also saw that Bibidong could break through to level 97 in an instant, and her foundation was solid, and her aura was not at all empty. The changes here were definitely caused by Luo Chen. But Kyandaoliu could not understand how a 6-year-old child holding a golden disc could strengthen Bibidong to this level in an instant. What kind of martial spirit was that? Kyandaoliu's keen intuition told him that Luo Chen's power was beyond his imagination. I have no obligation to tell you. Bibidong was furious when she noticed Kyandaoliu's eyes looking towards the direction of the Saint's Hall. She waved the soul-devouring demon scythe in her hand, and the black and purple soul power representing the extreme poison rolled around her body. Her aura was even higher than the previous second. There was no doubt that, if Kyandaoliu showed any signs of attacking Luo Chen, Bibidong would break up with him and fight to the death. Are you sure you want to fight me? Feeling Bibidong's determination, Kyandaoliu snorted in dissatisfaction. The tall, handsome and majestic former Pope stood with his hands behind his back, and the 6-winged angel martial spirit was summoned from behind. Look, it's an angel. 6-winged angel. The god of angels has appeared. The residents of Wuhan City noticed the scene in the sky. They knelt down and bowed, chanting the name of the god of angels, and began to pray silently. HMPH. Bibidong saw the reactions of the crowd, her face full of disdain. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Don't dream. I will not hand Xiachen to someone like you. Bibidong, you are too presumptuous. Kyandaoliu said dissatisfiedly. I, Kyandaoliu, have been upright all my life. How could I be so despicable as to attack a child? Kyandaoliu said this righteously. In fact, he did it. Even when he was the Elder of Judgment and suppressed the world, Kyandaoliu directly raised his sword and hit him, instead of sneaking around. Even if he killed someone, he had to kill openly. Kyandaoliu admitted that he really wanted to get Luo Chen. In order to achieve this goal, he would invite, bribe, and persuade, but he would not use tough means to capture Luo Chen back. Unless Luo Chen took the initiative to agree to go with him, Kyandaoliu would not touch him. Because compared to physical submission, Kyandaoliu hoped that Luo Chen would return to his heart, open and above board. Bibidong seemed to have heard the funniest joke.
Kyan Zhongji, that beast, did such a thing. I don't believe you didn't know anything about it. Good fellow. Kyan Daoliu was stabbed in the back by his own son. Only this matter. Kyan Daoliu really had nothing to say. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Kyan Daoliu being humiliated, Bibi Dong felt extremely happy. You Kyan family, just like the angel god you believe in, are so hypocritical. Bibi Dong. It was wrong, but Kyan Daoliu could not tolerate Bibi Dong blaspheming his own god and sister. He shouted angrily, this farce ends here, come back with me now. Don't force me to fight against you. Boom. However, before Kyan Daoliu could finish his words, the killing god domain had already enveloped him. What do you mean? Bibi Dong hated the other party's high-handed attitude. You can defeat me at any time if you want. Kyan Daoliu did not answer directly, but his attitude said it all. Under the peerless world, everyone is an ant. Back then, Giant Douluo's father Chen Jianjun had a soul power of level 98 and came to challenge Kyan Daoliu, who had a soul power of level 99. Even though he had cultivated his martial soul 7 killing swords to the pinnacle and could cast several kill characters at the same time, he was still easily defeated by Kyan Daoliu. Level 98 was no big deal, let alone Bibi Dong, who was only level 97. You don't understand what peerless Douluo means. Kyan Daoliu gathered a golden soul power longsword and casually swung a sword energy at Bibi Dong. It was obviously just an ordinary sword, but it gave people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Bibi Dong's breath was locked. It was like a cage woven by mental power, trapping her in place, and she could only be slaughtered. Peerless. What Kyan Daoliu didn't expect was that facing this sword from peerless Douluo, Bibi Dong didn't dodge or avoid it. Hey, the beautiful Pope chuckled, and she slowly raised her hand. A strange storm of black and purple rolled out of her palm like ink. Sure. The golden sword energy came into contact with the black and purple storm, and the former was instantly defeated by it, leaving only a little golden light. What? Kyan Daoliu didn't take Bibi Dong seriously at first. The gap between the two sides was so big that she couldn't be his opponent. But now, after seeing the black and purple soul power released by Bibi Dong, Kyan Daoliu felt a chill rushing from his back to his head, and his heart was even more alarmed. You must not be directly touched by this thing. Do you know what the ultimate poison means? Bibi Dong was very satisfied with Kyan Daoliu's reaction. She enjoyed this feeling. The so-called ultimate poison is to take away life in the shortest time. When the Death Spider King breaks through the extreme, the Death Spider King poison it can produce truly becomes a deadly force that can destroy everything. The opposition of life and death is sure to lead to death. My poison can now destroy even your soul power. As soon as the voice fell, Bibi Dong also shot a black blade-like soul power at Kyan Daoliu as if to reciprocate. Sure. The golden sword was swung, and Kyan Daoliu easily dispersed Bibi Dong's counterattack. But the next moment, there was a crisp sound of click. What? In Kyan Daoliu's unbelievable eyes, on the golden lightsaber that he condensed with soul power, black and purple cracks spread in all directions like blood vessels. In an instant, the soul power on the golden lightsaber could no longer condense, and could only break and wither. Amazing. Kyan Daoliu didn't know whether he was praising Bibi Dong or Luo Chen who gave Bibi Dong the ultimate attribute. Perhaps, both. Not only physical life, Kyan Daoliu praised, even lifeless energy like soul power can defeat it. Extreme poison, what a domineering extreme attribute. Kyan Daoliu had a hunch that anything, once hit by Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor poison, whether it was tangible or intangible, living or non-living, would have a dead end. If death were not an attribute, there is no such thing as extreme death in the extreme attribute. Otherwise, Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor martial spirit would really have a high probability of giving birth to the power of death. Of course, even so, the extreme poison is still the ultimate attribute that the soul master of this world can master, the closest to death. Only the extreme can match the extreme. Kyan Daoliu didn't want to try Bibi Dong's extreme poison at all. It was something that even he felt was a bit tricky. Boom. The six-winged angel behind the great priest released a strong sacred breath, accompanied by the golden flame that seemed to purify everything. The ultimate holiness and ultimate fire. This is the terrifying part of the God-given martial spirit, the six-winged angel. Kyan Daoliu is telling Bibi Dong that he has everything she has. The gap between the two will not be reduced because of Bibidong's breakthrough this time. Your poison is really powerful. The gap between Kyandeoliu and Bibidong is visible to the naked eye. The killing god domain was instantly covered by Kyandeoliu's angel domain. The powerful ability of the six-winged angel martial spirit to purify soul power forcibly suppress Bibidong's ultimate poison. The extremes restrain each other, but there is no absolute distinction between strong and weak. Kyandeoliu can suppress the ultimate poison with the ultimate holiness, just because he is stronger. It's a pity that you are not my opponent now. Kyandeoliu stood with his hands behind his back again, but in at most 10 or 20 years, I will not be sure to defeat you. These words seemed to be a compliment to Bibidong, but in fact they were still hinting to her, enough of the farce. Stop it quickly. How long are you going to let them laugh at you? However, this time, Bibidong did not refute. The beautiful Pope just looked at him quietly, with a sneer full of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. What's going on? Kyandeoliu soon realized that something was wrong. Why is my soul power? In Kyandeoliu's shocked eyes, he saw a faint black field surging around Bibidong, which was the ultimate attribute awakened by the beautiful Pope's second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. The ultimate darkness has the terrifying ability to devour everything. If the ultimate sacred attribute can purify the soul power of the soul master, then Bibidong's ultimate darkness can not only devour the enemy's soul skills and soul power, but also the material and spiritual power. Old immortal, you are indeed very strong. Bibidong knew very well that she was no match for Kyandeoliu, but Kyandeoliu could not do anything to her either. The extreme poison gave Bibidong unparalleled destructive power, and the extreme darkness gave her the amazing defensive power of devouring other people's soul skills, and then transforming them into pure soul power. In addition, the immortality brought by the 9th life soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor. Even if it was Kyandeoliu, Bibidong had the confidence to fight him until the end of time. Alas. Obviously, Kyandeoliu also realized this. He was too arrogant. Bibidong didn't need to wait another 10 years, she could fight him now. You are only 29 years old, right? Kyandeoliu suddenly had the urge to strangle his own son. Ah. You said Kyang Sunji is dead. Kyandeoliu, oh, that's okay. With your talent, if Jia wasn't confused. Enough. Bibidong's eyes were red, and the god of killing domain erupted again, but it was easily resolved by Kyandeoliu's angel domain, and it didn't cause any waves. The soft power of both sides is basically the same. The god-given martial spirit is indeed very strong, but the combination of two extreme martial spirits will definitely not be worse than the six-winged angel. What Bibidong really lacks is a soul power cultivation. Level 97 facing level 99, the gap is really too big. Don't mention that beast to me. The past scenes came to mind, which was a nightmare that Bibidong didn't want to recall again. I will never let Luo Chen suffer the same pain as me. With this thought, Bibidong looked at Kyandeoliu with a sharper look. Since the extreme attribute can't make you bow your head, then is this power qualified to make you afraid? After saying that, Bibidong let go of the soul-devouring demon scythe in her hand, allowing it to transform into a huge soul-devouring Spider Emperor again. The Death Spider Emperor martial spirit that was originally attached to her body also detached at the same time. The next moment, in Kyandeoliu's astonished eyes, Bibidong's two martial spirits actually began to merge with each other. This? Kyandeoliu cried out in shock. How could this happen? There was no way. The scene in front of him was beyond his cognition. Twin martial souls can actually fuse themselves. Open your eyes and watch carefully. The pure black and black purple blended soul power was completely absorbed by Bibidong, and a happy smile appeared on the face of the beautiful Pope. This is the gift that the child gave me. Not good. Kyandeoliu realized that something was wrong and wanted to stop it immediately. However, the process of martial soul fusion and absorption seemed complicated, but it was actually as fast as lightning and completed in an instant. The darkness swallowed everything, and the deep purple light was like tearing through the endless ravines of the abyss. God level. Kyandeoliu could no longer maintain his original state of mind. He was in a mess, and his eyes were full of disbelief. This is impossible. How could you break through to this level in just a moment? Nothing is impossible. The black sickle cut through the sky and earth, revealing Bibi Dong's true appearance now. Silver white hair fluttered with the earth-shaking soul power, and the elegant and thin close-fitting long skirt outlined the graceful figure of the woman. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were extremely cold. The eyes that looked at Kyandeoliu were as if looking at a lifeless corpse. Is this the realm of peerless Douluo? Bibi Dong enjoyed the endless power that kept gushing out of her body. I didn't expect that the gap between level 99 and level 97 would be so big. No wonder you don't take me seriously. Her current soul power has undoubtedly reached level 99. Not only that, a purer and more powerful energy than soul power is emerging from her body. With the fusion of the two Spider Emperors, Bibi Dong's martial soul has completely changed. And this is the qualitative leap brought about by Luo Chen's use of 72% of the ascension power to open the 5th level ascension ceremony for Bibi Dong. Although because the ascension power is less than 100%, the sun disk cannot evolve any of Bibi Dong's 2 martial souls to the god level. But Bibi Dong is worthy of being the most talented person in Douluo 1. In the case of insufficient ascension power, Bibi Dong relied on her willpower to gain the recognition of the will of the star-forging Dragon King, showing her the true ascension, the ladder to godhood. When the 2 martial souls merged with each other, what Bibi Dong got was not a martial soul fusion skill, but a brand new god-level martial soul. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Bibi Dong's Godly Martial Spirit. Devil Abyss God Queen Quality. God level Bibi Dong's God level martial soul is called the Demon Abyss God Queen. She is not a deity that already exists, but a brand new god level martial soul that Bibi Dong has personally developed with the help of a little power of ascension from the sun disk. Because of its extremely high quality, it has reached the level of a first level god in the Douluo plane rules, and was given a god level status. I'm asking you again now. Bibi Dong said in a cold tone, do you want to be my enemy? Divine power. Kyandeoliu's face was very ugly at this moment. He would not admit that he was wrong. Bibi Dong really obtained the same divine power as him. In Douluo Continent, there is a special name for such an existence, a demigod. Bibi Dong's divine power cannot be compared with that of me, the high priest of the angel god. But having divine power means that Bibi Dong has the opportunity to fight him to the death. If the demigods fight, regardless of the outcome, this martial soul city will definitely be doomed. Kyandeoliu is indeed powerful, but his identity as the high priest of the angel god restricts him tightly. This makes it impossible for Kyandeoliu to fight with Bibi Dong here. Kyandeoliu took a deep breath and reluctantly took back his martial soul and soul power first. Your talent is indeed beyond my expectations. At this point, Kyandeoliu glanced in the direction of the Holy Maiden Hall. It's that child, right? The golden disc in his hand has the power to improve the quality of martial soul. Kyandeoliu is worthy of being one of the only 3 remaining peerless in the world today. The invincible angel Douluo in the sky. Bibi Dong sighed that his vision and analytical ability are not as good as his. So what? Bibi Dong did not hide Luo Chen anymore, because there was no need. In Douluo Continent, the strong are respected. She now has the strength to challenge Kyandeoliu and can completely protect Luo Chen. There is no need to be hypocritical with Kyandeoliu. Go down first. Kyandeoliu saw the chaos below, and he no longer wanted to fight with Bibi Dong. Everyone is a member of the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong is the contemporary pope. Now the pope of this generation is competing with the previous pope. If they are seen, there is no telling how much trouble will be caused. Humph. Seeing Kyandeoliu give in, Bibi Dong also took back his spirit. The queen of the demon abyss turned back into the death spider emperor and the soul devouring spider emperor. Bibi Dong's soul power began to fade, and only the divine power remained. The fusion of the twin spirits was only the first time that it was so troublesome. The queen of the demon abyss, who had successfully fused once, could awaken her at any time, as long as Bibi Dong wanted. How can I be a person who does not keep my word? Kyandeoliu noticed Bibi Dong's defiance, which made him very dissatisfied. In his life, Kyan Daoliu valued chivalry the most and would never do despicable things such as sneak attacks from behind, assassins, evading attacks, and going back on his words. "You are okay." Bibi Dong said half of her words, secretly mocking Kyan Daoliu for being upright all his life, but finally falling into the hands of his son Kyan Zongji. Alas, Kyan Daoliu couldn't say anything to refute. "It is our Kyan family who is sorry for you. No need to say more. Bibi Dong, Luo Chen is my disciple now. He belongs to the Pope's palace. I will never give in on this. Why bother?" Kyan Daoliu was really interested in Luo Chen. The Pope's palace, or the worship palace. Are they all part of my Wuhan palace? What exactly is the power of that golden disc? At this moment, Kyan Daoliu thought of the changes in the world that occurred 2 days ago, so he couldn't help asking, the strange phenomenon of the stars shifting a few days ago, could it be that this child's martial soul awakened? Humph. Bibi Dong changed her previous evasiveness. With strength as a guarantee, she became much tougher. Luo Chen's awakened god-level martial soul is much more powerful than someone's angel. Kyan Daoliu wanted to hit someone. Just talk. Why are you sneering? Since this child has joined the spirit hall, he is one of us. He has extraordinary talent, and I can't wait to be happy. Hearing about the god-level martial soul, Kyan Daoliu's mind immediately became active. Although Luo Chen has already worshipped Bibi Dong as his master, after all, the time is still short, and there is still a lot of room for maneuver. Don't waste your thoughts. I won't tell you the secret of Luo Chen's martial soul. The god-level martial soul has a powerful effect of improving the quality of the spirit master's martial soul. These 2 pieces of information are already the limit of what Bibi Dong can reveal. Bibi Dong cares about Luo Chen very much, but she can't stay by her disciple's side all the time, and there will always be times when she relaxes her vigilance. Therefore, it is necessary to let Kyan Daoliu know Luo Chen's talent. If you hope that one day, the spirit hall can unify the Douluo Continent, then don't let him get hurt. HMM. Kyan Daoliu wanted to ask again, but Bibi Dong's figure disappeared in front of him. Unify Douluo. Kyan Daoliu murmured this sentence, and his curiosity about Luo Chen became stronger and stronger. With Bibi Dong here, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get close to that child. He can see that Luo Chen is the fuse of Bibi Dong's bomb. If he touches him, Bibi Dong will definitely fight him to the death. Could this kid really be Bibi Dong's illegitimate child? Kyan Daoliu can't tell the difference at all. It's really that Bibi Dong's feelings for Luo Chen are too special. If you say it doesn't matter, no dog will believe it. But you say Luo Chen is Bibi Dong's child, and the time doesn't match. Alas, no matter whether it is true or not, my poor Xiaoxu. Compared with Luo Chen, Kyan Ringsu looked like someone picked up from a trash can. No, maybe Kyan Ringsu was thrown into the trash can by Bibi Dong herself. If Bibi Dong could treat Xiaoxu the same way as that child, it would be great. With such emotion, Kyan Daoliu returned to the hall of worship, and as soon as he landed, he saw the other 6 worshippers in the petite figure. Grandpa, Big Brother, Big Boss. Kyan Ringsu and the 6 great worshippers came forward and began to ask what had just happened. It was Bibi Dong who just fought with Big Brother, right? Guangling Douluo, who looked like a teenager, was shocked. When did she become so strong? The soul pressure released by Bibi Dong earlier made even the worshippers feel terrified. I can't beat her. I can't beat her at all. Guangling Douluo resolutely followed his heart and secretly vowed that he would never go against Bibi Dong, this crazy woman, in the future. Grandpa, why did you fight with Mom? Kyan Ringsu is very conflicted now. On one side is the grandfather who loves her the most, and on the other side is her biological mother. She will feel distressed if either of them is hurt. Even if Kyan Ringsu said, that woman is not my mother, she was just being stubborn. If Bibi Dong really took the initiative to ease the relationship, Xiaoxu would definitely rush over and call her mom non-stop. Xiaoxu. Kyan Daoliu looked at his granddaughter, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The child that Bibi Dong brought back, if I'm not mistaken, his soul power has reached at least level 30. At the age of 6, he has awakened a god level martial soul, and has a level 30 innate soul power. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's talent is even higher than that of his most valued granddaughter, such a talent, and he is also Bibi Dong's disciple. Inexplicably, Kyan Daoliu thought of Kyan Ringsu's marriage. However, Kyan Daoliu did not think much about it. He knew that his granddaughter was very opinionated. Kyan Ringsu would definitely not agree to the marriage he chose for her. Xiaoxu, there were some conflicts between grandpa and your mother, and the cause was a boy she brought back. Although he knew it, Kyan Daoliu still planned to give it a try. Well, let's start by letting Kyan Ringsu know about Luo Chen's existence. Boy, Kyan Ringsu is only 9 years old now, but the children in Douluo Continent are precocious. When the little angel heard the word child, he immediately thought of an illegitimate child. If it was Bibi Dong who had a child outside, Kyan Daoliu would be so angry, but Xiaoxu could understand it. Is he my brother? Kyan Daoliu was a little embarrassed. He didn't blame Kyan Ringsu for thinking so, because there were many people who had this idea, and even he himself had this idea. Fortunately, looking at Kyan Ringsu's appearance, it seems that she doesn't reject the fact that she has a younger brother. Xiaoxu, aren't you angry? Kyan Ringsu thought for a moment and said, I'm a little surprised. Kyan Ringsu found that she didn't seem to have any emotions like anger. Rather, Kyan Ringsu was more curious and surprised about the fact that she had another family member, a younger brother. Where is my younger brother? Kyan Ringsu almost tacitly accepted the fact that Luo Chen was Bibi Dong's illegitimate child. Ahem. That Xiaoxu, I'm not sure about his identity yet. Kyan Daoliu found that Xiaoxu had thought about something else and hurriedly explained. Grandpa thinks he shouldn't be an illegitimate child. After all, the time doesn't match. He roughly explained to his granddaughter the age of Luo Chen and the time when Bibi Dong went to the slaughter city. Of course, Kyan Daoliu didn't know exactly how old Luo Chen was, unless he personally touched the bones and determined Luo Chen's bone age. Otherwise, the fact that Luo Chen was Bibi Dong's illegitimate child was like scratching his cat. As long as you can't prove that he is not, then there is a possibility that he is. It's not better. Thinking of this, Kyan Daoliu couldn't help but murmur. Xiaoxu didn't understand why. Kyan Daoliu naturally couldn't say it. If Luo Chen wasn't Kyan Ringsu's brother, then the two of them could be together. But how could Kyan Daoliu say such a thing? Helplessly, Kyan Daoliu had to tell Kyan Ringsu about Bibi Dong's love for Luo Chen, and how she dared to break up with him in order not to hurt him. At this moment, Xiaoxu was not feeling well. How could she do this? Jealousy made her body break apart. Why? Kyan Ringsu clenched her little hands and gritted her teeth. Then she blocked the tears in her eyes. I'm also her daughter. Why is she so good to her brother, but ignores me? Could it be that Bibi Dong is a person who favors boys over girls? Otherwise, how to explain that Bibi Dong is so good to her son, but she looks like she wants to put her daughter into the trash can? Xiaoxu admitted that she was very envious of Luo Chen. I'm so angry. Xiaoxu, calm down. Kyan Daoliu repeatedly comforted Kyan Ringsu, which prevented her from turning into a crying baby. It's not certain that he is your brother now. Kyan Daoliu wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he say something without any evidence? Luo Chen couldn't be Bibi Dong's child at all. Grandpa, you are lying. Kyan Ringsu, she is going to fight with you for that child. If this is not her biological son, do you believe it? Kyan Daoliu really couldn't refute this. No, I want to go and see. Thinking of her mother bringing back a younger brother for her and taking good care of him, Kyan Ringsu wanted to rush to Bibi Dong and ask her why she treated her like this. And Luo Chen, she wanted to take a good look at what kind of ability this younger brother has to make Bibi Dong spoil him like this. Zua, where are you going? Seeing Kyan Ringsu's spirit soaring into the sky after possessing him, Kyan Daoliu was at a loss. He wanted to stop her, but what right did he have to stop a daughter from seeking justice from her mother? Alas, what a misfortune for our family. If it weren't for that bastard Kyan Zhongji, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. While shouting that he had cheated his father in his heart, Kyan Daoliu had to follow his granddaughter. He was afraid that Xiaozua would say something that would anger Bibidong and then be beaten to death by that crazy woman, Luo Chen. On the other side, Bibidong returned to the bedroom of the Saint Maiden Hall. She looked at Luo Chen gently. Thanks to you, the teacher can get rid of this bad breath. In the past, Bibidong would never dare to think about competing with Kan Daoliu. However, today, she did it and really forced Kan Daoliu to bow his head in compromise. Look at that old man. Will he dare to rely on his cultivation to show off in front of me in the future? Bibidong knew very well that she could be proud of herself because of Luo Chen. This disciple of hers was simply a gift from God to her, a compensation for her miserable life. Teacher, I'm glad you're okay. Luo Chen's caring words fell into her ears like a warm current flowing through her chest, making Bibidong's heart melt with comfort. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Chen's body was too weak, Bibidong would definitely hold him in her arms and love him hard. This place is no longer suitable for living. Soon, Bibidong noticed the huge damage at the door of the bedroom. Because of Kyang Sunji, she hated the new residents of the Pope's palace very much, so for the past 2 months, she still lived in her own saint's palace. But now, Bibidong couldn't let Luo Chen live in a broken house. Even if it was just the damage at the door, Bibidong couldn't stand it. She wanted to give Luo Chen the best. Whether it was food, clothing, housing, transportation, or anything else. Bibidong wanted to fulfill her mother's duty on Luo Chen. Fortunately, the Pope's palace was very large, and there was more than one room for Kan Zhengji. Luo Chen, you will live with the teacher from now on. The reason Bibidong gave was impeccable, that is, to prevent Luo Chen's poison from recurring again. With her by his side, if something happened, she would be able to detoxify Luo Chen in the first place. Okay. Luo Chen smiled slightly, then I'll trouble the teacher. You kid. Bibidong was very dissatisfied with Luo Chen's attitude. Don't be so polite in front of the teacher. She now wished that Luo Chen would be more willful and make all kinds of requests. As for the reward, if this child could act like a spoiled child to her, Bibidong would be satisfied. Chapter 29 Little Angel. I just want mom to love me again. Mom. Just as Bibidong was enjoying the time with her favorite disciple, a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice came from behind her. HMM. The smile on Bibidong's face suddenly disappeared. She looked over and saw Kan Rinxu falling from the sky. With her golden hair and a pair of white angel wings, Xiaozua began to challenge Bibidong's endurance limit just by appearing in front of her. What are you doing here? Bibidong's voice was extremely cold, and she was like a different person from when she faced Luo Chen. Didn't I tell you not to appear in front of me again? But mom, I'm worried about you. Go away. Bibidong's words were like a cold blade, piercing Kan Rinx's heart. The tears in her eyes could no longer be stopped. Why? Xiaozua cried. Why do you treat me like this? You are so good to him. Kan Rinxu sometimes wondered if her mother Bibidong was a heartless woman. But now, the answer is obvious. She is not. Kan Rinxu had never seen such a gentle mother. The way she looked at Luo Chen, and the soft and caring voice she spoke to him, all proved that she understood love, and was willing to give love. Kan Rinxu's words surprised Bibidong. To be honest, Bibidong loved Kan Rinxu, otherwise her favorability towards Luo Chen would not be extreme. The reason why it could not be absolute was because Kan Rinxu still had a certain position in Bibidong's heart. Her resistance was just because she didn't know how to face this daughter. What did I do wrong to make you hate me so much? Kan Rinxu asked. Is it because I'm a daughter and he is a son? What? Bibidong, who was still worried about how to face her daughter, was immediately confused by Kan Rinxu's words. What daughter, son? Soon, Bibidong understood what Kan Rinxu meant and knew that she misunderstood, that she favored boys over girls. So what? However, Bibidong didn't want to explain at all. She wished Luo Chen was her own son, compared to Luo Chen. You are nothing. Well, there is indeed a big difference. Both of them are god-level martial souls, but Kan Rinxu is only over 30 at the age of 9, while Luo Chen is already at level 30 as soon as he awakens. Of course, when it comes to martial soul abilities, Luo Chen can easily create a top-level martial soul, a super martial soul, 2 ultimate martial souls, and a god-level martial soul. How can a 6-winged angel martial soul be compared with a sun disk? How can you do this? Kyan Rinxu was very aggrieved. She wiped her tears, while glaring at Luo Chen fiercely. Cough, 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 cough. Luo Chen coughed twice to focus the attention of the mother and daughter on him, and then explained, "You should be the teacher's daughter, right? You misunderstood. I'm not the teacher's child." Xiao Chen. Bibi Dong turned around and pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. This scene really made Luo Chen a little bit laughable. It was hard to imagine that the person who was complaining to her was actually the Pope of the Spirit Hall who had dared to compete with Kyan Daoliu not long ago. No, isn't it? Kyan Rinxu's eyes were full of suspicion. She felt that Luo Chen was lying to her. However, Bibi Dong's reaction seemed to prove the truth of Luo Chen's words. Is he really not my brother? But even so, my mother's kindness to him is still true. When she learned that Luo Chen was not Bibi Dong's biological son, Kyan Rinxu's jealousy not only did not diminish, but increased. You can be so kind to disciples who are not related by blood. Why are you so cold and ruthless to me? Enough. Bibi Dong stared at Kyan Rinxu coldly. Get out of here before I get angry. Boom. The surging soul power was like a small storm, which suddenly lifted Kyan Rinxu several meters away and fell to the ground. Ah. The girl fell into the ruins that Bibi Dong had smashed before. Her slender white jade hand was cut by the broken stone, and the blood immediately stained her sleeves red. Xiaoxu. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong subconsciously wanted to step forward. But when she thought of what Kyan Sunji had done to her, Bibi Dong suddenly clenched her slightly raised hand. This is a lesson for you. The beautiful Pope tried to show an indifferent attitude as much as possible. Next time I won't show mercy. Even if she could become the god of angels in the future. Kyan Rinxu was just a little girl under 10 years old now. Why do you treat me like this? Woo woo. The big tears kept falling, and Xiaoxu couldn't hold it anymore, and ran out crying. Seeing this scene, Kyan Daoliu couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoxu, after all, is your daughter. She is not my daughter. Bibi Dong was tangled in her heart. She wanted to love Kyan Rinxu, but every time she saw that child, painful memories would emerge in her mind. A dark secret room, a cold dungeon, and a captive girl. In order to make her give birth to Kyan Rinxu, Kyan Zhongji not only threatened her with Yu Xiao gang, but also imprisoned her in the dark underground for a whole year. A person, only loneliness and despair. It was already the limit for Bibi Dong not to hate Kyan Rinxu. Alas, Kyan Daoliu knew that he was in the wrong. He really wanted to dig out his own idiot and beat him to death with his own hands. How could I, Kyan Daoliu, have such a great reputation in my life and give birth to such a bastard? The chief priest left the Pope's palace cursing, and he went to find Xiaozu here. Teacher. Luo Chen pretended not to know. Is that beautiful sister just now your daughter? If someone else asked this, Bibi Dong would definitely say she is not my daughter. But this is Luo Chen. Only him. Bibi Dong could not have the intention to deceive. Her name is Kyan Rinxu, and she is my daughter. Bibi Dong was unwilling to hide the truth from Luo Chen, but she really didn't want Luo Chen to know about her humiliating past. She was afraid that Luo Chen would despise her after knowing it. I believe that you must have your own difficulties in doing this, teacher. Never advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. It was because Luo Chen knew Bibi Dong's past that he couldn't speak. Xiao Chen. Bibi Dong was moved by Luo Chen's understanding, but she really didn't want her disciple to be associated with that evil seed. So she took the initiative to change the subject and said, although your body can barely walk, it is still too weak. Teacher originally planned to let you enter the Spirit Hall Academy to study. Bibi Dong said, but I'm really worried about you like this. The Spirit Hall Academy is the key to the Spirit Hall's training of a new generation of soul masters. Grasping education is equivalent to controlling the future of the Spirit Hall, which makes Bibi Dong pay special attention to the Spirit Hall Academy. However, the safety of the disciples is far more important than these. Teacher, I'm really fine.
Luo Chen didn't want to be like a canary, only able to stay in the Pope's hall. He knew his situation. Na's spatial ability was extremely buggy, and even the peerless Douluo could not stop her from taking Luo Chen away. In fact, soul masters who have undergone the ascension ceremony, such as Bibidong, Wangsheng, and Hulina, naturally have invisible spatial anchors on their bodies. As long as Luo Chen wants, he can teleport to them immediately. Therefore, Luo Chen is not worried about safety at all. With Bibidong as a killer, if he can't beat her, he can always teleport to the beautiful Pope. At that time, the game will become like this. Luo Chen, I will summon the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong, with an attack. Luo Chen, it's decided to be you, Bibidong. Luo Chen, Bibidong's ultimate evolution. Demon Abyss Queen mode. As a soul master with a background and a backer, it is reasonable to call the teacher, if you can't beat her, right? Well, from now on, my ultimate move will be called Come Out, Bibidong. At this time, unless the gods themselves descended to the mortal world, no one could defeat Bibidong, who was severely strengthened by Luo Chen. Teacher, actually my heavenly star crown has another special ability. Later, in order to reassure Bibidong, Luo Chen told her about his spatial ability. He did not reveal Na's existence, but only said that this was an ability derived from the first soul skill of the heavenly star crown, that is, the control of spatial element. This Bibidong was very surprised. Although teleportation soul skills are rare, they are not non-existent. But this kind of ultra-long distance transmission method is really unheard of by Bibidong. Then can Chen teleport the teacher to you? Bibidong did not care about the mark of Luo Chen on her body. Instead, she thought it was a symbol of the deep relationship between their master and apprentice, a surprise that could allow Luo Chen to return to her side at any time. Luo Chen had thought about this, and he asked Na, who gave a positive answer. Of course I can, but I need your consent to summon you. Bibidong's strength was too strong. Even if she didn't resist Na's summons at all, Luo Chen would need at least 10 seconds to build a channel connecting the two parties. Of course I'm willing. Bibidong didn't even think about it. How could she refuse Luo Chen's request? And Luo Chen summoned her. He must have encountered some danger. If that happened, no matter what Bibidong was doing, she would appear by Luo Chen's side at the first time and take everything for him. In this way, the teacher doesn't have to worry about me anymore. What's more, the Spirit Hall Academy is in the Spirit City, and it is not far from the Pope's palace. With Bibidong's strength, she didn't even need 10 seconds to rush from the Pope's palace to the Spirit Hall Academy after receiving Luo Chen's summons. You kid. Bibidong sighed helplessly. She knew she couldn't keep Luo Chen here. Okay, you can go to the Spirit Hall Academy, but you need to agree to a few conditions from the teacher. First, you can't reveal your identity. Second, the teacher will hide your innate spirit power, and spirit power for you, and you can't reveal these to others. Luo Chen's existence can be said to be the top secret of the Spirit Hall. Only 6 people know the secret of his unreasonable ascension ceremony. Bibidong will have a good talk with Dao Liu. Based on Bibidong's understanding of the Great Priest, as long as Dao Liu wants the Spirit Hall to go further, he will definitely give Luo Chen the best protection. As for Jujui Douluo, these two are Bibidong's confidants and the direct descendants of the Spirit Hall. It is impossible for them to betray her. I will tell Wangsheng and Nana about this, and then let you and Wangsheng transfer to Nana's class. In this way, Wangsheng and Hulina will take care of Luo Chen and the academy, and secretly send another titled combat force to protect him at all times. In addition, he is in Wuhan City, and Bibidong and Dao Liu are watching him. Under the triple protection, as long as Luo Chen does not leave Wuhan City, no one can threaten him. Chen, you are my teacher's disciple, but for your safety, I hope you can enter the academy as an ordinary Wuhan Hall disciple. If Luo Chen's innate soul power was only level 10, Bibidong would not be so worried. But innate soul power level 30 is really too terrifying. If other sects know about Luo Chen's existence, they will definitely make him disappear completely at all costs. Otherwise, once Luo Chen grows up, no one in this world will be able to stop the Wuhan Hall. Rinxu is actually the same in this regard. In order to protect the little angel,
Qin Daoliu and Qin Zhongji lied that the daughter of the previous pope died early. This made Qin Rinxu's existence only circulated among the highest levels of the Wuhan Hall. Don't blame the teacher is also for your safety. Bibi Dong caressed Luo Chen's face lovingly. If you can agree to these two conditions, the teacher will agree to let you go to the Spirit Hall Academy. That? Luo Chen scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Teacher, I don't really want to go to the Spirit Hall Academy to study. Ah. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment, and then realized that all the emotions she said were nonsense. Xiaochen, you don't want to go to the academy? Then. Teacher, I just want to learn more knowledge, but the Spirit Hall Academy. Luo Chen said. Teacher, you also said that my situation is special, and it is not a good thing to be exposed to too many people. So my idea is that I hope the teacher can let me enter the Spirit Hall library and get the qualification to borrow any book in the collection. Is that so? Bibi Dong understood. She had read the information about Luo Chen collected by Gui Mei and knew that her disciple liked books very much. Is it okay? Luo Chen showed a hopeful look. Teacher? At this moment, Bibi Dong's heart was almost melted by Luo Chen's eyes. The previous depression and anger caused by Qin Rinxu disappeared in an instant. You kid, you know that the teacher can't refuse you, but you still beg for it. Even if Luo Chen wanted the stars in the sky, Bibi Dong would pick them for him. If you have something in the future, just tell the teacher directly, understand? And Luo Chen just wanted to read the books in the library. What kind of request is this? As a disciple of the Pope, Luo Chen has the qualifications. Of course, Bibi Dong also agreed to Luo Chen's proposal that he didn't want to go to the Spirit Hall Academy. Thank you, teacher, you are so kind. Luo Chen didn't want to go to the academy. He was not interested in interpersonal communication. As for friends, he has Ulina and Wang Sheng. Looking at the original work, Tang Xin was actually better with the members of the Shrek 7 Devils in the end. In the Douluo world, the strong are respected. Although it is not good to say this, the person who can accompany Luo Chen in the future must at least be a person with full innate soul power like Wang Sheng. I've already told you, don't thank the teacher. Bibi Dong needed Luo Chen's cheeks in dissatisfaction. If you continue like this, the teacher will be angry. Got it? Puchy. Bibi Dong was amused by Luo Chen's resentful eyes, and she told Luo Chen some precautions. Luo Chen agreed to all of them, fully demonstrating the qualities that a well-behaved and sensible disciple should have. Woo woo woo. On the other side, Qin Rinxu ran out of the Pope's palace crying. The guards noticed Xiaozua. Most of them didn't know Qin Rinxu's identity. They only knew that she came from the worship hall and should be the descendant of a worshipper. However, Qin Rinxu's status was extremely high, and with the worship order hanging on the girl's waist, no one dared to stop the little princess. Why do you treat me like this? Qin Rinxu found a place where no one was around and squatted in the corner to wipe her tears. Even if I was only 1/10 as good to him, I would be satisfied. But I don't even have a little bit. Woo woo. Although she had made up her mind not to recognize Bibi Dong as her mother before, seeing how gentle she was to Luo Chen, Qin Rinxu's defense broke down again. Xiaoxu. Qin Daoliu couldn't bear to see his granddaughter so sad. Grandpa. Qin Rinxu saw her grandfather and cried and threw herself into his arms. Why? What did Xiaoxu do wrong that she hates me so much? She didn't care whether Luo Chen was Bibi Dong's child. Yes, it means that Bibi Dong simply doesn't like her. No, this is more cruel. Because Bibi Dong would rather love an outsider than give her biological daughter even a little love. How can this be a mother and daughter? The hatred of killing her father and stealing her wife is just like this, right? Xiaoxu. Qin Daoliu didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only stroke his granddaughter's little head and let her vent in his arms. What should I do to make Bibi Dong accept Xiaoxu? Seeing his granddaughter crying like this, Qin Daoliu felt heartbroken. Suddenly, Luo Chen's face appeared in front of Qin Daoliu, like a thunder, awakening him who was thinking hard, but couldn't get it. By the way, that child. Qin Daoliu, isn't he the key to breaking the deadlock? If that child can marry my Xiaoxu. No matter in which world, the elders always pay special attention to the marriage of their children. Even Kandao Liu, who is a peerless Douluo, cannot escape this. You said Kyan Rinxu will become a god in the future, so there is no need to consider these. Kandao Liu said that becoming a god is becoming a god, and getting married is getting married. Who said that if you want to become a god, you can't get married and have children? Yes, that's it. At this moment, Kandao Liu felt extremely excited that he had found a breakthrough to ease the relationship between Xiaoxu here and Bibidang. Chapter 30. Kyan Rinxu wants a sister-controlled brother. That child has a god-level martial spirit, and his quality is even better than the six-winged angel martial spirit of my Kyan family. Kandao Liu's brainstorm swept quickly. Xiaoxu will grow up and get married sooner or later. Her partner must be a peerless genius who can match her. The great priest secretly said, "Wow, Luo Chen is simply my grandson-in-law." The Kyan family population is declining, especially in the 3 generations, which are only one lineage. Kandao Liu, his son Kyan Zhongji, and his granddaughter Kyan Rinxu. Although there are still some members of the Kyan family branch, they are not considered angels, because they have not awakened the 6-winged angel martial spirit. A boy with a god-level martial spirit is simply God bless my Wuhan Hall and my Kyan family. Kandao Liu's depression due to the conflict between Bibidang and Kyan Rinxu suddenly disappeared. Obviously, Luo Chen's qualifications and intelligence made Kandao Liu very satisfied. The only problem now is the character of this child. As long as his character is good, Luo Chen is the best candidate for Kandao Liu's grandson-in-law. In Kandao Liu's eyes, his granddaughter has a great chance to inherit the mantle of the angel god. With an innate soul power of level 20 in the favor of the god ancestor, her achievements will surely surpass his own. As for Bibidang, she reached level 97 at the age of 29, and her martial soul also broke through to the god level. There is no doubt that Bibidang has a promising future and is expected to become a god. That child is even more terrifying. He can create a god-level martial soul at will. There is no doubt that Luo Chen's potential is even higher than Bibidang and Kyan Rinxu, and far more. If Xiaoxu can get together with that child, with Bibidang's love for him, no matter how much she hates Jia, she will accept Xiaoxu sooner or later. When Kyan Rinxu becomes Luo Chen's wife, and has children in the future, no matter how much Bibidang hates her grandson and granddaughter, what can she do to Kyan Rinxu? There are no conflicts that cannot be resolved in a family of 3. If all members of this family can become gods at level 100 in the future, then even if they're sent to the realm of gods, they can advance and retreat together. These are benefits for Kyan Rinxu and Bibidang, and for Kandao Liu, their Kyan family can obtain Luo Chen's bloodline, which will take the inheritance and heritage of the spirit all to a higher level. If there are children in the future, whether it is a 6-winged angel that inherits Xiaoxu or the sun disk of the child, there is a high probability that it will be a god-level spirit. Just thinking about such a picture, Kandao Liu, who is old, almost couldn't help but praise himself for his insight and wisdom. Perfect. Too perfect. Kandao Liu, Xiaoxu and Xiaochen, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. What reason does Bibidang have to disagree with this marriage? After all, she is her own daughter. As the old saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders. As for whether Luo Chen and Kyan Rinxu's descendants have the surname Kyan or Luo, Kandao Liu actually doesn't care. In Douluo Continent, spirits are supreme. What your martial spirit is more important than your last name. Let's ask, if a soul master awakens the 6-winged angel martial spirit hundreds of years later, do you dare to say that he is not a descendant of Kandao Liu? Therefore, martial spirit is the inheritance. They are the angel family, not the so-called Kyan family. With this in mind, Kandao Liu immediately looked at his granddaughter who was still crying, and while comforting her, he began to think about how to instill his plan to urge marriage to Kyan Rinxu. Xiaoxu, Grandpa has a way to make your mother no longer hate you. Kandao Liu, that's it. It may make you suffer some grievances. Really? Suddenly, Kyan Rinxu immediately raised her tearful little face. Grandpa didn't like Azua. Kyan Rinxu kept saying that she wanted to break up with Bibidang, but when she heard that her mother could love her again, Xiaoxu would still rush forward like a moth to a flame. What was the purpose of Xiandao's undercover work for 20 years in the original work? It was to prove his ability to Bibidang and then get his mother's recognition. Kan Ringsu, for my mother, I'm willing to do anything. How could grandpa lie to you? Yes. Kan Ringsu, I believe grandpa. Haha. Kan Daoliu was very happy to see that his granddaughter stopped crying. He smiled and stroked his granddaughter's head and said, Xiaoxu, what do you think of that child just now? That child? Is he the boy that my mother wants to protect, even if she is against grandpa? Kan Ringsu was very smart and immediately guessed what Kan Daoliu meant. Could it be that grandpa, you want me to build a good relationship with him, and then use him to make my mother no longer hate me? Xiaoxu didn't know why Bibidang hated her, but Luo Chen's existence proved that Bibidang was not an indifferent person. In this case, then become a close friend with Luo Chen, and let him say a few good words for you in front of your mother. In the long run, you may really find an opportunity to reconcile with Bibidang. You said that Kan Ringsu is so arrogant that it is impossible for her to throw away her face and get close to Luo Chen. Haha, you have no idea how hard Kan Ringsu can work to get her mother's approval. Not bad. Kan Daoliu saw that Kan Ringsu had no rebellious psychology and thought that this matter was indeed possible. Grandpa knows that Xiaoxu wants Bibidang to like you, but if you approach her rashly, it will arouse her suspicion. Kan Daoliu continued, so we have to think about this matter carefully. Yeah. Xiaoxu looked at her grandfather with admiration, thinking that he was really thoughtful. That's right, if she was too enthusiastic, her mother would hate her even more, thinking that she had ulterior motives and deliberately approached Luo Chen. It must be said that Kan Ringsu felt very upset. I'm obviously your daughter, but you are guarding against me like a thief. It would be a lie to say that she is not jealous of Luo Chen. Alas. Unfortunately, Kan Ringsu needs Luo Chen's help very much now, so she can only bear this humiliation. Little angel, woo. So angry. Then grandpa, what should I do specifically? Kan Ringsu was still looking forward to it, completely unaware of how enthusiastic the old man was in wanting to urge marriage. Grandpa thinks, Xiaoxu, you can try to win him over. Well, Kan Daoliu felt that he was indeed not suitable for euphemistic persuasion, so he went straight up and said what was in his heart. What? Kan Ringsu didn't expect grandpa to say such a thing. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she thought of the scene where Bibidang didn't hesitate to attack her for Luo Chen, Kan Ringsu was silent again. Grandpa, you want me to be with that little brat? Children in Douluo Continent have always matured precociously, and many of them have married and had children at the age of 12 or 13. Although Kan Ringsu didn't understand love very well, she basically knew everything she should know. Kan Ringsu took a deep breath and kept comforting herself in her heart. Don't be angry, calm down. I have to calm down. This is all for my mother. As long as I can get my mother's approval, this grievance is nothing at all. Kan Daoliu knew his granddaughter. Seeing that she didn't refuse outright, he knew that she was considering the pros and cons of this plan. Kan Ringsu was very smart. Even if she hadn't gone to the Xiandao Empire for further study, she could quickly analyze the key. Then, Kan Daoliu proposed his own plan. When she heard that she and Luo Chen would be together, become a family, and have children, even though Kan Ringsu was not yet 10 years old this year, her cheeks were flushed with shame, and she almost turned into a steam princess. Grandpa. Kan Ringsu stomped her feet, pouted and looked at Kan Daoliu with dissatisfaction. How can you do this? She always thought that her grandfather loved her the most. What's going on now? For that little brat, he was actually going to sell his granddaughter. I'm not angry. Calm down. Be calm. Kan Ringsu rethought every word of Kan Daoliu, and she found that her grandfather was right. Kan Ringsu didn't know how good Luo Chen was, because her grandfather didn't tell her the secret of Luo Chen's martial spirit. Kan Daoliu could only say, the child's aptitude is even better than yours, Zua. Kan Ringsu naturally didn't believe it. But Kan Daoliu's next sentence made Kan Ringsu break down directly. His soul power is level 30. How is this possible? What Kan Ringsu is most proud of is her innate soul power of level 20. She cultivated her soul power to level 33 when she was only 9 years old. That's right, just yesterday, Kyan Rinxu's soul power broke through from level 32 to level 33. From awakening to now, a total of 3 years, Kyan Rinxu has improved her soul power by 13 levels, an average of more than 4 levels per year. If she can maintain it, it will only take 12 or 13 years for her to achieve the title. This is a title for those in their early 20s. Such a shocking speed of cultivation has never been seen in the history of the entire Douluo Continent. Wait. Suddenly, Kyan Rinxu discovered a problem. Isn't he only 6 years old? A 6-year-old child. His soul power is level 30? Could it be? Kyan Rinxu realized the key. He has a god level martial soul like me. Innate soul power is level 30, and he has level 30 soul power as soon as he awakens. Such talent is indeed better than hers. At this moment, even the always arrogant Kyan Rinxu felt a sense of being hit. I have been practicing for more than 3 years, and I'm only level 33. And this is because Luo Chen did not obtain full soul rings. When Luo Chen adds 3 soul rings, his soul power is likely to break through level 35, or even higher. This means that Luo Chen does not need to catch up with Kyan Rinxu slowly, but can surpass her immediately and become stronger than her. For a moment, Kyan Rinxu was a little hit by Luo Chen. Is this the reason why she likes him more than me? Kyan Rinxu only thought about it and quickly rejected it. No, in that case, mom shouldn't hate me. Because when she first awakened her martial spirit, she ran excitedly to share this joy with her mother. What was the result? Bibi Dong's disgusted eyes and that merciless slap. She almost killed herself. At least at that time, no one could surpass me in talent. So mom didn't like that child because of talent. After Kyan Rinxu figured it out, she temporarily calmed her little heart that had been hit hard and began to reconsider Kyan Daoliu's proposal. Luo Chen is better than her. He is also deeply loved by Bibi Dong. Gradually, Kyan Rinxu found that it seemed good to let Luo Chen be her partner. That child is really likable. Kyan Rinxu had never seen a boy as good looking as Luo Chen, even if she was attracted by his temperament and appearance. The blue silver emperor Kanra shaped Tangsun into a peerless handsome man. Luo Chen, who has the inheritance of the star-forging Dragon King, will only be more handsome than Tangsun after his awakening. Excluding the fact that Bibi Dong is partial to one over the other, the little angel still has a good first impression of Luo Chen. Besides, if I can make him obey me. Thinking of this, Kyan Rinxu's pretty face can't help but outline a charming smile. She can already imagine Bibi Dong's embarrassed and unwilling look when she sees Luo Chen break away from her arms and become her licking dog. As for whether Kyan Rinxu can take Luo Chen, the little angel expressed disdain. Kyan Rinxu, am so outstanding. Kyan Rinxu secretly said, it's easy to make a mere 6-year-old kid fall in love with me. Little angel, humph, this little thing, isn't it enough to have hands? Of course, as Kyan Daoliu said, developing that kind of relationship with Luo Chen, this Kyan Rinxu will not consider it for the time being. To become her Kyan Rinxu's partner, you must first defeat her. In Douluo Continent, the strong are respected. If he can really beat me, then I'm not unwilling to be his woman humph. Kyan Rinxu quickly suppressed this thought. How could I lose to others? Kyan Daoliu looked at his granddaughter there, stamping her feet and gritting her teeth playfully, and couldn't help but smile like an aunt. Grandpa, I will find a way to get the favor of that child. So you agree? Yeah. Kyan Rinxu said that this matter can't be rushed. In the next few years, she will manage it well and try to capture Luo Chen. Anyway, it's boring for her to stay in the worship hall. Every day, she either practices or soaks in the library. Now that there is another Luo Chen, Kyan Rinxu is instantly full of expectations for the future. But Grandpa, Zua has another question. Kyan Rinxu said, what if that child is really my brother? If Luo Chen is Bibi Dong's son, then he is her brother. How can they carry out their plan? Sister seduces brother? If this kind of thing gets out, will Kyan Rinxu still be able to live as a human being? Ahem. Kyan Daoliu cursed Bibi Dong for not explaining things clearly. He was also confused by his own son in this quantum entangled state. Whether it is true or not, it is always right to have a good relationship with him. Yeah. Kyan Ringsu felt that her grandfather was right. If Luo Chen is really her brother, then as a sister, she must have a good relationship with her brother. Although she was jealous of Luo Chen and was surprised to have another brother, but Kyan Ringsu was still very happy to have another family member with blood ties. Humph, see how I make him fall at my feet. Even if Luo Chen is really her own brother, he must be trained well. She, Kyan Ringsu, will definitely make Luo Chen the best brother in the world, so that in his eyes, there is only her sister. Chapter 31 Luo Sanpeo, possessed by martial spirit. Notting City, Junior Soul Master Academy. A middle-aged man in his 40s, sent the healing Soul Master out of the academy. This man was called Matt, and he was the Dean of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Matt had received some help from Uzayada Gang before. It was also because of this friendship that when Uzayada Gang was at his lowest point, Matt took him in and let him eat and drink for free in the academy. Uzayada Gang, who was the one who made the noise that day. Matt returned to Uzayada Gang's residence and asked his friend what happened that day. 2 days ago, Uzayada Gang was stunned by Bibi Dong's almost uncontrolled soul power. Fortunately, Bibi Dong did not kill him, otherwise, with this blow, Uzayada Gang would have been disabled for life. Afterwards, Matt, who sensed the movement of soul power, rushed to the back mountain of the academy and found and treated the unconscious Uzayada Gang. The mental pressure of the killing god domain was definitely not something Uzayada Gang could bear, so it took a whole day and night for Uzayada Gang to completely recover. It's someone from the spirit hall. Uzayada Gang didn't hate Bibi Dong, but was extremely grateful to her. Even if Bibi Dong got angry at the end, it was just because she was angry and accidentally hurt him. Uzayada Gang believed that when Bibi Dong calmed down, she would definitely come to him again and apologize to him. At that time, I will forgive her for coming to repair my spirit for me. Uzayada Gang has already confirmed Bibi Dong's friendship with him. She must have had her own reasons for abandoning him. As long as he knew this, Uzayada Gang felt that the future was bright. After renewing his relationship with Bibi Dong, his cultivation talent has also improved, and everything is going in a good direction. Wait, those who laughed at me. Uzayada Gang secretly vowed, I will not only become a master in theory, but also verify these theories myself. By then, let's see who dares to look down on him and call him a waste. Hismat didn't know the relationship between Uzayada Gang and the Spirit Hall, and he said with some concern, Uzayada Gang, have you offended someone from the Spirit Hall? Although Matt is only a level 35 Soul Master, this level of soul power is already among the ranks of the strong in a small place like Notting City. However, a mere Soul Master is nothing in front of a behemoth like the Spirit Hall. But Uzayada Gang didn't explain too much. His spirit defect has been repaired, and he can practice, so he doesn't need to stay in this remote little place. Therefore, Matt is no longer useful to him. Since he has decided to leave, Uzayada Gang feels that there is no need to explain his relationship with Bibi Dong to Matt. Well, Uzayada Gang has always been very good at this set of ungrateful and ungracious. Don't worry, but Matt is still useful to him now. Next, Uzayada Gang will have to rely on him to hunt soul rings. If the Spirit Hall really wants to attack me, it will not spare my life. That's right. After hearing what Uzayada Gang said, Matt felt a little relieved. Then, he thought of what Uzayada Gang said about his spirit defect being fixed. Uzayada Gang, has your spirit really recovered? Matt was very curious about this. Being able to become the dean of an academy, even if it was just a junior academy, he must have a great interest in spirit knowledge. He knew Uzayada Gang's wisdom, but he didn't expect that he could even solve the problem of spirit defects. Matt secretly thought that Uzayada Gang was worthy of being the #1 theoretical master in Douluo Continent, and he was really amazing. Ha ha ha. Although Uzayada Gang hadn't summoned Luo Sanpeo yet, but he knew that his talent had changed, and it had really improved. Come out, Luo Sanpeo. Without hesitation, Uzayada Gang's body had recovered now, and he began to summon his spirit. The next moment, purple spirit power surged, and when the spirit power dissipated, Luo Sanpeo's figure appeared beside Uzayada Gang. Unlike Luo Sanpeo, who originally had self-awareness, could run, jump, and act like a spoiled child. Luo Sanpeo at this time was like an ordinary beast spirit, just floating quietly behind Gang. Why do I feel something is different? Gang was a little confused, but considering the compensation of the spirit's defects, he regarded it as a normal phenomenon. Gang called himself a master of theory, but he had never thought about the special nature of Luo Sanpeo's spirit with the ability to act independently, and he did not dig out any useful information. Of course, this was mainly because Gang did not pay much attention to Luo Sanpeo. In his opinion, he could not even break through the 29th level of spirit power without awakening the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which fully proved how low the quality of Luo Sanpeo was. Luo Sanpeo was useless except for farting. What is there to study about such a spirit? Gang, your spirit. Matt had seen Gang's spirit and was amazed by it. But for some reason, Matt felt something was wrong. It seems that it is not as smart as before. Strange, how could this be? Gang could control Luo Sanpeo to move. But compared with the original state of having a physical body, the current Luo Sanpeo seemed to have become an ordinary beast spirit. Gang tried to touch Luo Sanpeo, but found that his hand went straight through his body. Soon, Gang confirmed his guess. Luo Sanpeo became a ball of energy beast spirit, and the method of using it changed from driving and summoning to spirit possession. With this in mind, Gang hurriedly communicated with his spirit, and indeed felt the method of possession, as if it was instinctive. So that's it. Gang looked, as if he had suddenly realized something, and said, this is a normal phenomenon. Because it is complete, it has turned back to a normal beast spirit. Spirit possession, this is the proper fighting method of spirit masters with beast spirits. He, Gang, is finally going to become a real spirit master. Then let's try it. After saying that, Gang posed in a horse stance, and then shouted, Luo Sanpeo, spirit possession. The spirit power surged, and 2 yellow spirit rings appeared around Gang, and Luo Sanpeo also turned into purple spirit power, and merged with it. The next moment, Gang's body began to change. Purple lines continued to emerge, his belly began to bulge, a circle of white fat grew on his face, and the pair of extremely conspicuous pig ears on his head were flapping in the soul power storm, which was funny and weird. This. Matt looked at Gang's appearance, after being possessed by the martial spirit in surprise, and suddenly felt physically uncomfortable. This is too disgusting. The result of Gang's martial spirit possession was that he looked like a fat pig standing up. The fat brought by his nearly 2-meter height even tore his clothes apart, revealing his undulating ravines. What am I doing? Gang couldn't see his appearance. He didn't wait for Matt to speak, and pinched his fingers. First soul skill, fart like thunder, blasting the sky, and cracking the earth 3 times. As Gang's voice fell, he heard a thunderous roar from his stomach. Gang, don't. Suddenly, Matt's heart tightened, and he was about to speak to stop him. Poof. Unfortunately, before Matt could finish his words, shit yellow smoke, accompanied by a suffocating stench, gushed out from Gang's crotch. In an instant, the shit yellow disgust enveloped the entire house, including Matt and the teachers and students living nearby. Ugh. This smell. Ugh. Ugh. Help. It's too disgusting. Wow. For a while, all kinds of nausea came one after another. Many people even fainted with white eyes and spitting white foam. Cough ugh. Cough ugh, especially Matt, who was closest to Gang. The irritating shit yellow smoke not only made him suffer from an unprecedented stench, but also almost blinded his eyes. No way. How could this happen? Gang couldn't accept the scene in front of him. He formed seals with his hands again, and shouted in disbelief. Second soul skill, fart like smoke, hypnotize the sleeping Luo Sanpeo. Stop, Gang, stop it. Matt had never seen such a disgusting soul skill, and he never thought that there would be such a disgusting martial soul in the world. Unfortunately, Gang's fart was too violent. Puff puff puff, the unprecedented comfort rushed straight to his brain, making Gang shudder. It's so comfortable. Little did he know that after his second fart, the teachers and students who were originally ready to flee fell to the ground one by one and fell asleep completely in the shit yellow smoke. Only Matt was left, still struggling to hold on. However, if there was a choice, Matt would rather be like everyone else. For the first time, he regretted his soul power cultivation. Why did he train so high? Help Matt? Matt, what's wrong with you? And everyone, you. In the state of martial spirit possession, Uzziah Gang, as the one who performed the soul skills, did not think the smell was so bad. But soon, Uzziah Gang saw himself in the mirror. How could this happen? At this moment, even Uzziah Gang, who was immersed in the wonderful fragrance, was stunned there. Reason returned. Uzziah Gang immediately roared like thunder. Bibi Dong, you hurt me. Not to mention the rage of the stinking Dashi. After experiencing the storm of Bibi Dong and Liu, Wuhan City finally returned to its usual tranquility. The Pope and the Great Priest stood up to clarify that they had no conflict. The reason for the confrontation in the air was because Pope Bibi Dong had a breakthrough in cultivation and specially invited the Great Priest to test and learn from each other. Later, in order to prove the authenticity of the official rumor, Bibi Dong showed her 97th level soul power to a group of high-level spirit hall leaders. For a time, the red and platinum level bishops and the titled Douluo in the Elder Hall were all shocked by Bibi Dong's exaggerated and terrifying cultivation speed and doubted their lives. You know, Bibi Dong was still a quasi-titled 90th level 3 days ago. How long has it been since she broke through to level 97? 7 levels in 3 days, and there are 2 levels inside, 96 and 97. Not to mention elders like Thorny Porpoise Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo. Even the worshippers wanted to say, Bibi Dong, you are too much. It's completely rubbing their tens of thousands of years of hard practice on the ground. Luo Chen is the noble of the Pope. Only Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo was relatively calm, because they knew who was responsible for it. At the same time, Luo Chen's Sun Disk martial spirit once again refreshed the two's perception of abnormality. A god-level martial spirit can really do whatever it wants, right? Fortunately, Jugi Douluo saw Luo Chen's character. Therefore, the two believed that, as long as they performed well, Luo Chen would reward them with the opportunity to ascend in the future. Big brother. On the other side, in the worship hall, the 6 great worshippers saw Liu coming back and came up again. Xiaoxu, you go and rest first. Okay, grandpa. Rinxu had to plan carefully to take down Luo Chen in one go. Big brother, what kind of background does that kid have that Bibi Dong protect him so much? And Xiaoxu, have you been bullied by Bibi Dong again? Looking at Rinxu's attitude, it was obvious that she had cried. The worshippers knew the conflict between the mother and daughter, so they were not surprised at all. But the problem was that Rinxu was in a very high mood now, and she didn't look like a poor little girl abandoned by her mother at all. If he were here, I would do the same as Bibi Dong. After realizing the terrifying nature of Luo Chen's martial soul, Liu expressed that he could understand Bibi Dong. A god-level martial soul that can make martial souls evolve. Such a treasure fell into the hands of their spirit hall. How could they not protect it with all their heart and soul? Just like now, in order to keep it secret, Liu did not reveal much useful information even to the 6 priests, who were extremely loyal to the spirit hall. The child that Bibi Dong brought back has awakened a very powerful martial soul. Liu could only say, whether my spirit hall can unify the Douluo Continent in the future may depend on this child. What? Golden Crocodile Douluo was a little unbelievable. Brother, is it too much to say that the second priest was loyal to the spirit hall? If he could see the spirit hall reach its peak, that is, let it die immediately, and Golden Crocodile Douluo would not even frown. In short, just remember what I said. Also, Liu added, when you see that child in the future, you should treat him like Zua, and not let him suffer any injustice. For a moment, the 6 great priests looked at each other, completely shocked by Liu's words. Rinxu has an innate soul power of level 20, has the potential to become a god, and is the young master of the spirit hall and the granddaughter of Liu. The privileges and status she enjoys in the spirit hall are incomparable to even Bibidong and Qian Zhongji, who was once the son of God. Now there is a Luo Chen, which makes the priests doubt his origins again. Boss, he can't really be Bibidong's illegitimate child, right? The young Wangling Douluo made a naughty joke. We won't ask about his martial spirit. But as for the illegitimate child, can you give us a definite answer? Is it true or not? No. But in the future, we can't say for sure. These two sentences made the mood of the priests like a roller coaster, ups and downs. Brother, do you mean to make that boy Xiaox's husband? Golden Crocodile Douluo is worthy of being an old man who has lived for more than 150 years. He saw Qian Daoliu's thoughts at a glance. So that's it. If he is the husband prepared for Xiaoxu, then this treatment is not surprising. But how outstanding must this child be to make you, boss, value him so much? The other priests discussed it and finally understood why Qian Daoliu treated Luo Chen so well. Qian Ringsu is Qian Daoliu's treasure. He can even take out his own granddaughter, which shows the value of Luo Chen. If he is the grandson-in-law, then it is not surprising. Okay. Qian Daoliu immediately ended the topic. You all keep the matter of that child in your heart, and remember not to disclose it to anyone. Yes. The 6 great priests have always followed Qian Daoliu's lead. They have a very good relationship, and will never do anything to betray the spirit hall. Chapter 32 Blue Silver Emperor. Xiaochen, come, the teacher will take you to rest. In the Pope's palace, Bibidong asked the serving female soul masters to withdraw, and then said to Luo Chen, who was sitting next to her. 2 months after becoming the Pope, Bibidong still lived in the Holy Maiden Palace. Because she hated the Pope's palace, hated this place with the breath of Qian Zhongji. Bibidong originally planned to ask someone to change the decoration of the Pope's palace, and then move in after those places that were obviously in the style of Qian Zhongji disappeared. But now, the Holy Maiden Palace has been damaged. How can Bibidong tolerate Luo Chen to continue living there? There was no way. Bibidong first placed Luo Chen in the guest room of the Pope's palace, and spent an entire afternoon mobilizing a large number of maids and servants to completely erase the traces of Qian Zhongji that she could see. Well, Luo Chen let Bibidong hold him, and walked into the Pope's palace, which had changed greatly in style. The two did not stop, and went all the way up from the main hall to the top floor of the Pope's palace. During this time, Bibidong slowed down her pace, and took the opportunity to extend the time of close contact with Luo Chen. The beautiful Pope enjoyed the feeling of holding Luo Chen in his arms and walking together. Just like those ordinary mothers and children, the child was tired from playing, and drowsy in the arms of his mother. In a half-awake state, she took him home, gently put him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt. Teacher, are we there? Ah. Bibidong was immersed in a beautiful fantasy, and had arrived at the destination unknowingly. That. Bibidong blushed, but still pretended to be calm and said, yes, we are here. As she spoke, Bibidong walked into the room holding Luo Chen, without mentioning the matter of putting him down. Luo Chen was helpless. With his small arms and legs now, he couldn't compete with Bibidong. As the old saying goes, life is like a swamp. If you don't want to jump in, you can only smell it. Xiaochen, what do you think of this room? This is located at the highest point of the Pope's palace. It was originally Qian Zhongji's study room that overlooked the entire Wuhan city. Although it is called a study room, Qian Zhongji rarely comes here to read. Can I read all the books here? Of course. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Bibidong immediately showed a proud smile. Bibidong did not touch the books in the room, because she knew that Luo Chen liked reading. She left them there specially. Of course, Bibidong had all the golden desks and beds that were originally placed there, as well as those soul guides that were obviously lighting, but had extremely flashy shapes, removed. Instead, they were replaced with the elegant lavender that met Bibidong's aesthetic taste. Xiaochen. Bibidong suddenly felt that she seemed to have gone too far. She liked lavender very much, but Luo Chen might not like it. So, Bibidong asked timidly, do you think this color is okay? If you don't like it, the teacher will have someone change it to the style you want now. Oh, no need. I like this color very much. Luo Chen didn't have any requirements for the color, but he was particularly satisfied with the view of the panoramic view of Wuhan city. That's good. Bibi Dong was very happy to hear Luo Chen's answer. Xiao Chen likes lavender, and I like lavender too, so Xiao Chen likes me very much. The beautiful Pope now has his whole heart on Luo Chen, and is afraid that he will be unhappy if he does something. And when Luo Chen praises her, Bibi Dong will be happy for a long time. Master. At this moment, Nao's voice suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's heart. Yeah. Luo Chen and Nao were in tune with each other, and he understood what she meant with just these two words. Nao's dawn incarnation is back, and she brought back a treasure that is extremely important to Luo Chen now. What did you bring back? Luo Chen put his consciousness into the spirit space and saw the incarnation of dawn merged with Nao's body. The next moment, the girl held her hands in front of her and then slowly spread them out and saw a plant emitting a faint blue light floating there. This is. Luo Chen naturally knew what this plant was. Blue silver grass? The plant type soul beasts that are everywhere in the entire Douluo Continent. The blue silver grass, that is so common that it can't be more common. Is this the treasure you said, Nao? That contains huge vitality and is of great help to me. Luo Chen did not doubt Nao. He looked at the blue silver grass carefully and found that it was different from ordinary blue silver grass. There were faint golden lines on the surface. Almost instantly, Luo Chen thought of a possibility. Could this be Yin? Yin, Tang San's mother, the 100,000-year-old soul beast blue silver grass transformed into a human. Luo Chen was not familiar with the original work and only knew that Tang San's mother was resurrected later. But Luo Chen didn't know where Yin was before her resurrection. However, what Luo Chen did not expect was that Nao actually brought back the original body that was entangled with her biological mother. Where did you find her? In a dark cave. Dark cave. Luo Chen did not react for a moment. Why is it in that place? His memory of the Blue Silver Emperor stayed at being hunted by Kaiang Sunji and then sacrificed to Tang Heo. What happened to the Blue Silver Emperor after his death, and how he was resurrected, all belonged to Luo Chen's blind spot in knowledge. But according to Nao's description, the Blue Silver Emperor was planted in a dark cave without sunlight. Luo Chen said he couldn't understand. This is a bit unreasonable. The most important thing for plants to grow is sunlight and water, but the cave that Nao showed Luo Chen was not only dark, but also the soil was too poor. It is hard to imagine what the person who planted the Blue Silver Emperor was thinking and actually imprisoned her in such a place. Forget it. No matter what happened to her, it has nothing to do with me. So, Luo Chen refocused his attention on the Blue Silver Emperor. Nao, you said she is of great help to me. What should I do? Eat her? Thinking of taking Yin, Luo Chen's face was a little embarrassed. To be honest, he couldn't accept it, let alone eating an intelligent life that Luo Chen knew was a human. Just talking about the relationship between the two, Yin and Luo Chen had no grudges, so there was really no need to go to this extent. Of course not to eat her. Nao didn't care about the life and death of ordinary soul beasts, but this Blue Silver Emperor was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. To some extent, she was considered a fellow race recognized by Nao. However, there was a voice in Nao's subconscious that said that, since the soul beast chose to transform, it had nothing to do with the soul beast clan. Whether it lives or dies in the future is all its own choice. Nao didn't know where this idea came from, but she didn't quite agree with this concept. In Nao's view, soul beasts are soul beasts. Even if they transform, they are still soul beasts. Otherwise, kill a person and see if he will produce a soul ring. Since soul beasts can still produce soul rings when they transform, how can she not be a soul beast? Although she has become a grass, her soul can still faintly sense the outside world. This shows that she is still alive and not completely dead. Nao, like Luo Chen, really couldn't have an appetite for such a grass. Master, aren't you still short of 2 soul rings? Do you want her to be my second soul ring? Luo Chen began to consider the feasibility of Nao's proposal. First of all, the Blue Silver Emperor is a plant-type soul beast with the strongest survival ability among the known life forms in Douluo Continent. Therefore, absorbing her as the second soul ring will definitely give birth to a very powerful recovery-type soul skill. If it was just an ordinary blue silver grass, Nao would definitely not approve of the master absorbing it. But she is different. Na said, the Blue Silver Emperor is the emperor of the blue silver grass. Even if it has lost almost all its cultivation due to sacrifice, the essence of life is here. In other words, the blue silver emperor in front of her is still a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and this will not change because of her current miserable condition. Master, what do you think of Na's suggestion? Okay. Luo Chen didn't need to think about it at all. What he needed most now was the ability to quickly recover his body. As the second soul ring, Luo Chen couldn't think of a better choice than the blue silver emperor. Teacher. Bibi Dong was about to leave when Luo Chen called her. She asked in confusion, what's wrong, Chen? Luo Chen thought about it and finally decided to tell Bibi Dong that he was going to attach a second soul ring. Bibi Dong can be said to be the person Luo Chen trusts most besides Na. She is an important guarantee for him to settle down in this world and survive the weak period. For her, Luo Chen doesn't need to keep anything except some trump cards that can protect himself at critical moments. Wang Sheng, so love will disappear, right? King Li is definitely not as good as the extreme one from heaven. Second soul ring. Bibi Dong was very surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect Luo Chen to mention this. Chen, what soul beast do you plan to choose? Previously, Bibi Dong planned to delay the time for Luo Chen to obtain the next two soul rings, hoping that after the disciple's body recovered, he could obtain the best age ratio, or even an extra age soul ring. Luo Chen wanted to obtain the soul ring now. If it were other teachers, such as Yu Xiao Gang, they would definitely question him, asking if he didn't believe in himself. But Bibi Dong wouldn't. She felt that Luo Chen must have his reasons for having such an idea, so as long as Luo Chen could convince herself, Bibi Dong would respect the disciple's intention. Of course, if Luo Chen's reasons were too far-fetched, Bibi Dong would still stop him. She really doted on Luo Chen very much. As long as it was the disciple's request, no matter what it was, Bibi Dong would do it. But there was a premise, that is, Luo Chen could not hurt himself. Otherwise, would Luo Chen commit suicide, and Bibi Dong also support him? In Bibi Dong's view, absorbing soul rings in advance and wasting talent meant that Luo Chen didn't love himself. If she could still watch this, it would be a serious disqualification as a teacher. But what if Chen insists on getting the second soul ring in advance? What should I do? Bibi Dong found that she seemed to be completely unable to be tough with Luo Chen. Her Pope's Majesty, the saint of killing who could kill thousands of people without changing her expression, was completely useless in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen was her favorite, and she couldn't scold him, let alone hit him. Facing the unreasonable behavior of her disciple, the only thing Bibi Dong could do was probably to cry and beg like parents who encountered rebellious children. It was really embarrassing that the Pope couldn't do anything to Luo Chen. Teacher, don't worry, I won't waste my talent, Luo Chen said, taking out the blue silver emperor from the star elm and using his soul power to suspend it in his palm. Is this blue silver grass? Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Luo Chen to take out a blue silver grass and then say that this was the soul beast he was going to hunt to get the second soul ring. Bibi Dong, are you kidding me? Exclamation mark. Chen, you don't scare the teacher. Bibi Dong really wanted to cry. She thought she had done something wrong, causing Luo Chen to torture her by humiliating herself. Ahem, teacher, you misunderstood. Please look carefully, look here, yes, it's here. Luo Chen handed the blue silver emperor to Bibi Dong, and then pointed to the golden lines on the veins. Did you see it? This exquisite golden vein. Bibi Dong also noticed the specialness of the blue silver emperor at this time, but she really didn't know much about blue silver grass. So, this is a mutant blue silver grass? If it is a special blue silver grass, it has some benefits for Luo Chen. Bibi Dong can barely accept it. No. Even if it is a mutant blue silver grass, isn't it still blue silver grass? Bibi Dong, don't think that I can't recognize you, just because you are wearing a translucent golden gauze dress. You want to seduce her cute Chen. No. Teacher, this is not blue silver grass. Luo Chen said with a smile. This is blue silver emperor. Blue silver emperor. Bibi Dong was shocked when she heard the name. She finally remembered. Blue Silver Emperor, 100,000-year-old soul beast, how could she be in your hands? As far as Bibi Dong knew, Blue Silver Emperor should be Tang Heo's wife. It was because of this transformed soul beast that Kyank Sunji was severely injured by Tang Heo. That's why she took advantage of Kyank Sunji's weakness to take revenge. I actually only knew her origin not long ago, Luo Chen said, and discussed with Naya in the martial soul space. The latter released her soul power and condensed a silver dragon that looked like the incarnation of dawn. Teacher, look. Luo Chen summoned the star crown and put it on his head. The next moment, the galaxy surged and a silver dragon flew out from behind Luo Chen, then flew around its master, and then landed on Luo Chen's shoulder intimately. What is this? My first martial soul, the heavenly star crown, has a special function besides the first soul skill. She has no fighting power, but can bring me some natural treasures hidden all over the world. Luo Chen slightly modified the ability of Naya's Dawn incarnation, and after hiding the existence of the key natal star spirit, he told Bibi Dong everything. What a magical ability. Bibi Dong had never heard of a soul skill that could automatically go out to search for treasures, which really opened her eyes. So this Blue Silver Emperor is the treasure that your martial soul, Luo Chen, found from the outside world, which can help you recover quickly? Bibi Dong asked, then why don't you just eat it? After leaving the Star Realm, the Blue Silver Emperor once again felt the movement of the outside world. Her consciousness was very vague, but she still retained the most basic life-seeking and avoiding harm. So after sensing Bibi Dong's malice, the Blue Silver Emperor instinctively began to tremble. Chapter 33 Aryan, I'm sorry, Brother Heo, I belong to him now. Teacher, you scared her. Luo Chen, she's still alive. If I eat her, wouldn't that be the same as eating a human? Huh? Bibi Dong found it difficult to understand what Luo Chen said. She tilted her head and looked at her own disciple in confusion. Why is eating it the same as eating a human? In Bibi Dong's concept, soul beasts are soul beasts. No matter how much those transformed soul beasts look like humans, they are just beasts in human skin. Not to mention killing them, even swallowing them directly is nothing. If you can get benefits just by taking her, Bibi Dong said, I think it's better not to waste a soul ring for this. Bibi Dong, eat it, why not? It's just a grass. Luo Chen secretly thought that Bibi Dong deserved to be a villain. This idea perfectly fits her character of the villain pope. Fortunately, Luo Chen is not the kind of person who likes to impose her ideas on others. Bibi Dong's values have long been established. And she is right, soul beasts are soul beasts. Why do you feel at ease eating a 100-year-old soul beast, but now you have to pretend to be kind when you see a 100,000-year-old soul beast? According to Luo Chen's point of view, if they encounter a soul beast that can transform, or has the ability to create illusions in the future, then it transforms into a human in front of them. What should you do? Teacher, I'm not unwilling to kill. I just can't bring myself to do it. Luo Chen knew what Bibi Dong was worried about. She was afraid that her disciples were too kind and would suffer when facing enemies in the future. But he had killed soul beasts with his own hands before, so there was no such psychological barrier. I understand. Bibi Dong touched Luo Chen's head and said with a smile, since Luo Chen is unwilling, the teacher will naturally not force you. Eating the Blue Silver Emperor will trigger the psychological cleanliness of his own disciples. Bibi Dong expressed her understanding of this. If the Blue Silver Emperor is an enemy, then Bibi Dong will definitely teach Luo Chen and tell him that he must be prepared to kill people when living in this world. On this point, Luo Chen gave Bibi Dong a positive answer. Enemy, it should be killed with thunder. So, that's enough. As for the sympathy for the transformed soul beasts, there are not many transformed soul beasts in the world anyway, and Bibi Dong is willing to keep this innocence for her own disciples. In fact, with Bibi Dong's doting on Luo Chen, even if he doesn't want to kill, she will probably agree. Even if Bibi Dong knows that this is not good for Luo Chen. But so what? At most, she can protect Luo Chen for the rest of her life. Luo Chen is such a kind child. Bibi Dong secretly thought that he was worthy of being her disciple, and he was indeed pure and innocent. Even the transformed soul beasts, Luo Chen would not bear to kill, because of their human appearance. In fact, it was my martial soul that told me to choose Blue Silver Emperor as my second soul ring. Seeing that Bibi Dong was imagining things again, Luo Chen quickly explained, because only in this way can I maximize the benefits that Blue Silver Emperor can bring and allow me to permanently obtain soul skills that enhance my physique. I see. Luo Chen's judgment has always been accurate, and Bibi Dong has no doubts. Well, then you can start. The teacher allows you to absorb this Blue Silver Emperor. The disciple could have absorbed it secretly and acted first, and then asked for permission. But he told himself in advance. This trust made Bibi Dong feel happy. It's a pity that your second soul ring is in a bad position. Bibi Dong felt the situation of the Blue Silver Emperor, and said with some disdain, another rubbish soul beast that is less than 100 years old. Teacher, you don't need to worry about this. Luo Chen smiled and said, she is the Blue Silver Emperor. Even if she is beaten back to her original form, she is still 100,000-year soul beast. What do you mean? Bibi Dong's face turned from worry to joy, and she said expectantly, Xiaochen, your second soul ring is not white. That's right. Luo Chen said, after she became my soul ring, maybe it was just a white soul ring with a single digit age at first, but as time goes by, I have the confidence to make the second soul ring return to its peak. Return to the peak, that is, 100,000-year soul ring. Bibi Dong was happy that her disciple had such an opportunity. The beautiful Pope gently pinched Luo Chen's face and smiled. Although the first soul ring is white for 10 years, if the second soul ring can transform to 100,000 years, thinking of her own disciple's second soul ring, it can reach 100,000 years, instantly making up for the potential loss brought by the first soul ring. As for the fate of the Blue Silver Emperor, although Bibi Dong had no grudge against Tang Heo and his wife, and even received his favor, but she is her, and Luo Chen is Luo Chen. Bibi Dong would not care about Tang Heo or not, if her own disciples needed it. Great. Bibi Dong was happy for Luo Chen. In this way, Xiaochen, you only waste one spirit ring. Nah, you waste it. Your whole family wastes it. Because of Bibi Dong's disdain and belittling of her spirit ring, Nada almost jumped out and punched her with her little fist. Then I will start. Please protect me, teacher. Luo Chen ignored the silver-haired loli who kept protesting in the martial spirit space and prepared to absorb the Blue Silver Emperor. Well, Bibi Dong looked at the disciple sitting cross-legged on the bed, and only his figure remained in her eyes. The soul power flowed, and the crown on Luo Chen's head bloomed with bright starlight. The Blue Silver Emperor, that was originally suspended in the palm of his hand, swayed the grass leaves, as if it had a premonition of what was about to happen. However, it was different from the fear and terror towards Bibi Dong. The Blue Silver Emperor, illuminated by the starlight, instinctively felt joy and excitement, and then waved its branches towards Luo Chen. Any life has an instinctive desire to evolve. Luo Chen's heavenly star crown martial soul contains the power of the heavens. Even if this power of the heavens is very little as a trace, it still has the power that surpasses the power of God. Becoming a star spirit means being able to continuously obtain the nourishment of the power of the heavens. Just like Nana, she has divine power right from the start, and will continue to become stronger as Luo Chen improves, until she becomes a true celestial life. Faced with such an opportunity, how could the Blue Silver Emperor resist? So, Luo Chen naturally absorbed the Blue Silver Emperor's body. Resurrection, my love ahem. Luo Chen almost said the wrong line, and quickly changed his words. Wake up, Blue Silver Emperor. With Luo Chen's calls, a soul that was originally dormant in the Blue Silver Grass Club, and was still in chaos, gradually revived. In the martial soul space, the power of the heavens felt like a waterfall, constantly irrigating the damaged part of the Blue Silver Emperor's consciousness. Luo Chen and Nada appeared here as conscious bodies. In front of the two of them, a huge cocoon made entirely of blue silver grass, with azure blue as a gem, appeared under the starry sky. Wow, is this the new companion? Nada flew around the cocoon curiously, and found that there was an extremely beautiful blue-haired girl inside, curled up in it with her hands on her knees. She was naked, her skin was as white as snow, and her beautiful face was like the most exquisite work of art. Gradually, the Blue Silver Emperor's consciousness began to wake up. Where is this place? I am. Her memory was very confused at this moment. There was the long years she spent in the Stardao Great Forest when she was still a blue silver grass, and the curiosity and joy of choosing to transform into a human and walk in human society. Then, the blue silver emperor looked at a tall figure. It was her former husband, Tang Heo, brother Heo, and suddenly, the blue silver emperor opened his eyes. "My child? Zio-san, my Zio-san. Kakaka." The giant cocoon that wrapped the blue silver emperor began to break, and the blue-haired girl who looked like a fairy in the forest slowly stood up from it. She looked at the world with a confused face, as if she had no idea why she was here. "She's awake. Yeah." Nada and Luo Chen stood on a golden disc and looked at the blue silver emperor who had just awakened. "Where is this place?" The blue silver emperor was confused at first, but with the transformation of the star spirit, some basic knowledge emerged in her mind. Star spirit, transformation, soul ring. Not long after, the blue silver emperor still knew her situation. She raised her head and saw two people looking at her from afar. "I didn't die, but I became the star spirit of that child." Blue silver emperor is now Luo Chen's natal star spirit, just like Naya. She can feel the intimacy of blood connection coming from Luo Chen. Perhaps only Tang-san, who she cares about in her heart, can barely compare with it. "Did you save me?" "Thank you." Blue silver emperor was about to thank Luo Chen for saving his life. However, the next moment, blue silver emperor realized his current state. He was naked and exposed to the two people. Even though Luo Chen and Nana were just children, blue silver emperor still blushed with shame and subconsciously covered his key parts with his hands. "This is the master's star elm, and we are his star spirits." Nada teleported in front of blue silver emperor and taught this junior experience. "You only need to imagine it, and you can turn it into clothes." So that's how it is. "Thank you, little sister." Blue silver emperor had just woken up, and his consciousness was not clear yet. Now that Nada had given him a hint, the blue silver emperor quickly condensed his soul power, and his body began to emit a soft blue light. As the light faded, a beautiful blue-haired girl reappeared. She was about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a blue gold dress. Her elegant and noble temperament set off her delicate face that was not like that of the mortal world, and her azure blue eyes were flawless like blue crystals. Around the hem of her skirt, golden ribbons were raised, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. "I'm sorry for being so rude just now." The blue silver emperor flicked her hair in front of her forehead, her face still blushing. She came to Luo Chen and thanked him. "Hello, I'm the blue silver emperor. You can call me Aryin." Aryin did not resist becoming Luo Chen's natal star spirit. First, Luo Chen's aura attracted her, giving her a different sense of security. Secondly, it was Luo Chen who saved her, allowing her to regain consciousness from the blue silver grass state and reshape her body. With Ayen's kind and simple character, it is natural for her to repay such a favor. Moreover, the transformation of the star spirit is irreversible, and the origins of the two have been bound together. Not to mention that Ayen is not an ungrateful person. Even if she wants to regret it, it is too late now. Therefore, if the way to repay Luo Chen is to stay by his side and serve him like a nanny, Aryin can accept it. "Sister Aryin, can I call you that?" "Of course." Aryin showed a sweet smile, and she looked at Luo Chen with gentle eyes, as if she saw the figure of her own child in the other person. Aryin is different from Naya. The latter has no past and belongs to a brand new life. To her, Luo Chen is the whole world, her only one. However, Aryin is different. Before Aryin became Luo Chen's star spirit, she had a husband, her own family and children. So Luo Chen's requirements for Aryin are not high. He only hopes that Aryin can help him practice, treat him, and not betray him, that's all. "Sister Yin, the mistress you just called is your child, right? You know?" Yin's eyes were filled with joy. "Where are they?" "Yes, can you take me to see them?" Yin's memory stayed at the moment of sacrifice, so she didn't know whether Tang Heo and his son were dead or alive. Although she had decided to stay with Luo Chen, knowing the whereabouts of the two would make Yin feel completely at ease. "Don't worry, I won't expose myself." Yin said that she just wanted to see the father and son. In order to avoid making things difficult for Luo Chen, she would not meet the two again. "As long as I know that they are alive and well, I will be satisfied." Yin knew Tang Heo's love for her. Once he knew that she had become Luo Chen's star spirit and could never be separated, Tang Heo would definitely do something irrational. As a lifesaver and a husband, Yin didn't want to see either party in trouble. Alas, Luo Chen found that the Blue Silver Emperor was indeed very kind. In the original work, Yin never hurt anyone from beginning to end, but because of her identity as a transformed soul beast, she fell to this point. Sister Yin, you have to be prepared, because what I'm going to say next may surprise you. But I promise that everything I say is true. As Luo Chen's star spirit, Yin can feel her master's emotions. She felt a little uneasy and asked with a little worry, yes, did something happen to brother Heo and Xiao-san? Tang Heo is still alive. But Tang-san, Luo Chen, your child should no longer exist. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Yin breathed a sigh of relief, but Luo Chen's next words made her face pale instantly. No longer exists? Yin murmured this sentence, her eyes slightly red, and tears could not stop falling. Xiao-san, my child, is he dead? How could this be? Yin's body trembled, and then she burst into tears. She cried for a long time until her voice choked. Luo Chen did not stop her, he chose to let Yin vent. Can you tell me how Xiao-san died? Yin did not doubt Luo Chen's words at all, because the connection between the star spirit and the master goes straight to the soul. Yin knew clearly whether Luo Chen lied or not, whether he deceived her to keep her. This matter is a bit complicated. Luo Chen raised his finger and tapped Yin's forehead, then shared a memory with her. Sister Yin, take a look for yourself. Chapter 34 Second Soul Skill. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Luo Chen's memory was exactly what he knew about the beginning of Douluo Continent, and it also included his own speculations about the truth of Tang San's time travel. Tang sect, hidden weapons, time travel. These words were not understood by Yin at first, but the knowledge given by Luo Chen supplemented her understanding in this regard. Although Douluo Continent has the concept of soul, there is no concept of reincarnation. Only after breaking through the god level, leaving Douluo Star, and seeing more worlds, will they know the existence of the underworld. Tang-san, is this Tang-san still my child? At this moment, Yin was confused. As a mother, it was difficult for Yin to accept that her child was replaced by someone else. Especially after learning about the concept of possession from Luo Chen, Yin had an instinctive resistance to Tang-san. If it was like in the original work, when Yin first met Tang-san, he had already become a teenager. Without the company of his mother, Yin would not think much about what the child became, and would only think that she owed him. Similarly, if Tang-san lived with Yin for several years or more than 10 years, regardless of whether Tang-san is her biological child or not, Yin will treat him as her own, because they have indeed established a deep relationship. But what is the situation now? Now it has only been more than 2 months since Yin sacrificed herself. For her, it is like yesterday. Not only is there no emotional foundation, but the child she risked her life to protect has become someone else's wedding dress. How can Yin accept this? Sister Yin. Seeing Yin in such pain, Luo Chen felt a little bit sorry. Yin is actually innocent. She did nothing and never hurt anyone, but the result is like this. Xiao Chen, can you tell me where my child is? Since Tang-san has become her child, what about the original child? Where is he? Sorry, Sister Yin, I don't know either. The mystery in the womb has always been the most mysterious. Luo Chen could not give an accurate answer to this. If Luo Chen was Tang-san's black, he would definitely tell Yin that Tang-san took over your child and devoured his original soul. But Luo Chen and Tang-san had no grudges against each other. He would not deceive poor Yin just because he did not like Tang-san. Unless Luo Chen could master the power of time and take Yin back to the past to see the moment when Tang-san came. Otherwise, all this would probably never be answered. Why? Yin absolutely could not accept that a strange adult soul lived in her child's body. When she thought of this, Yin felt that her most precious treasure was stolen by others. But Yin was too kind after all. She rejected Tang-san, but she could not be hysterical and ask Luo Chen to kill him. If Tang-san really took over her body and killed her original child, then Yin would definitely seek revenge. But the problem was that Luo Chen could not give Yin a definite answer. Maybe this is my fate. Tang San's time travel was a huge blow to her. In fact, whether Tang San took over her body or not, Yin could no longer accept this so-called son. Sister Yin, you can actually treat Tang San as your adopted son. Heh. Yin sneered. She knew Luo Chen's comfort was well intentioned. But the question is, what was Tang San like in his previous life? He worshipped strange weapons that could hurt people with hidden arrows, studied various toxins, and studied how to kill a person as quickly as possible, and he always said that you had a way to kill him. What about Yin? In addition to protecting herself, Yin had never hurt any living being. She was so kind, but the soul of a killer whose hands were stained with the blood of innocent people was stuffed into her child's body. Who would adopt such a person? Chen, thank you for telling me the truth. Yin was very grateful to Luo Chen, otherwise she might have been deceived for a lifetime. Obviously, Luo Chen had absolute control over her, and Yin could not disobey any order. However, Luo Chen did not do so. He respected herself and comforted herself, which made Yin more certain that Luo Chen was a good child. In this case, perhaps following Luo Chen and silently watching the world is her best choice. But I really can't accept it. When I think of such a person using my child's body, Yin's face was ugly. I feel sick. She only hoped that this new Tang San could do something good with the body of her child. Otherwise, Yin would rather destroy it with her own hands than let that disgusting Tang sect disciple defile the remains of her child. Yes, Yin has determined that Tang San is not her mistress. The other party is a thief who stole the most precious thing in her world. I'm sorry, I'm embarrassing you. Yin looked at the boy in front of her and gently held him in her arms, as if she wanted to find new sustenance from him. Luo Chen did not resist. He knew that Yin was very sad now. Moreover, Yin was a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Luo Chen didn't know how to convert the cultivation and age of other soul beasts, but blue-silver grass, without tens of thousands of years, could not become a transformed soul beast. Being treated as a younger brother, or even a child by Yin, Luo Chen did not suffer any loss. Then, Yin hesitated. Luo Chen asked hurriedly, only to hear her say, "Can I tell Brother Heo the truth about Tang San? The child belongs to both of them, and Yin feels it is necessary to tell Tang Heo about this matter, so that he knows that the child is not their mistress." Of course, Yin had promised before that she would not see Tang Heo again. For a moment, she was a little afraid to see Luo Chen, fearing that he would regard her as a woman who went back on her word and was greedy. Don't worry, Chen. Yin, I'm just notifying you. I will never expose myself. Okay, Sister Yin. Seeing Yin's painful look, Luo Chen couldn't bear to say, if you want to see them, Na can take you there at any time. Dawn Incarnation is Na's unique ability, but this ability can bring people. If Yin is willing, she can go out with Nana to pick up garbage at dawn tomorrow. Of course, Yin's body cannot leave. It's not that it can't be done, but as a star spirit, her mission is to protect Luo Chen, and Yin cannot violate this most basic principle. Even if Luo Chen becomes an enemy of Tang Heo and his son in the future, Yin can only watch helplessly. She cannot betray Luo Chen, let alone do anything to hurt him. Is it okay? Yin was a little excited, but she still suppressed her impatience. She was sincerely grateful that she had met such a kind and gentle master as Luo Chen. Let me see your attributes, Sister Yin. Soon, after calming Yin's emotions, Luo Chen connected his consciousness with the heavenly star crown. With a slight movement of his mind, the specific data about Yin emerged in the martial soul space. Yin, race, blue-silver emperor star seedling, immature, status, complete soul power, level 30 talent, starlight curtain favorability, extreme trust, extreme gratitude, need to resolve the inner grudges before it can be transformed into absolute, star seedling. Luo Chen found that Yin's race had changed. Like Nana, she was also nurtured by the power of the heavens, and then evolved from the original blue-silver emperor to a star seedling. The meaning of seedlings. Does it mean that Yin can continue to grow? What is the end of the seedlings? Some kind of flower, or a tree? Because there is too little information, Luo Chen does not know what Yin will become in the future. Soul power level 30, isn't it divine power? Luo Chen found another problem. He thought that all the star spirits in the future would have divine power like Naya. Unexpectedly, only Naya was special, and Yin still had soul power. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to go to the library of the Spirit Hall to look for records about soul beasts such as silver dragons. A piece of scale can give birth to a beautiful creature like Naya, who is born with divine power. If you say that the silver dragon is an ordinary soul beast, Luo Chen will never believe it. Sister Yin, what is the specific function of your talent? Luo Chen checked it, but the ability content of the Starlight Curtain is very complicated. Instead of looking at it himself, it is better to let Yin, the owner, explain it directly. This is an auxiliary talent. Yin quickly entered the state that a star spirit should have, and seemed to want to forget her troubles temporarily through work. Chen, your second soul skill is to develop a special domain with yourself as the center. In this domain, Chen, you will gain endless vitality. Yin said, as long as the energy in your body is not exhausted, you can recover quickly, no matter what kind of injury you have. And you can also share this recovery effect with others, so that they can also get a certain healing effect. At this point, Yin added, but in battle, the recovery effect on others cannot be compared with you, Chen. Only after the battle can Luo Chen take the initiative to give his teammates extremely powerful healing effects. In theory, as long as the teammates are not killed directly, Luo Chen can heal them after the battle. So strong. After listening to Yin's introduction, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. The first effect of this domain is similar to the Blue Silver Emperor Soul Bone Soul skill Wildfire Burns, Spring Breeze Blows and Regenerates, but it is a super enhanced version. Not only has it changed from targeting a single target to a group range skill, the effect has also been greatly improved. According to Yin, even if Luo Chen's head is chopped off, he will not die. Luo Chen can quickly put his head back in place, and then his body and head will recover immediately. It can also transform the original body into Starlight, and reconstruct a new body with the head as the center. The whole process will not take more than 5 seconds at most. What a perverted soul skill. Even Naya couldn't help but accuse this soul skill of destroying the balance of the game. Of course, she would never admit that she was worried that her master's position as the number 1 star spirit would be shaken because of Yin's arrival. Naya, damn, why is the newcomer so outstanding? I'm under so much pressure. In addition, my domain has another effect. Yin told Luo Chen that after he unfolded his domain, he could create a bunch of stargrass. These stargrasses are phantoms created by my energy. They can condense the sun, moon, and stars, thereby speeding up the Soul Master's cultivation speed. And it's not just you. As long as they are people you recognize, Chen, let them stay by your side to cultivate, and they will benefit. In other words, this is a group cultivation acceleration buff. As for the specific effect, we have to wait until Luo Chen tries it himself before we can draw a conclusion. Nada was hit by a critical hit again, and she suddenly felt that she was useless. Silver Dragon King, no, Nada is in great danger. Sister Yin, your ability is very helpful to me. Chen, I'm glad you're satisfied. Yin was hit hard by Tang San's incident. She chose to avoid thinking about this issue for the time being. What Yin had to do now was to repay Luo Chen for saving her life. By the way, there is something I want to tell you, Sister Yin. Luo Chen, I'm now a disciple of the new Pope of the Spirit Hall, Baby Dang. Yin's mouth slightly opened, with a surprised expression of a little lamb falling into a wolf's den. Even Luo Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. Sister Yin, don't worry, I actually just joined the Spirit Hall recently. In addition, the previous Pope Kayang Sunji who was hunting down Sister Yin is dead. With Luo Chen's explanation, Yin figured out the current situation, and accepted the fact that Luo Chen was a disciple of the Spirit Hall. Because of preconceived notions, Yin didn't have a good impression of the Spirit Hall. Tang Heo was a disciple of the Haoshan sect, and looked down on the Spirit Hall. When he was with Yin on weekdays, whenever he mentioned the Spirit Hall, he didn't say a single good word. Over time, Yin was inevitably influenced by Tang Heo and believed that the Spirit Hall was an evil organization. I'm telling you the truth, Sister Yin. Don't be angry. Luo Chen said, in this world, it's hard to tell who is right and who is wrong when a soul master hunts soul beasts. Soul masters need to obtain soul rings to break through, and soul beasts will also attack humans and even feed on humans. This kind of existence relationship similar to the food chain has no right or wrong or good or evil. There is, it's just a matter of stance. Which side are you on? Luo Chen is a human, a soul master, and now he has joined the Spirit Hall. It can be said that he is born to stand on the opposite side of soul beasts. Then, does Luo Chen also want to hunt soul beasts? Yin also asked Tang Heo this question, and the other party's answer was that he would not harm kind soul beasts. But Yin found the problem as soon as she said it. Isn't she a soul beast? Nada is also. But the two women have become Luo Chen's natal star spirits. From this point of view, Luo Chen does not have the problem of hunting soul beasts at all, because the way he obtains soul rings is to transform soul beasts into star spirits. The soul beasts were not dead, so why hunt them? Moreover, it was such a blessing to be Luo Chen's star spirit and grow stronger with him. With Luo Chen's talent, it was certain that he would become a god in the future. This also meant that any soul beast chosen by Luo Chen would have the opportunity to ascend to the divine realm with him in the future. I'm sorry, Luo Chen. Yin apologized. I understand what you mean, Sister Yin. If it was attacked by a soul beast, then Luo Chen would choose to fight back in self-defense, which even Yin thought was natural. It was impossible for the enemy to want to kill you, and you couldn't fight back. Yin was kind, not a saint. Similarly, Yin, who had lived in human society for many years, could accept soul masters hunting a certain number of soul beasts. She just hoped that Luo Chen would not slaughter them wantonly. As for the definition of good and evil soul beasts, Yin, who accepted Luo Chen's knowledge sharing, found that this sentence was basically said by Tang Heo himself. He thought that this soul beast could be let go, which was kind. On the contrary, if hunting this soul beast can bring benefits, Tangsun gave a standard answer: you have already chosen a way to die. The three brothers of the Qian Jinan king who did not want to be named said, yes, you are right. I can guarantee that I will never kill soul beasts indiscriminately, but I can't stop other soul masters from hunting soul beasts to become stronger, Luo Chen said. Unless the cultivation rules of Douluo Continent change, the killing between humans and soul beasts will never disappear. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, Music from the Star World. In the conversation with Yin, Luo Chen found that she was actually a gentle person, but she had no opinion. If Luo Chen were to evaluate her, she would be a traditional woman in her previous life. She did not blindly demand Luo Chen, but was also thinking about her own problems. Yin knew that Luo Chen was right. It was natural for humans to hunt soul beasts. Yin was very kind, but her ability was limited. So she chose to persuade Luo Chen, which was considered her contribution to her soul beast identity. At least she conveyed the voice of the soul beast to the people around her, hoping that Luo Chen would treat the soul beast clan well for her sake. Sister Yin, you are too distant. We will be a family that needs to support each other in the future. If you have anything you want to do, just tell me. Maybe I can't do it now, but as long as I persist, we will definitely find a way to solve this problem in the future. Luo Chen had no prejudice against soul beasts, and he would not kill soul beasts just to explode a soul bone. It's just that this problem is really troublesome, because it involves the basic rules of Douluo Continent. To change it, Luo Chen must have enough power. Yeah. Yin looked at Luo Chen expectantly. She found that her little master seemed to be better than Tang Heo. For the same question, Tang Heo said, I will not hurt kind soul beasts. But Tang Heo did not have any answer to the problem of improving the contradiction between soul beasts and humans, let alone thinking and solving it. In Tang Heo's concept, this is common sense. It is Yin who needs to change, not him or the world. He has never thought about dedicating his life to his wife's wishes. Tang Heo only has the Haoshan sect in his heart, and only wants to achieve his legend. So gradually, Yin forgot her position and responsibility as a soul beast, and completely became Tang Heo's pendant, losing her original spirituality. This is not only the case for Yin, but also for Xiao Wu. She came to the human world with the desire to avenge her mother, but finally immersed in the colorful world of the world. In comparison, Luo Chen felt that such Yin was alive. There is nothing wrong with kindness and innocence. What is wrong is that there is no power to pay for this kindness and innocence. Xiao Chen, you are right. Yin agreed with Luo Chen's words. We are not strong enough, and we don't have the power to change all this. But what is truly valuable is Luo Chen's willingness to try. He is not Tang Heo, and he will not ask Yin to be his pendant and let her become an assistant who only treats him. On the other side, now listen to the conversation between the two. For some reason, her heart was inexplicably touched, as if submission was awakened by Luo Chen. Silver Dragon King, yes, it's me. Unfortunately, Naya could not feel the emotions conveyed by the Silver Dragon King. Otherwise, she would understand that her master was exactly what she was waiting for, the one who could bring the future to the Soul Beast clan. I remember that there is a way to transform soul beasts into soul spirits in Douluo 2. Luo Chen has not watched Douluo 2, but he has been hanging around various websites for a long time and can always meet some talents. Therefore, Luo Chen knows about soul spirits. Unfortunately, he does not understand the principles of the soul spirit method and cannot use it. But now that we have a direction, with the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King, it may not be impossible to replicate it, or even surpass the so-called soul method. If you think about it carefully, the transformation of star spirits is itself a very advanced way to preserve the body and mind of soul beasts. If I can understand the essence of the transformation of star spirits, perhaps I can resolve the fundamental contradiction between soul beasts and humans without the need for souls. Luo Chen did not tell Yin about this idea. He just remembered it silently and planned to try it again after his cultivation was successful. Sister Yin can ask Naya about other things. Naya is my first natal star spirit, so I got more information. At this point, Luo Chen suddenly frowned. His sudden change instantly attracted the attention of Naya and Yin. The two asked at the same time, "What's wrong, Master Xiao Chen?" "It's here again." Luo Chen stared at his hands blankly. The feeling of losing something has appeared again. Unlike the first time, Luo Chen's feeling was much clearer this time. There was a voice in the dark telling him that something had separated from his martial soul. But, at this time, two huge stone tablets that were as bright as the starry sky appeared above the three people's heads. No, they were not stone tablets, but two huge cards. Ninth test, content, unknown test pass reward, unknown fail penalty, unknown. Eighth test, content, save the past and the future test pass reward, unknown fail penalty, none. What is this? Not only Luo Chen, but also Naya and Yin looked at the two cards and the words engraved on them in surprise. God test. Luo Chen quickly got the corresponding information from the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial spirit. These two cards correspond to the last two tests of the God test he will face in the future. As for why this thing appeared, according to the information fed back by the martial spirit, this God test mode is very suitable for Luo Chen to control the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King step by step. The essence of the test is a tempering of Luo Chen, and it is also a verification to prove that he has the qualifications to bear more powerful power. Otherwise, rashly passing on the power to Luo Chen all at once is not only not a good thing, but will hurt Luo Chen and destroy Douluo Continent. Bang! In the spirit space, Luo Chen was digesting the precautions about the divine test. In the real world, with the appearance of the divine test, a crisp metal shattering sound came from the crown on Luo Chen's forehead. What's going on? The sound scared Bibi Dang. She cast her eyes on the crown on Luo Chen's head and saw the golden and silver light flowing in the cracks and faintly exuding a suffocating pressure. This. Bibi Dang wanted to ask what happened, but was afraid of disturbing her disciples. For a moment, she seemed a little at a loss. Why did Luo Chen's spirit shatter? Bibi Dong's eyebrows were full of worry. Could it be? No. No. Luo Chen will definitely be fine. Bibi Dong shook her head repeatedly, dispelling all bad thoughts. She knew that the only thing she could do now was to pray silently, hoping that Luo Chen's decision this time would not bring him any more harm. Dingling, however, things did not develop as Bibi Dong hoped. Soon, a cheerful ringtone came from nowhere and reached Bibi Dong's ears. Who's there? Bibi Dong, who was sitting next to Luo Chen, stood up suddenly. Her eyes were cold and her perception was completely open. Bibi Dong kept scanning the room, and at the same time, she carefully created a layer of soul power barrier to protect the disciples who were absorbing soul rings. Dingling. Dingling. The strange metal collision sound did not disappear, but came from far and near, as if something was bouncing closer. Get out. Bibi Dong's martial spirit possessed her body and summoned the soul-devouring demon side at the same time. She concentrated her mental power to the extreme. But even so, Bibi Dong still didn't sense anything. In an instant, Bibi Dong's pupils shrank slightly, and an inexplicable chill emerged from her heart. It can evade my perception. At such a close distance, I still can't detect it. What kind of powerful existence is this? Bibi Dong couldn't imagine it, and she doubted whether she could protect Luo Chen from such a terrible enemy. Damn it. Bibi Dong didn't dare to move too much. She was afraid to disturb Luo Chen. The only thing the beautiful Pope could do was to hold the sickle across Luo Chen's side and keep a close eye on the surroundings to prevent the invisible person from attacking Luo Chen. Dingling, the crisp sound was still there, and Bibi Dong knew that he was beside her. It was just because the two dimensions were different that she couldn't see or touch him. Just like the two objective things at the beginning of the universe, time and space. They are everywhere, but silent. Buzz the low and vicissitudes of ancient music echoed in the study, like a magnificent movement from the beginning of the world. Hoo-la la. In addition to the main melody, there were countless cheerful elves accompanying it. Gradually, Bibi Dong's mind began to immerse herself in this hazy fairy music that was not like the human world. She instinctively realized the benefits of this spiritual movement to herself, and the most obvious one was her use of divine power. The divine power that could only be forced to move with the help of this music gradually merged into Bibi Dong's body and completely became a part of her. But soon, the music stopped abruptly, as if it had never appeared. What's going on? What am I doing? Sound? What sound? Bibi Dong felt extremely strange now, as if she had just had a dream. For a moment, she couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. Boom. Just when Bibi Dong was at a loss for what to do with this invisible guest, two rays of light, golden and silver, shot out from the cracks in Luo Chen's crown. The two rays of light were invisible and intangible, and they were fleeting. Their speed was so fast that even a super Douluo like Bibi Dong only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and then the golden light completely disappeared. What is this? Bibi Dong had never encountered such a strange situation. Is it the new ability of Luo Chen's martial soul? Yes, Luo Chen. Bibi Dong was completely attracted by the beautiful symphony, but she turned her eyes away from Luo Chen. Bibi Dong, realizing this, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and her face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, Luo Chen was still sitting there. He was not hurt, and was still there. Seeing that Luo Chen was fine, Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little scared, and didn't understand what happened to her just now, why she seemed to be half asleep, and attracted by strange music. Suddenly, Bibi Dong looked at her hands, and saw that the soul-devouring demon scythe that should have been held by her disappeared in her hands at some point. No. Bibi Dong stood up again, but was shocked by her own behavior the next moment. When did I sit down? Bibi Dong was completely confused by this scene that seemed to go back in time. Didn't I just stand up and summon my martial spirit? Was this a dream, an illusion, or did time really go back? For a moment, Bibi Dong felt terrified when she thought about it. Bibi Dong shook her head hard to keep herself awake. It should be the power of Luo Chen's martial soul. The only thing she could think of now was Luo Chen's heavenly star crown. The sun disk can evolve martial souls, and a heavenly star crown that can rival it must also have magical features. Just like the little dragon that can go out to hunt for treasures, and the first soul skill that is so buggy. It shouldn't be just this. Bibi Dong admitted that these two abilities are indeed very powerful. But if the object of comparison is the sun disk, Bibi Dong can only say it's too different. So, what happened just now? The power of Luo Chen's heavenly crown seems to have achieved time reversal. Bibi Dong was shocked by her own guess. But, is this possible? Even if it is a real god, can time reversal? Maybe, but such an existence is definitely not what Bibi Dong can imagine now. Forget it. Bibi Dong put her attention back on Luo Chen. Wait until Luo Chen wakes up. I will tell him about this. Her most important job now is to protect Luo Chen and keep him from being disturbed. Fortunately, Bibi Dong's worry and fear did not last long. Who after completely absorbing Yin's body, Luo Chen condensed his second soul ring and his natal star spirit. Luo Chen opened his eyes, and what he saw was a pair of beautiful eyes that were slightly red. It was Bibi Dong. Luo Chen. Bibi Dong saw that Luo Chen was safe and sound, and went up to hug him in her arms. The next moment, Luo Chen's little face was directly buried in the snow-white softness. He instinctively wanted to struggle, but Bibi Dong was getting stronger and stronger, as if she wanted to melt him into her body. Luo Chen, I scared you to death just now. Bibi Dong's voice was hoarse with a little crying. She gently rubbed Luo Chen's hair, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere on her disciple like the night sky. A very strange thing happened just now. Your martial spirit was suddenly broken. The teacher thought you were going to hurt yourself again. Fortunately, Luo Chen was fine. Otherwise Bibi Dong didn't know how heartbroken she would be. Then, Bibi Dong told Luo Chen exactly what had happened just now. Teacher, that should be my god test. The past and the future. This is the content of Luo Chen's 8th test. Although Luo Chen did not understand what this test would ask him to do, since it involves the past and the future, it must be related to the concept of time. God test. Luo Chen told Bibi Dong that he had obtained the god test, which made her very happy. Great. Bibi Dong also told Luo Chen that she had also obtained the god test of the Rakshasa god. In this way, when we break through the 100th level, we can ascend to the god realm together. Thinking of gaining endless life after becoming a god and being able to be with her favorite disciple forever, Bibi Dong secretly vowed that she must complete the Rakshasa god test and must not be separated from Luo Chen. If it was the original Bibi Dong, without the ultimate attributes and the god level martial spirit, she would still worry that she could not complete the god test. But now, Bibi Dong has personally experienced the increase brought by the divine power. Even without the god test, Bibi Dong can spend hundreds of years to create a new god position like the angel god in the past. In order not to be separated from Luo Chen, I have to work harder. Bibi Dong didn't know that when she was being affectionate with her disciples, two star spirits were watching the scene in front of them through Luo Chen. Is she the new spirit hall pope? Yin hadn't received any information from Bibi Dong, but now that she saw her, she was immediately attracted by Bibi Dong's noble temperament and beautiful face. I didn't expect the new pope to be such a beautiful woman. Nada smiled awkwardly. That's because you didn't see her before. Otherwise you wouldn't think so. What? Seeing Yin's confusion, Nada blinded Bibi Dong to the scumbag Uzaya gang, and finally relied on Luo Chen's self-torture to recognize the other party's true face. She is so pitiful. Yin was weak and simple in nature. She didn't look down on Bibi Dong, but felt that she met the wrong person, which was a pity. At the same time, Yin was also glad that she could meet a man like Tang Heo. Nada saw Yin's eyes moving, and her love brain radar immediately beeped. Why is there another love brain? Nada began to doubt whether this world is called Douluo Continent or Love Continent. There is Bibi Dong in front and Blue Silver Emperor in the back. Love brain, so scary. That, Sister Yin. Nada said, there is something I want to tell you. What? Yin likes Nada very much. Although the other party looks a little cold, you will find that she is actually a very well behaved and sensible little girl. After getting along with her, Well, apart from liking to confront Bibi Dong, Nada has no other problems. There is no way who asked Luo Chen to suffer again and again because of Bibi Dong. Nada can bear not to jump out and beat Bibi Dong, which is really restrained. Want her to be nice to Bibi Dong? It's just a daydream. Sister Yin, do you know where I found you? Nada didn't have time to say this before. Now that she had time, she told him about the sunless cave where Yin's true form was found, as well as the half-dead state of the blue silver grass. No, Brother Heo, how could Brother Heo do this to me? Yin was struck by lightning, and her trust in Tang Heo was shaken at this moment. He knows how strong my vitality is, but why? Why did he leave me in such a place? Brother Heo must have planted me there temporarily, it must be like this. But Brother Heo knows where Zio Lan is. The blue silver forest is the kingdom of the blue silver grass, where there is a blue silver king with 80,000 years of cultivation. He is a member of the tribe that Yin trusts very much, and is loyal to him. Even if there is only one seed left, the essence of the blue silver emperor will not change. She is still the blue silver queen of the blue silver grass clan. And as long as she returns to the blue silver forest, the blue silver king will definitely order countless blue silver grass to gather vitality and let her recover quickly. Although she may not be able to reach the point of retransformation, she can still obtain tens of thousands of years of cultivation and restore her self-awareness. Chapter 36, The Autistic Blue Silver Emperor. So, why, Brother Heo? Yin was not stupid and could think of the conflict of interests involved. She wanted to believe Tang Heo, but as a Luo Chen star spirit, Yin was no longer completely influenced by her original subjective opinion. From an objective point of view, Tang Heo was really problematic. You are a 100,000 year soul beast, and he just happened to break through level 90 at that time. Then you were discovered by the spirit hall. This matter was too coincidental. Anyway, Nada didn't believe that there was no trick in this. Because she had shared a lot of knowledge with Luo Chen, Nada knew much more than Yin. For example, Luo Chen's soul came from another world, and he, like Tang San, was a time traveler. In addition, Nada was given a lot of his understanding of the Douluo world by Luo Chen. Among them were various posts and the analysis of water friends. So, Nada told Yin the content that Luo Chen saw in a certain post, after some deletions, and removing the information from another world, about Tang Heo's inference about the Blue Silver Emperor's 100,000 year soul ring. After hearing this, the latter almost shut himself up. Yin wanted to say that this was impossible, but it was too coincidental, really too coincidental. Sister Yin. Just before Yin was about to fall into the vortex of doubt and self-doubt, Luo Chen discovered Yin's problem in time. Don't worry, I'm here to help you find the truth. Whether it's Tang San's time travel or Tang Heo, if he is really that kind of person, Luo Chen, I will definitely help you get revenge. Thank you, Zio Chen. Yin was touched by Luo Chen's concern, and she said, just let it be. Yin smiled bitterly. She would rather believe that Tang Heo really loved her than to know such a cruel truth. Whether it is or not, Yin has now become Luo Chen's star spirit. The rebirth of the heavenly star crown is not without cost. Yin was given a new mission, which is to protect Luo Chen and serve him. Yin did not resist this. She could no longer regard Tang San as her own child, so she placed this love on Luo Chen. In Yin's eyes, Luo Chen was the compensation given by God after she lost her child. Therefore, it was impossible for Yin to abandon Luo Chen and go find Tang Heo. Now that even her love for Tang Heo had wavered, Yin didn't want to see the father and son anymore. Okay. Luo Chen stopped persuading her. He found that he seemed to be very popular with older sisters and had a different kind of attraction to mature women like Bibi Dong and Yin. Well, the feeling of being treated as a son was a little subtle. Zio Chen. In reality, Bibi Dong asked, what soul skills did you gain after absorbing the Blue Silver Queen? Oh, I almost forgot about it. Luo Chen smiled and summoned the crown. He pointed to the damage on the star crown and said, teacher, you just said that my star crown was broken, which is actually a good thing. What? Bibi Dong couldn't understand. A broken martial soul could be a good thing. It's like this. Luo Chen explained, my martial soul is very powerful, and the star crown is more like a seal, to prevent me from being unable to withstand the power of the martial soul and self-protection. Bibi Dong had never heard of such a thing. But Luo Chen was special, and his powerful martial soul ability was not something she could imagine. That's good. Bibi Dong chose to believe Luo Chen, and then heard him say, as for my second soul skill, teacher, take a look. 2 white soul rings appeared around Luo Chen. He raised his right hand, and a plant, that looked somewhat similar to the original Blue Silver Emperor, but completely different in appearance, appeared in his palm. The crystal clear trunk, the tender and dripping leaf buds, it exuded a faint blue light, and the stars flowed in it, as if it contained a small night sky. This is my second soul skill, I call it Stargrass. Luo Chen said, Stargrass has 3 effects. The first is extremely powerful healing ability, the second is that it can increase the speed of Soul Masters cultivation, and the third is to make edible stargrass like food type Soul Masters, bringing an increase in all attributes. Bibi Dong looked at Luo Chen in surprise. She was a little confused. This is a soul skill? Healing, auxiliary cultivation, and consumption increase. Are you sure this is a soul skill, not 3? Well, to be precise, it should be 2 soul skills. Luo Chen told Bibi Dong that the healing and auxiliary training of the stargrass is actually a field skill. In this field, Luo Chen will sow soul seeds and grow stargrass around his body. Under the light of the stargrass, any soul master, as long as Luo Chen allows, can enjoy the benefits of healing and auxiliary training. In terms of effect, although it is much worse than mine, it is still very good. Luo Chen planned to let Bibi Dong try it out, and immediately unfolded the starlight field to cover Bibi Dong. I'll try. Bibi Dong hurriedly sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to practice soul power. Her current soul power cultivation is level 97. Although the self-fusion of martial souls can allow her to break through to level 99, that is not a normal state after all. And if you want to break through level 98 and 99 by your own ability, even if Bibi Dong has been strengthened by Luo Chen, it is estimated that it will take 4 or 5 years. Of course, if Bibi Dong chooses to add a spirit ring to her second martial soul, she will be able to reach the maximum level immediately. What a strong increase. Bibi Dong woke up from her training, her eyes full of surprise. Luo Chen, my training speed has increased by at least 20%. 20%? Luo Chen compared his own situation, and his training efficiency in the starlight field has doubled. This means that the original training for 1 year can increase 34 levels. Now it has doubled. Luo Chen, you doubled your training speed? Bibi Dong was shocked by the effect of Luo Chen's second spirit skill, so she once again sighed at the power of the god level martial soul. It seems that in the near future, Luo Chen, you will create a new record of the youngest title Douluo. You are worthy of being my disciple. Bibi Dong was happy for Luo Chen's excellence. However, Bibi Dong did not know that Luo Chen's second spirit skill also has growth potential. Luo Chen is not sure about the specific effect for the time being. He can only wait and see after he attaches the third spirit ring. Luo Chen, you must be tired, right? Bibi Dong smiled and picked up Luo Chen. Come on, teacher will take you to take a bath and rest early today. In the blink of an eye, Bibi Dong had brought the bewildered Luo Chen to the most luxurious bath of His Majesty the Pope. Teacher, that... Unfortunately, before Luo Chen could say anything, Bibi Dong had already taken off the Pope's crown. Luo Chen? Bibi Dong saw that Luo Chen did not respond, and smiled. Do you want the teacher to help you take off your clothes? Luo Chen was a little confused now, but looking at Bibi Dong's expectant eyes, he shook his head repeatedly and said, I can take it off by myself, no need to trouble the teacher. Okay. Bibi Dong was a little disappointed, but still turned around and took off the various accessories on her body. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The breeze blew up the lavender gauze curtain that fell in front of the balcony, and under the light of the lighting soul guide, a graceful figure was reflected. Bibi Dong took off the Pope's robe, revealing smooth and delicate snow white skin. The jade feet tapped lightly, and the white long legs pushed aside the mist, slowly immersed in the steaming bathtub, and the beautiful Pope let out a comfortable moan, and then slowly put up her wine red long hair. Chen, why are you still standing there? Bibi Dong looked back at the disciple, who was still standing there, and saw that the boy was holding a snow white bath towel in both hands, covering his body. Come here quickly, the teacher will help you wash first. Luo Chen raised his head, his face was slightly red, and his eyes didn't know where to put. The beautiful Pope soaked half of her body in the water, revealing only her shoulders, that turned pink due to the hot water, and half of her snow white skin, but she didn't care at all about exposing her body to her beloved disciple. This is indeed the case. Bibi Dong was not at all prepared for a child who was only 6 years old. Well, teacher, Luo Chen said awkwardly, why don't you wash first, and I'll come later. Puchy. Looking at Luo Chen's shy look, Bibi Dong just thought he was too cute. Luo Chen, you kid, why are you shy in front of the teacher? Come on, come to the teacher. Luo Chen had no choice but to choose a seat a little further away and sit down obediently. Hooala. Really, why are you sitting so far away? Bibi Dong couldn't stand it anymore, so she directly pulled Luo Chen over, then bent her legs slightly and put the disciple in her arms. Then, as if to punish him for not listening, she pinched Luo Chen's face and gently pulled it to both sides. Teacher, his Luo Chen was lying in Bibi Dong's arms at this time. In an instant, Luo Chen's breathing even quickened a bit. Hoola la. Bibi Dong obviously noticed Luo Chen's reaction, but she didn't care. In her opinion, Luo Chen was born as an orphan and had never experienced the taste of maternal love since childhood. He felt so uneasy just because she held him in her arms. Chen is so good. Seeing that Luo Chen stopped struggling, Bibi Dong was satisfied and used her soul power to absorb the cleaning fragrance placed in the distance. Luo Chen's hair was not short and was very fluffy. It felt very good to touch. While washing Luo Chen's hair, Bibi Dong enjoyed the wonderful experience of her disciple sitting in her arms and letting her take care of him carefully. Teacher, is the hair almost washed? Yeah. Bibi Dong concentrated her soul power and controlled the water flow to wash away the foam on Luo Chen's head. The next moment, the soul guide under the pool water began to work, filtering the foam and making the pool water clean again. Seeing Bibi Dong finally finished the action, Luo Chen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect the beautiful Pope to say, okay, Chen, stand up now, the teacher will help you wash your body. A quarter of an hour later, Bibi Dong finally satisfied her overflowing maternal love on Luo Chen and took out Luo Chen and her own clothes from the soul guide. The moon white nightgown was specially made for Luo Chen by the spirit hall. It was very comfortable to wear. Luo Chen's injury had just been healed today, and he performed the ascension ceremony for Bibi Dong. He was mentally exhausted, so he fell asleep as soon as he got on the bed. Chen, Bibi Dong came to Luo Chen's side. At this time, her long wine red hair had been let down, and she was only wearing a lavender gauze nightgown. Are you asleep? The beautiful Pope lay gracefully on her side beside Luo Chen. She supported her chin with her hand, her beautiful eyes moving, admiring her disciple's cute sleeping face. So cute. Bibi Dong subconsciously put her hand on Luo Chen's chest and patted him gently. Chen is great. Not only is he smart and considerate, he is also very caring. Recalling how good Luo Chen was to her, Bibi Dong couldn't help but envy him. I don't know who has such luck to be favored by my little Chen. Inexplicably, Bibi Dong felt a sense of deja vu in her heart. Speaking of which, will Chen be seduced away by Vixen outside in the future? If the person Chen likes does not belong to the spirit hall, then Bibi Dong was shocked by her own thoughts. No, Chen is so obedient, he will definitely not leave me. Thinking that Luo Chen might leave her and be abducted by a woman outside, Bibi Dong felt bad. At this moment, Bibi Dong actually found that she understood Kayang Sunji a little. Damn it. Bibi Dong quickly dispelled this thought. No, I must not let this happen again. She admitted that she was indeed too naive in the past and was deceived by Uzayada Gang, the scumbag. But Kayang Sunji was also wrong. Then how can we avoid it? Bibi Dong is not Kayang Sunji. She will never hurt Luo Chen. But at the same time, Bibi Dong is even more reluctant to let Luo Chen leave her. Right. Suddenly, the beautiful Pope thought of a way. If I can make Luo Chen fall in love with someone from the spirit hall early, wouldn't it be good? At this moment, the figure of Hulina emerged in Bibi Dong's mind. Hulina is definitely a good choice, but Bibi Dong doesn't know why. When she thinks of Luo Chen falling in love with Hulina, her chest feels sore. In addition to Hulina, there is also Kan Ringsu. TSK. Inexplicably, Bibi Dong felt even more uncomfortable. Although she didn't want to say it, Bibi Dong had to admit that Kan Ringsu was indeed the best choice for Luo Chen. It's not that Kan Ringsu is so good. Bibi Dong, compared with Luo Chen, that child is nothing. What really satisfied Bibi Dong was the relationship between Kan Ringsu and herself. After she married Luo Chen, Luo Chen's parents died early, and he married that child. I'm his only mother in this world. At this moment, Bibi Dong's thoughts coincided with Kan Daoliu's. The only problem was that Bibi Dong really disliked Kan Ringsu and didn't want to give her away for nothing. Little Angel, who is the biological child, Bibi Dong, humph, a mere daughter, not even a fraction as good as Luo Chen. If she could switch, Bibi Dong would definitely throw Kan Ringsu out. Any hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to Luo Chen. Chapter 37 Spirit Hall Academy. It's dawn. The next day, Luo Chen woke up in Bibi Dong's warm embrace. He struggled slightly, and through the smooth gauze, his face rubbed lightly against the rich and generous land, and the tip of his nose also came with the refreshing fragrance of the beautiful Pope. Wu, perhaps sensing Luo Chen's movement, Bibi Dong subconsciously hugged him tighter. Even in her sleep, Bibi Dong's movements were still extremely gentle, as if she instinctively treated Luo Chen as a fragile porcelain, afraid of hurting him. This is really. Luo Chen had no choice but to continue to use Bibi Dong as a pillow. As the old saying goes, since you can't resist, you can only enjoy it. It's so comfortable to sleep. Soon, Bibi Dong woke up from her sleep. Just like last time, with Luo Chen by her side. She slept very peacefully. Bibi Dong stretched lazily without any image, showing her perfect body curves in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen, what time is it now? Luo Chen was a little speechless. Who is the adult? Obviously Bibi Dong is the teacher, but she asked Luo Chen about the time to get up. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she hugged Luo Chen in her arms and completed today's good morning stickers. Luo Chen couldn't do anything about Bibi Dong and could only let her do whatever she wanted. It would be great if I could always accompany Luo Chen. As the Pope, Bibi Dong had a lot of things to do. She wanted to accompany Luo Chen all the time. However, due to the busy affairs, she could only enjoy the hard-earned parent-child daily life when she had time or at night. That's right, Bibi Dong has decided that she wants to live with Luo Chen. The reason is also very sufficient. First of all, the starlight field can increase her cultivation speed. The soul masters of Douluo Continent do not need to practice all the time. Take Bibi Dong for example. She only needs to practice for 2 hours a day to complete her daily practice and expand and strengthen the meridians in her body to the limit. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. If you force yourself to practice, it will not only bring great burden to your mind and body, but also leave all kinds of hidden dangers, leading to damage to your foundation. Therefore, it is right to relax and work hard. Bibi Dong also taught Luo Chen this. The best time to practice every day is at dawn in the morning, and 1.5 hours before going to bed. In addition, Bibi Dong brought out that reason again. It's not safe at night. With the teacher by your side, no one can hurt you. The highest combat power of the spirit hall now is Kan Daoliu and Bibi Dong. And Luo Chen, the poison in your body, must be checked by the teacher every day, just in case. Well, the reason for the physical examination was also made up. What else can Luo Chen say? After all, who can refuse a soft and fragrant Bibi Dong? Luo Chen, use this to test the katas? Which kata can withstand such a test? Exclamation mark. Hoo-la-la. Soon after, the master and the apprentice finished washing up. They opened the window to let the wind outside bring in fresh air. Then two figures, one big and one small, sat cross-legged on the bed and began their morning class. Star grass appeared around the master and the apprentice. They exuded quiet starlight, as if the Milky Way was flowing around them, and finally turned into strands of azure soul power, and merged into their bodies. Soon, half an hour of practice was over. Bibi Dong retracted her soul power. She looked at Luo Chen, and saw her own disciple gave her a smile. Teacher, this is the first time that the practice has been so smooth. The 20% increase is still too conservative. Being in Luo Chen's starlight field, Bibi Dong only felt that the efficiency of refining soul power and the quality of soul power had been greatly improved. Not only that, after the soul power attached to the starlight enters the body, it will also help Bibi Dong repair some damage to the tendons and veins. If you really want to calculate, Bibi Dong has a feeling that, if she can bathe in the starlight for a long time, she will definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. Xiaochen with a knock on the door. Hulina called out from outside the door. Are you awake? Senior sister. Opening the door, Luo Chen saw Hulina. The little fox looked worried, obviously still worried about Luo Chen's sudden collapse. Xiaochen. Seeing that Luo Chen was safe and sound, the little fox quickly threw herself into his arms. Great. It's great that you're okay. Ahem. Seeing Hulina and Luo Chen so close, Bibi Dong interrupted with some jealousy. Nana, why are you so irritable? Huh? Hulina was obviously a little surprised why Bibi Dong was here. Her eyes looked through the gap between the two of them and saw a lavender transparent gauze nightgown that had not been put away yet. At this moment, the little fox was struck by lightning. Teacher, do you live with Xiaochen? Hulina was so surprised that she didn't know what to say for a moment. If the little fox wasn't only 6 years old this year, she would definitely complain in her heart that Bibi Dong ran away secretly, which was really despicable. Of course, the reality is, Hulina, woo woo woo, the man was taken away by the teacher, the wronged little fox, pitiful, weak and helpless. Ahem. Bibi Dong was naturally prepared. Xiaochen is weak. As a teacher, of course I have to take good care of him. Well, the little fox had nothing to say. Then, teacher, are you going to the academy with us? Hulina naturally hugged Luo Chen's hand, calling it support, but in fact she just wanted to stick to him. Bibi Dong had told Luo Chen before that she hoped he could keep a low profile. Bibi Dong also told Hulina this here and asked her to tell Wang Sheng, who was waiting outside the hall. The teacher arranged for me to freely choose whether to go to class or not. Luo Chen chose to take some theoretical courses, and he did not intend to participate in those practical combat and training. The reason for this was to avoid being exposed. Bibi Dong agreed with this. With Xiaochen's qualifications, it will probably not take long before those lecturers can no longer teach you any theory. Speaking of Wuhan theory, Bibi Dong herself is a master of theory, so she knows very well how terrible Luo Chen's qualifications are in theory. As for the issue of combat experience, Bibi Dong will arrange trustworthy people to give Luo Chen enough training in private. In fact, Wuhan Hall has always prepared practical training for the sons and daughters of saints. Although Luo Chen does not have the title of the son of saint, his treatment is even better than that of the sons and daughters of saints of all generations. In actual combat, Bibi Dong specially prepared 3 levels of training modes for Luo Chen: simple, difficult, and extreme. The simple mode is to let Luo Chen compete with peers such as Wang Sheng and Hulina. There must be some restrictions during the period in order to keep it at a level that both parties can gain. In the difficult mode, Luo Chen will fight against spirit masters whose paper data is far superior to his. In the final extreme mode, titled Douluo, such as Yu Guan and Gui Mei, will let Luo Chen and others face enemies with far superior strength in advance, so as to train their countermeasures. If necessary, even Bibi Dong will personally go into battle and train her children well. It is unimaginable to let titled Douluo practice with them in other sects. Only the spirit hall is rich and powerful enough to arrange such a loop. Let's go. Bibi Dong picked up the 2 children and flashed from the top floor of the Pope's hall to the door of the hall. Greetings to the Pope. The guards standing guard on both sides saw Bibi Dong and knelt down to salute. No need to be polite. Bibi Dong put the 2 down and then said gently, "Okay, Nana, take Xiaochen to the academy. Remember to keep it a secret." Bibi Dong had accumulated many days of work because she was worried about Luo Chen's safety. Although she had Luo Chen as a new sustenance, Bibi Dong was still a strong woman after all. Since she has taken over the post of the Pope, it is necessary to control the spirit hall. Bibi Dong does not want to return this foundation to the Khan family. I know, teacher. Nana took Luo Chen's hand and walked out. Luo Chen, I'll help you. Teacher, let's go. Go, take care of yourself. Bibi Dong waved goodbye to the two and told Juji Ui Douluo to follow them, protect them. Yes. Juji Ui Douluo knew the importance of protecting Luo Chen and Hulina. Not to mention Luo Chen's ability, Hulina also represents the future of the spirit hall. Moreover, this kind of task of being a nanny is easy for Juji Ui Douluo. After all, Bibi Dong was raised by the two of them. Luo Chen. Outside the Pope's palace, Wang Sheng was standing next to a beautifully decorated carriage. When he saw the two people coming out, he hurried forward. How is your health? I'm fine. I'm sorry to have worried you, brother Wang Sheng. The three children got on the carriage and drove towards the direction of the Spirit Hall Academy. Outside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong looked far in the direction where the carriage left. She seemed to notice the emotional fluctuations of the guards around her, and her whole aura changed, instantly transforming into the majestic and noble Pope of the Spirit Hall. These guards are all die-hard fans of the Spirit Hall, and they will never betray. Even if any secrets are leaked, they will only leak them to Kai and Daoliu. But it doesn't matter now. Kai and Daoliu already knows about Luo Chen's existence anyway. Bibi Dong and him have a tacit understanding. The two of them, one openly and one secretly, will protect Luo Chen, who is the future hope that is crucial to the Spirit Hall. Who did you send? Old 6 and Old 7. At some point, Kai and Daoliu appeared beside Bibi Dong. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards that child. No ill will? Bibi Dong looked at Kai and Daoliu suspiciously until the great priest sighed helplessly. Luo Chen is a good child. You are Zua's mother after all. You have to consider her. Bibi Dong subconsciously wanted to refuse and mocked Kai and Rinxu a few words. So what if she is her biological daughter? Kai and Rinxu is not worthy of her Luo Chen. Bibi Dong, don't. You don't want that child to be kidnapped by a vixen outside like you one day, do you? Good guy. Kai and Daoliu's words. Bibi Dong always felt that this old man was making indirect accusations. But Bibi Dong had to admit that Kai and Daoliu really hit her sore spot. Whether it's the little girl named Hulina or Xiaoxu, Kai and Daoliu said, they are all family members after all. The meat is rotten in the pot, and the fat water does not flow into the fields of outsiders. Kai and Daoliu said that, if Kai and Rinxu lost to Hulina in a fair competition, he would have nothing to say. On the contrary, he also hoped that Bibi Dong could admit the relationship between Xiaoxu and Luo Chen, and not cause tragedy again. Bibi Dong was silent for a long time. If it was just her, Bibi Dong would definitely refuse. The Khan family, Bibi Dong would not leave the good things to them, even if she went in person. But she still had to consider Luo Chen's thoughts. If she has this ability, it can make this seat look at her with a high regard. Bibi Dong couldn't refuse, because she was also afraid that her regret would be repeated on Luo Chen. Although she was dissatisfied with Kai and Rinxu in various ways, she actually cared about this daughter. The most important thing is that no matter who gets Luo Chen's heart between Hulina and Kai and Rinxu, her mother-in-law's position cannot be shaken. What if Kai and Rinxu gets Luo Chen? When she gets home, she will still want to make things difficult for her. She really thinks that she can do whatever she wants with Luo Chen. See if she doesn't teach Kai and Rinxu some lessons and tell her what setting rules means. Bibi Dong, just a daughter-in-law, crawl away from me. We are here. This is the Wuhan Hall Academy. Luo Chen and the other two didn't know about the private agreement between Bibi Dong and Kai and Daoliu. They had already arrived at the Wuhan Hall Academy. The academy is located in the South City. It occupies a large area. Its various facilities, environment, and resources are even better than those of the Xiandao Royal Academy. Luo Chen, let me help you. As soon as she got off the car, Hulina pushed Wang Sheng away and took the seat that originally belonged to him. Wang Sheng shook his head at the intimacy. Thank you. Luo Chen didn't refuse. After all, who could refuse the love-brained little fox who only has him in his eyes? You have enrolled? I enrolled 2 months ago. Hulina told Luo Chen that the enrollment time for the Wuhan Hall Academy is in September every year. She awakened her martial spirit 3 months ago, so she entered school early. When Luo Chen was seriously injured and unconscious, Wang Sheng was brought to the principal's office by Douluo and enrolled as a special student. He was also placed in the elite class, where Hulina was. The teachers in the academy naturally did not dare to have any objections to this. Who dared to question the one brought by Douluo himself? As for the students, after learning about Wang Sheng's innate full soul power and the amazing talent of the top beast martial spirit, they shut up instantly. In the Douluo Continent, strength is respected. In the world of soul masters, the strength of talent determines the level of status. Then where are we going now? Should we go directly to the class? Just go to the class. At some point, Yu Guan appeared beside the 3 little ones. Elder Ju. No need to be polite. Douluo smiled charmingly. Just call me Grandpa Ju. Ju Gui Douluo is the most familiar title Douluo to the 3 of them, and he witnessed the awakening of the 3 little ones alone. Hulina was reported by him, and Wang Sheng's ascension ceremony was also considered an awakening. With this relationship, calling him Grandpa is obviously closer. Chapter 38. Is it really okay for you to come to class with so many privileges? Grandpa Ju. X3 okay. Douluo was quite satisfied. He said, let's go. You guys come with me first and take Xiaochen to register for school. Led by Douluo, the group walked straight into the dean's office of the Spirit Hall. Xiao Juna, I brought the person here. The dean of the Spirit Hall Academy is a beautiful white-haired lady. Her name is Tuoba Yun, and she is the younger sister of Tuoba Zi, the leader of the Holy Dragon sect. Meet Elder Ju. Seeing Douluo coming, Tuoba Yun quickly stood up and saluted. No need to be polite. Douluo, you have already met Nana and Wang Sheng. As for this child, he is the special student who will be enrolled today. Is that him? Tuoba Yun looked Luo Chen up and down. Sister Dong, ahem. His Holiness the Pope has already told me. Tuoba Yun, who is only 27 years old now, has reached level 79 in soul power. Although he cannot be compared with a peerless genius like Bibi Dong who has twin martial spirits, Tuoba Yun is confident that he can break through the realm of title Douluo within 20 years. Level 79, White Armor Earth Dragon Martial Spirit. Has the Holy Dragon sect already hooked up with the Spirit Hall? I almost forgot. I'm also a member of the Spirit Hall now. Soon, Luo Chen realized that the word hooked up didn't seem to be a good word. Then, a man of insight is a hero? Thinking of this, Luo Chen discovered a problem. That is, the Spirit Hall is not short of Soul Douluo level strongmen. If it was just because of her high talent, Tuoba Yun would still be unlikely to sit on the important position of the Dean of the Spirit Hall Academy, which is related to the new generation of the Spirit Hall. Sister Dong? Oh, that's it. As soon as Tuoba Yun opened her mouth, Luo Chen was sure of the reason why she could be the dean. This woman is Bibi Dong's confidant. And being able to call Bibi Dong Sister Dong shows how good their relationship is in private. That's not surprising. Luo Chen understood the academy holds the future, and the teacher will definitely let someone he trusts take the position. Bibi Dong has only been the Pope for 3 months, and during this period, there must have been a major purge of the management. A new emperor has new ministers. This is inevitable. For Bibi Dong today, loyalty is obviously more important than talent. The Pope has told me about your situation. Let's go. Tuoba Yun gently took Luo Chen's hand. I'll take you to the elite class. Thank you, Principal Tuoba. Don't be so polite to me. Tuoba Yun has a good impression of the 3 little ones, especially Hulina and Luo Chen, who are Bibi Dong's disciples. Just based on this point, Tuoba Yun didn't think of them as outsiders. When there is no one, you can just call me Sister Tuoba or Sister Yun. Tuoba Yun encountered a big crisis when she was still a girl. At that time, it was Bibi Dong who took action in time to save her. Because of this life-saving grace, Tuoba Yun was completely fascinated by Bibi Dong and began to chase her back frantically. The Holy Dragon sect and the Spirit Hall have always been on good terms. In order to be closer to Bibi Dong, when the Holy Dragon sect wanted to send disciples to the Spirit Hall, Tuoba Yun responded positively and joined the Spirit Hall. She is Bibi Dong's junior and served Bibi Dong when she was still a teenage girl. When Bibi Dong came to power and became the new pope, Tuo Yun was also promoted and became the new dean of the Spirit Hall Academy to provide talents for Bibi Dong. In that case, Ju Douluo said, "Then I will hand these children over to you. Please rest assured, Elder Ju, I will take good care of them." Although 3 months have passed, Tuo Yun is still very excited that she can become the dean of the Spirit Hall Academy. The Pope has entrusted her with such an important task. Now he has entrusted 2 disciples and a genius with innate full soul power. What kind of honor and trust is this? I heard from the Pope that Luo Chen is a genius with innate full soul power. Tuo Yun knew that Luo Chen was Bibi Dong's disciple, but that was all. She didn't know Luo Chen's specific soul power. She only knew that he was born with full soul power and had a mutant auxiliary martial soul. However, he was weak and sickly and was not suitable for daily training in the academy, so she needed to take care of him more. Yeah. Luo Chen nodded and said, "It's my honor to be favored by the teacher." Hearing Luo Chen say this, Tuo Yun, who was a fan of Dong, felt happy, and then the more she looked at this sensible child, the more she liked him. "I'll take you to the elite class." Tuo Yun, who was smiling, did not let anyone lead the way, but personally took Luo Chen, Hulina and Wang Sheng to the class. On the way, Tuo Yun began to introduce Luo Chen to the class information in the academy. The Spirit Hall Academy is divided into elite classes, advanced classes and ordinary classes. Among them, the ordinary class is open to all spirit masters. No matter what your talent is, even if your innate spirit power is level 0.5, as long as you are willing to join the Spirit Hall, you can get free education. Don't think this is impossible. After all, the Spirit Hall can give out 1 gold soul coin to spirit masters, 10 gold soul coins to great spirit masters, and 100 gold soul coins to spirit masters. The subsidy of 1 gold soul coin can be given out every month, but it's just free education, which is really nothing. The selection criteria for the advanced class are those with innate spirit power of level 5 or above, and the backbone of the future who are expected to break through to the level of Soul King. In the final elite class, each student's innate spirit power is over level 7. Their goal is to break through level 70 and become a soul saint. The worst of these people will be a black cardinal in the future, and the best can become a red cardinal or even a platinum cardinal. That's about it. Tuo Yun, Yu and Wang Sheng both have full innate soul power. Nana is slightly inferior, but also has 9.5 level innate soul power. She didn't know about Ulina's martial soul's ascension, and her memory of the little fox still stayed in the past. In this way, everyone walked and soon came to the classroom, where the elite class was located. "Teacher Andrew. Principal Tuoba, why are you here?" It was now class time, and a 50-year-old middle-aged man in the class was telling the students about various soul beasts. His name is Andrew, a level 61 Soul Emperor, and he is the head teacher of the elite class. There are more than 30 students in the elite class, all of whom are under 8 years old. In addition to being divided according to qualifications, the classes in the Wuhan Hall Academy are also divided according to strength. Among them, those below level 10 are basic classes, those from level 10 to level 20 are elementary classes, those from level 20 to level 30 are intermediate classes, and those from level 30 to level 40 are advanced classes. The class that Luo Chen and the other 2 joined was the elementary class. The soul power of the students in the class is over level 10, and they are basically children who awakened their martial souls this year, and only a few have practiced for more than a year. They will practice in the academy until their soul power exceeds level 40. With the cultivation level of a soul sect, even if they are outside the spirit city, they can at least serve as the master of a branch hall. In addition, if you are over 25 years old, no matter what level your soul power is, you must graduate from the academy. A transfer student? Is he another genius like Wang Sheng? Unlike the original novel, Wang Sheng is now a real genius. With his innate full soul power, he is the undisputed number 1 in the elite class of the Spirit Hall. Of course, this is also because Hulina did not reveal her specific soul power. Otherwise, at the age of 6, she has a soul power of level 15, which would scare the students present to death. Yeah. Tuo Yun nodded to Andrew. This child is called Luo Chen. Like Wang Sheng, He is a transfer student specially recruited by the Spirit Hall this year, and he has full innate soul power. Really full innate soul power. Don't look at Luo Chen and Kyan Ringsu, who are more abnormal than each other, and they are often full innate soul power of 20 or 30, and have god level martial spirits. But for the Spirit Master world, full innate soul power is a peerless genius. There have been only a dozen full innate soul power in the past 100 years, which shows how rare and precious it is. Andrew, come out with me. Without giving Andrew time to get excited, Tuoba Yun called him out and specifically told him about the privileges Luo Chen enjoyed in this elite class. Only half a day of theoretical classes. No training in the afternoon. Competition and games in the class, unless he asks for it, must not be forced, even if it is secretly mocked. This. Andrew was confused, thinking to himself, is this a student coming, or a father coming? He wanted to ask Tuoba Yun what Luo Chen was like. This privilege was too much. Don't ask so many questions. Tuoba Yun himself didn't know. He only knew that Bibi Dong attached great importance to Luo Chen. You just need to know that this is an order issued by the Pope himself. Pope. Andrew is also a soul master of Bibi Dong school. He has poor qualifications, but he has made great achievements in theory, so he was arranged by Bibi Dong to the elite elementary class. While Andrew was communicating with Tuoba Yun, Luo Chen in the class, with the help of Hulina, sat next to her brother Ziyu. This is my brother, Ziyu. Hello. Okay. Ziyu was not as cold as he was when he was a child. He smiled and said to Luo Chen, your name is Luo Chen, right? Nana has been talking about you in my ears these days, and I finally saw you today. Ziyu looked at Luo Chen and found that he looked good and was not as weak as his sister said. Oh. Luo Chen asked curiously, what did she say about me? She praised you for being handsome. Brother Hulina blushed and pushed Ziyu aside, pretending to be fierce and threatening. If you say that again, I'll hit you. See. Ziyu tilted his head back, allowing Luo Chen to see the expression that was blocked by Hulina. That's it. Woo wow. Wow wow wow. Hulina quickly patted her brother on the body, asking him not to ruin his image in Luo Chen's eyes, but it made Ziyu and Luo Chen laugh. Another innate full soul power. Is he the same genius as Boss Wang Sheng? What type of martial soul do you think he has? Because the teacher didn't come back for a long time, the students in the class began to discuss. I don't know who is more powerful, him or Boss Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng has a generous personality and is a righteous man. He has been recognized by many boys just after entering the class. HMPH. Among the students, a red-haired boy who had been watching Hulina, Ziyu and Luo Chen play, curled his lips in disdain. How can a sickly boy be so powerful? This person was Yan from the golden generation. Perhaps he was a little unhappy to see Hulina supporting Luo Chen intimately. However, before he could open his mouth to mock, Wang Sheng, who was about to sit on the other side of Luo Chen, suddenly stopped. Hey, Yan boy. Wang Sheng came to Yan with a bad look and slapped the table hard. Try to say what you just said to me again. Wang Sheng knew how powerful Luo Chen was. However, his strength was too strong, and he basically would not show it in class, which would inevitably be questioned by his classmates. Wang Sheng did not want the person he believed in to follow to be insulted even a little. Luo Chen is very strong. Stronger than all of you. But it was precisely because he was too good that Luo Chen had to hide his edge. After Wang Sheng learned about this, he felt sorry for Luo Chen. He should have been the most dazzling one. But now he was asked to replace Luo Chen's position. It was obvious that his current soul power and martial spirit were all given by Luo Chen. Zio Chen is my brother. You look down on him and don't give me Wang Sheng face. This was like the words of a gang leader before a fight, which made Andrew and Tuoba Yun, who were still discussing things outside the door, twitch their mouths. But neither of them stopped it. Healthy competition helps students work hard to become stronger. As long as they don't fight with real fire, the college allows normal competition. What's more, Wang Sheng is obviously Luo Chen's umbrella in the class. Tuoba Yun can't pay attention to Luo Chen all the time. So with Wang Sheng covering the class, she can feel more at ease. Good guy. Andrew, on the other hand, was completely confused by the scene in front of him. Wang Sheng, who is born with full soul power, was arranged among the students. The teachers, from the principal to the class teacher, all greeted him. Subconsciously, Andrew looked around. He was sure that the Pope had definitely arranged powerful spirit masters in secret to protect Luo Chen's safety at all times. Could this child be the Pope's illegitimate child? To be honest, apart from his own son, Andrew really couldn't think of a second possibility that could be worthy of Bibi Dong's attention. Is it okay to go up like this? On the other side, Luo Chen, who had just sat down, also saw this scene. He didn't stop it. Wang Sheng grew up with him and had a deep relationship with him. He had been cared for by him for 6 years. As the saying goes, a drop of water is returned with a spring. The Black Prison Demon Tiger and the innate full spirit power were the first gifts Luo Chen gave to Wang Sheng. And the second thing was the stage of this Wuhan city. Since the changes have been made, Luo Chen will give Wang Sheng a brilliant life that is completely different from the original. And Wang Sheng did this to focus all the attention on him, thereby covering up Luo Chen's brilliance until he voluntarily stood up and showed himself. Thank you for your hard work, good brother. Luo Chen sighed secretly. It's you who did this. Aren't you a little impulsive? Who would go up against a student who is obviously a troublemaker on the first day of joining the class? Bang. What Luo Chen didn't expect was that a child of Wang Sheng's age would really fall for it. Especially Yan, who also slammed the table and stared into the other's eyes without showing any weakness. So what if I have full innate soul power? Soul Masters look at strength. Yan has an innate soul power of level 9 and is now a level 12 first ring soul master. He has been the boss of this elementary class for a whole 6 months. In the whole class, only Hulina's brother Ziyu can compete with him. Wang Sheng was disdainful of this. Then shouldn't you listen to me more? You. Yan looked at Wang Sheng with a sullen face. Defeated. Just yesterday, Wang Sheng went up against Yan on the first day of school. The two had a friendly exchange. The result was that Wang Sheng defeated Yan with overwhelming strength and became the new boss of the elite class when Ziyu was unwilling to compete. Wang Sheng's martial soul, the Black Prison Demon Tiger, can control strange black flames. Although Yan's Flame Lord is also very strong, his soul power is 1 level higher than Wang Sheng. But his fire is restrained by Wang Sheng's black flames and cannot cause effective damage to him at all. On the contrary, Wang Sheng's black flames are like the nemesis of the Flame Lord. Not only can it devour Yan's flames, but it can also burn it to ashes with overwhelming power. If Wang Sheng hadn't held back, Yan would definitely have been severely injured. Although the Black Prison Demon Tiger is only rated at the top, it contains the ascension power from the heavenly disc. In the words of the novel, the Flame Lord is the fire of the mortal world, and the Black Prison Demon Tiger's black flame, no matter how weak it is also the heavenly fire, and there is a dimensional gap with the ordinary fire. On the Douluo Continent, there are very few flames that can be said to win the black flames, except for the ultimate fire, and there is definitely no Flame Lord among them. Chapter 39 Fox Tiger Moonblade Fire. Yan glared at Wang Sheng angrily, but he really couldn't beat him, so he could only bow his head. I will beat you sooner or later. Whether he can beat him or not is another matter, but he must be tough. Why did Yan provoke you, Zai-chan? You are so annoying. Hulina is Luo Chen's #1 fangirl. In her concept, anyone who goes against Luo Chen is her enemy. Yan? Who is he? Yan. Luo Chen thought of the golden generation of the spirit hall in the original book, and then looked at the red-haired boy, and immediately knew who this was, so it was him. Nana knows him? Yeah. Hulina said, we were from the same orphanage before, but we didn't know each other very well. Hulina was telling the truth. Yan, Ziyu, and Hulina were from the same orphanage, but they didn't have much contact before awakening their spirits. Yan has a hot temper and likes to fight. He is a troublemaker in the orphanage. Ziyu was dedicated to protecting her sister, and she did fight with Yan a few times, but the relationship between the two sides was just that, and it was not that close. After entering the academy, Hulina showed her extremely high talent. It was also from then on that the little fox was no longer the one protected by her brother. With a strong mental power and a natural charm, Hulina easily gained a very high status. So don't look at the little fox acting weak in front of Luo Chen. But in the class, she is the little queen that no one dares to mess with. Even bad students like Yan have been taught a lesson by her. It turns out that Nana is the big sister in the class. Luo Chen smiled and said, "It seems that I'm lucky. The big brothers and sisters in the class are willing to protect me." Pachi. Hulina knew that Luo Chen was joking, but she still said proudly, "With my sister here, let's see who dares to bully you." Bibi Dong's disciple, with an innate soul power of level 9.5, also has a top beast martial spirit demon fox. In addition to a brother Ziyu with the same talent. This wave of buffs really caused a huge mental shock to other classmates. The boys in the elite class are now led by Wang Sheng, and then Ziyu and Yan have the qualifications to compete with him for the first place. As for the girls, Hulina said that they are all scum, a bunch of whining monsters. Stay away from Chen. Okay, classmates. Andrew continued the previous course, talking about the relationship between soul ring configuration and soul skill power. During the period, Andrew frequently looked at Luo Chen and found that this child did not show impatience because of his special relationship with Bibi Dong. On the contrary, Luo Chen listened very seriously and was even better than the good students in the class. It's a bit unexpected. Until the end of get out of class, Andrew was still a little unbelievable. I thought it was an old man, but I didn't expect that he was quite sensible. Today's class ends here. Andrew announced the end of get out of class and hoped that everyone would review today's knowledge carefully after returning home and memorize it as soon as possible. Before leaving, Andrew looked at Luo Chen again, then smiled and nodded and left. However, what Andrew didn't know was that Luo Chen was not very satisfied with his teaching level. Is that all? Luo Chen listened to the second half of Andrew's course very carefully. How should I put it? It was quite standard. Although he joined halfway, he had a solid theoretical foundation. So Luo Chen knew what was being said today a long time ago. But it doesn't seem strange. Soul Masters still value strength, and theoretical knowledge is only useful when hunting for soul rings. In comparison, fighting spirits, the use of soul skills, and soul power training are more valued by Soul Masters. Chen, let's go eat together. Hulina shook Luo Chen gently, interrupting his thoughts. The food in the academy cafeteria is delicious, not worse than the hotel in Notting City. So, with the help of Hulina, Luo Chen went to the cafeteria with Ziyu and Wang Sheng to eat. The food in the Wuhan Hall Academy is very rich, and it doesn't care about what is hardship. In this regard, Luo Chen can only say that the Wuhan Hall has done a good job. In fact, the spirit of diligence and thrift is limited to the top leaders of the Wuhan Hall. They do this not just for show. More often than not, they want to sharpen their minds in order to break through the realm of title Douluo or go further on the road to the title. Soul Masters below Soul Saints do not have any mental demands. Moreover, many people join the Spirit Hall for wealth and glory, so there is no need to be too harsh. As long as you don't bully the people and violate the taboos of the Spirit Hall, everyone basically turns a blind eye. But now, unfortunately, Kaiangsunji's era is over. With the rise of this woman, the pursuit of grandeur and extravagance no longer exists. Bibi Dong is a type who can't tolerate any sand in her eyes. And this also means that the Spirit Hall will usher in a tragic and bloody storm. Corruption, exploitation, deceiving superiors and subordinates. Once these actions are known by Bibi Dong, the result is just one word: kill. It is no exaggeration to say that, unless your name is Luo Chen, Bibi Dong really can't do anything to you. Otherwise, if you dare to jump in front of the Lengan Pope, your ashes will be scattered for you. Due to the appearance of Luo Chen, Bibi Dong is no longer the Rakshasa who wants to destroy the world in the original novel. She has hope, and is full of all kinds of expectations for the future. This also makes Bibi Dong no longer hate the Spirit Hall as much as before. If the killing of Bibi Dong, after taking the throne of the Pope in the original novel, was to consolidate her power and undermine the Khan family, now, Bibi Dong is really fighting for her own career. The debate between Luo Chen and Yu Xiaogang made Bibi Dong see a lot of things. She found that the existence of the Spirit Hall has indeed brought benefits to Douluo Continent. if there were no two empires? Inexplicably, Bibi Dong had this idea, will this world become better? When I go back today, I will listen to Luo Chen's opinion. Bibi Dong did not make a decision on her own, but planned to discuss it with Luo Chen. Unconsciously, in Bibi Dong's subconscious mind, she is no longer the one who is in charge. When it comes to major events related to the future, Bibi Dong cares about Luo Chen's attitude. If Luo Chen didn't allow it, she wouldn't insist. Compared to her career, Bibi Dong was more afraid that Luo Chen would hate her. Alas. At this moment, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong looked at the pile of documents in front of her and felt a headache. I really want to finish it quickly. The time she spent with Luo Chen last night came to her mind, and Bibi Dong was full of expectations for tonight's parent-child daily life. She wanted to go back earlier and cook for Luo Chen herself. But the workload was too heavy. Bibi Dong began to regret being the Pope. What's the use of power? It's not as good as my little Chen. But who said that this path was chosen by her? I really hope Nana grows up soon. At this moment, Bibi Dong had the idea of training Hulina and letting her work for her. Looking at the time again, it was time for dinner. Bibi Dong has a high level of cultivation and has a low demand for food. Even if she doesn't eat or drink for a month, she can still support herself with her soul power. The reason why she cares about time is because Bibi Dong thought of Luo Chen. I wonder if Luo Chen can adapt to the food in the college cafeteria. Bibi Dong had eaten it herself, and it tasted pretty good, but she just felt that Luo Chen should eat better. How about going to have a look? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Bibi Dong suppressed it. No, I can't keep staring at Luo Chen. Work. That's right, as long as you focus on work, you can distract Luo Chen's attraction. Bibi Dong, without a man in your heart, you will be a god when reviewing documents. Me, can I sit here? In the college cafeteria, Luo Chen and Hulina did not go to line up for food, but took a seat together, waiting for Ziyu and Wang Sheng to return. At this moment, a boy with fiery red hair came to Luo Chen timidly. Hey, Yan, what do you want to do again? Hulina quickly stood up and appeared in front of Luo Chen in an instant, blocking Yan. Yan instinctively lowered his head, his face flushed, and he didn't dare to look at Hulina at all. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh that the children in Douluo Continent were too precocious. How old are you, and you're already in love? Little did they know that Hulina's charm was already very high. After Luo Chen's ascension ceremony, the super martial spirit nine-tailed fox combined with the fox's natural charm. The combination of the two has once again transformed the already extremely magical charm. Ziyu is Hulina's biological brother. He does think his sister has become more lovely, but apart from that, Ziyu, who has no orthopedic attributes, can't get Hulina's charm at all. As for Wang Sheng, this guy only has Luo Chen in his heart. Wang Sheng, women will only affect the speed at which I kill and set fire for Luo Chen. The last Luo Chen. Look at the performance of the little fox in front of him, the whole shy little lolly. Not to mention showing her charm in front of Luo Chen. Even if she says a few more words, Hulina will feel shy. So, there is no such thing as a cold goddess. She is just a love-brained person. I'm sorry, I didn't mean what I said before. Yan does have a good impression of Hulina, but it's not to the point of licking the dog in the original book. In addition, Luo Chen actually had no ill feelings towards Ziyu and Yan in the original novel. To put it bluntly, the two were loyal to the spirit hall and fought for it, which was much better than Hulina in the original novel, who was known as a little ungrateful wolf. At least after conquering the two, there was no need to worry that they would betray him. Okay, Nana. Luo Chen pulled Hulina to sit down and then said to Yan, we are all classmates, no need to be so polite. My name is Luo Chen, and your name is Yan, right? Yes. Yan found that Luo Chen was easy to talk to and felt guilty for the ridicule just now. My name is Yan, I'm 6 years old this year, a level 12 combat spirit master, and my spirit is the Lord of Fire. You guy, why are you coming over again? At this time, Wang Sheng and Ziyu came back, and the two ordered a lot of dishes. Where I sit, is it your business? Wang Sheng and Yan seemed to be born to clash, and they started to quarrel with each other as soon as they met. Yan lost to Wang Sheng, but his anger did not dissipate, and he still disliked Wang Sheng. Ziyu and Yan have known each other for a longer time. But unlike the close comrades in the original novel, they are just acquaintances now, and at most they admire each other and regard each other as opponents. Both of them have innate soul power of level 9, and their martial souls are also top level martial souls. Before Wang Sheng came, they were the strongest in the class. But now, Wang Sheng overpowered Yan, and relied on his powerful first soul skill to gain the upper hand in the fight with Ziyu. Hulina, the only one who has the ability to defeat Wang Sheng, now throws her whole mind on Luo Chen, and has no interest in the competition between boys. She, Hulina, just wants to be Luo Chen's good fox. Ziyu just stood aside, watching Wang Sheng and Yan fighting each other, and had no intention of going up to help. Okay, stop arguing. The table is so big, and there are only 4 of us sitting on it. It's really a bit empty. Yan, you can sit next to Ziyu. There was nothing wrong with Luo Chen's arrangement, but Yan and Ziyu changed seats, and looked at each other with Wang Sheng again. This time, Luo Chen did not stop them. Instead, he smiled and watched the two of them staring at each other, and inexplicably had the illusion that these two are a perfect match. Children's friendship is formed by quarrels. Luo Chen looked at Yan and Wang Sheng, who began to compete in eating speed, and felt that this scene was very warm. Among the 4 people in front of him, Ziyu and Yan were both excellent spirit masters with great potential. If it weren't for the Shrek 7 Devil's magical grass, only Oscar and Tangsen could compare with them. Mahanjan couldn't solve the evil fire problem, and there was only one way to go, and he would die. Daemubei's character was not good. Without Tang San's help, he couldn't even beat his own brother Davis. Zhu Zuking, Xiao Wu, Ningrangrang. The 3 beauties of Shrek became men's pendants in the later period, and completely lost the spirituality they should have. Looking at the era of Douluo 1, how many of the younger generation could compare with Ziyu and Yan? If Feng Xiaoshan didn't waste his time, he might be able to do it. But that's all. If there is no Tang San, the future will definitely belong to the Spirit Hall. Luo Chen felt sorry for this, and at the same time he wanted to train Ziyu and Yan well, so that they could become his 2 major helpers in the future. Add Wang Sheng, Hulina, and the little angel. With this Lanoop, with the flying dragon riding on his face, Luo Chen didn't know how to lose. Luo Chen, you know a lot. While eating delicious food, Yan and Ziyu were amazed at Luo Chen's erudition. They even felt that the boy in front of them knew more than the teacher. It's okay. Luo Chen wanted to be modest, but Wang Sheng, who was Chen's boast, couldn't agree, and immediately said, this is nothing. The little things that the teacher taught, Xiao Chen understood when he was 3 years old. Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly, but fortunately Wang Sheng had a sense of propriety and understood his thoughts and said all the things that Luo Chen was going to show. Although this guy looks big and strong, he is very thoughtful. So Wang Sheng didn't reveal any secrets about Luo Chen's spirit. Yeah. Well done, stupid tiger. Hulina rarely confronted Wang Sheng, but instead looked at him with admiration. Her eyes lit up, and she kept mumbling, hoping that the stupid tiger would praise her more. Little fox, as long as you praise my Xiao-chan, we are friends. Chapter 40 Little Angel. There is a wild Luo Chen there, let us quietly. Xiao Chen is the smartest person I have ever met. Wang Sheng, whatever he has read, he can recite it backwards after just one reading. You can recite it backwards after reading it once. Is that true? Yan looked at Luo Chen in surprise. The latter nodded and said, I have had the gift of photographic memory since I was a child. Photographic memory? They have heard of people with good memory, but photographic memory is simply a magical skill for theory. Due to poor health, I can't go out and play like brother Wang Sheng. I can only read books to relieve boredom. Over time, I have read all the books in the Wuhan branch hall where we are. For 6 years, Luo Chen was immersed in the ocean of books almost every day. He can read all the books that can be read in Notting City. In addition to the ability of photographic memory, Luo Chen stored all the knowledge in his mind in different categories, waiting for him to use it at any time. This, Yan, Ziyu, and Hulina all showed a look of shock. This is too exaggerated. Now you know how amazing it is. Seeing Luo Chen being admired, Wang Sheng was so proud that he almost looked down at others with his chin. No, I admit that Luo Chen is amazing. Yan looked at Wang Sheng speechlessly. But why are you so proud? It's not like you can remember everything you see. Huh? Wang Sheng said dissatisfiedly, Luo Chen is my brother. Brother, do you understand? So what does this have to do with you? Damn it. Wang Sheng naturally knew that it didn't matter, but couldn't he be proud? Who told Luo Chen to always look down on the world? He doesn't know how to pretend, and as a brother, he helps him pretend. Isn't this reasonable? You are too shameless. Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He had never seen such a shameless guy. Huh. Wang Sheng crossed his arms and looked like you don't know anything about brothers. This look of asking for a beating, Yan almost couldn't help but go up and fight him for 300 rounds. You are worthy of my Luo Chen. On the other side, Hulina, who ignored the two little brats, was looking at Luo Chen with admiration. At this moment, the little fox fully interpreted the true meaning of Luo Chen's fangirl. Luo Chen, you are the real genius. Ziyu understood his sister's evaluation of Luo Chen. Compared with you, we are really far behind. Admiring the strong is the nature of Douluo people, including admiration for strength and wisdom. Luo Chen has innate full soul power, which is excellent in talent. And the knowledge he has shown now has even crushed the four people in terms of wisdom, and won their recognition. During this period, Yan and Ziyu asked why Luo Chen was so weak. After learning that he had been severely injured, and his body was still in the recovery period, and could not move freely, Yan apologized again for his previous words. Luo Chen could see that Yan was not a bad person. In the original work, he liked Hulina, but he never forced her, let alone crossed the line. Some people say that Yan is a dog licker, and think that his love for Hulina is humble. But you can't deny the pure love of the dog for the goddess. Yan in the original novel can do anything for Hulina. Suppose, if the person Hulina falls in love with is not Tang-san, but someone else, will Yan choose to give up? Luo Chen thinks that, if Hulina and the other party are in love, Yan will take the initiative to leave, and then silently wish his goddess happiness. Yan, he is not fighting alone. Black Tiger, Two-Faced Turtle, and Boiling Sheep are always watching him. You said Yan hasn't heard of them? As the saying goes, we are both wanderers in the world, so why should we know each other when we meet? Alas, in order to prevent you from repeating the mistakes of the original novel, Luo Chen looked at Yan and decided in his heart, I will let you know that women will only affect your speed of killing and arson. Love is something that Yan cannot control. After dinner, due to Luo Chen's intervention, Wang Sheng and Yan's relationship was reconciled. The two have similar temperaments. After the contradictions are resolved, they soon become good friends. Ziyu doesn't talk much, but he can also chat with the two. The three did not choose to pull Luo Chen into the group. Well, it was mainly because Hulina's eyes were too cold. Ziyu signaled the two to take it easy. When he made Hulina angry before, she often made fun of him. She really likes Luo Chen. Yan was a little disappointed about this. Just like Luo Chen thought, he was not someone who could not let go. Fortunately, he had been with Hulina for a relatively short time, so there was nothing to let go. Luo Chen is indeed better than me. Yan laughed. It's not shameful to lose to him. Luo Chen, who was walking behind, couldn't help but hold his forehead when he heard Yan's words. He didn't know how many times he had complained about the precocity of the people in Douluo Continent. A few 6-year-old brats. What do they know about the love of Mathabal? But Luo Chen really thought too much this time. Yan's mind was not that complicated. He just had some good feelings for Hulina. At most he just wanted to make friends with her and play together. No matter how precocious the people in Douluo Continent were, they would not start talking about love at the age of 6. This was really a bit exaggerated. Luo Chen, there is physical training in the afternoon. Are you leaving now? I'll go later. After returning to the classroom, Luo Chen did not choose to leave immediately. I want to see how you train. Luo Chen said, although I can't join you now, I will join sooner or later. During this period, other students in the class heard that Luo Chen did not need to participate in physical training, and they complained about it. However, under the suppression of Hulina, Wang Sheng, Ziyu and Yan, this voice was immediately suppressed. Luo Chen is their group pet. Dare to target him, that is, do not take the four of them seriously. Chen, you will get better soon. Hulina changed her sharp eyes when she looked at other students and looked at Luo Chen gently. When the time comes, I will accompany you to train. Okay. Luo Chen smiled and touched the little fox's head, and the latter immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. This scene made the three people who watched it shake their heads. Even Yan thought the little fox was so scary. It was fierce and ferocious a second ago and turned into a soft and cute creature. Chen is right. Yan swallowed his saliva. Women are creatures that I really can't control now. Soon, the afternoon training class began. Just as the four little ones said, the teachers of the elite class assigned the students physical training. Oh, that's it? Luo Chen looked at it for a while and shook his head. Running. Weighted running. Luo Chen really didn't know how to evaluate it. This kind of physical training was too low level. It seems that Yu Xiao gang also trained Tang San and others in this way after arriving at Shrek. And I seem to remember that a certain fan said that Shrek Academy is still using this set 10,000 years later. It feels that even after 10,000 years, the Soul Master Academy's training for students is still running and weighted. Too backward. Luo Chen sighed and felt that he should suggest to Bibi Dong to reform the content of the student training. Teacher, I'll leave first. He had seen everything he wanted to see, so Luo Chen didn't stay any longer. He should go to the library to learn new knowledge. Well, go ahead. The teacher of the physical training class was not Andrew, but a female teacher in her 40s named Emma Lan. She was a level 72 healing soul saint, and her martial soul was the Valley Lily. Physical training for students must be accompanied by treatment. Otherwise, leaving hidden injuries will not only be detrimental to the student's practice, but will also bury various hidden dangers. Emolan's martial soul made up for this very well. It can not only restore the student's physical fitness, but also heal injuries from the inside out. The healing ability of the Valley Lily is not outstanding. Its strength lies in the fact that it can detect some extremely small hidden injuries, which can be described as sharp and meticulous. In addition, when Luo Chen was injured and unconscious, Emolan was also called to treat him. Therefore, Emolan knew Luo Chen's situation, and she knew even more how much Bibi Dong cared about this child. It's a miracle that he can survive after being poisoned with such a terrible poison. Poor child. Emolan's impression of Luo Chen still remained that he didn't have much time left, which was why she didn't mind Luo Chen's early retirement at all. Be careful on the road. Do you need me to take you there? Emolan's tone was extremely gentle, which was very inconsistent with her iron-blooded female instructor's personality. This was not only because of the care from the Pope, but also because of her own pity for Luo Chen. Such a cute little boy, but encountered such suffering, which made Emolan feel a little distressed for him, so she subconsciously wanted to give Luo Chen more care. Xiaolena, you don't have to worry about him. That voice. Elder Jew? Emolan's pupils shrank slightly. She remembered that the owner of the voice was Douluo Yuguan. Who is this child? Emolan's heart was in turmoil. She really didn't expect that a dignified title Douluo would follow a child and protect him closely. Don't make it public. Douluo transmitted again. This child has a noble status. You need to take good care of him on weekdays. Yes. Emolan awakened a plant-type martial spirit, and she was brought into the martial spirit hall by Douluo at the beginning. Although the two were not in name, they were in fact master and disciple. I wonder if this kid will participate in training in the future. With a body like that, he probably won't have a chance, right? Emolan thought so, and turned his attention back to other students. When he saw a student who was lazy and running slowly, the devil instructor's anger soared. Little devil over there, didn't you eat? Run faster. If you don't complete the task, Emolan, don't eat dinner today. And the same goes for you. Not giving others the opportunity to gloat over his misfortune. Emolan emphasizes equality for all beings. No one who fails to complete the task will leave. Someone wanted to say that Luo Chen left, but seeing Emolan's murderous eyes, they immediately shut up and continued to run. Emolan, is that child a living being? Being valued by the Pope and Douluo, and looking so cute. Maybe he is the reincarnation of a god. God, naturally, must be above all living beings. Ghost Grandpa. On the other side, after leaving the arena-like training ground, Luo Chen shouted to the empty space, "Can you take me to the library of the spirit hall?" Swish. As soon as the voice fell, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Luo Chen. He used his soul power to lift Luo Chen up, and then the whole person turned into a black stream of light, taking him to the library. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were arranged by Bibi Dong to be by her side for close protection. Luo Chen knew about this. In addition, the two had a clear division of labor. Ghost Douluo was not good at speaking, so Luo Chen could tell him to do anything he needed. As for Ju Douluo, as a show-off, he must be responsible for external work, such as taking Luo Chen to register for school, talking to Mo Lan, etc. "Your Highness, we are here." "Your Highness?" Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at Gui Mei in confusion. "Ghost Grandpa, don't be so polite, just call me Zai-chan. This is the order of His Holiness the Pope." Luo Chen knew Gui Mei's character, and it was not easy to change what he had decided. "Then I will still call you Ghost Grandpa, like I call you Grandpa Ju. Is that okay?" "Your Highness, according to the Pope's wishes." "I'll tell her." Luo Chen directly blocked Gui Mei's words. "Don't look at Bibi Dong very majestic and domineering outside, but at home, Luo Chen is the head of the family." "Luo Chen, Bibi Dong, are you teaching me how to do things?" "I'll take your highness upstairs." Gui Mei didn't say anything, but a warm current arose in his heart. "Well, trouble Ghost Grandpa. The library of the spirit hall is extremely magnificent. The entire building is made of stone as the main material. There are dozens of pillars supporting the hall. The top of the building is illuminated, and there are colonnades around it. The hall, niches and colonnades are decorated with lifelike sculptures, murals, and portraits of people Luo Chen does not recognize. Tall bookcases and bookshelves stand against the wall, and there is no end in sight. And this is only the first floor of the library. Think about it, with tens of thousands of years of history, it is impossible that there are only the things in the original book. The collection of books in the library is vast. Even if Luo Chen has the ability to remember everything he sees, he will not be able to read all the books without spending hundreds of years. What a great place. Luo Chen enjoyed the atmosphere here and thought to himself that it was worthy of being the spirit hall. Based on this background, it is worthy of being a force that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the Douluo Continent. Let's start from here. Luo Chen did not forget his doubts and wanted to investigate Na's body first, that is, the strange soul beast called the Silver Dragon. Soon, Luo Chen found books such as Geographical Environment of the Stardao Great Forest, History and Population Distribution of Soul Beasts, and Atlas of Beast Martial Souls. He chose a secluded place, piled the books he found on the table, and then took out a book and began to read it. "Where is he?" At the same time, a blonde girl in a white dress was walking in the hall. Her bright purple gemstone-like eyes looked around, and soon, the girl noticed Luo Chen's figure. Found it. The little angel quietly hid behind a stone pillar, then poked his head out and carefully observed Luo Chen. "Well, it looks like his injuries are almost healed." Looking at Luo Chen carefully, Qin Mingsu found that the boy looked much better than when she first saw him yesterday. "Will he be my brother? If so, is it a bit bad for me to do this?" Last night, Qin Mingsu thought all night in the quilt and came up with dozens of perfect plans that she thought were feasible. However, when the time came, the little angel became a little nervous again. Chapter 41 Traveling Frog, Start. Master. Without waiting for Nada and Yin to remind him, Luo Chen had already sensed the gaze of the golden figure. "I saw it." Luo Chen did not expose it. He knew that the other party had no ill intentions. In addition, Nada still released the Dawn Avatar this morning. Because Yin wanted to see the situation of Tang Heo and Tang San, she once again set her search target near Notting City. So, the traveling frog +1. Nada also changed from a unique little beggar to a garbage picking team leader. Well, the captain is the Silver Dragon King, and the deputy captain is the Blue Silver Emperor. This Linoop is enough to shock the Soul Beast world for 100 years. Who is this child? Yin looked at Qin Mingsu who was approaching quietly. She had never seen such a cute little girl. The breath on her body is a little familiar, as if I have seen her somewhere. She is the daughter of this generation of Pope Bibidong and the previous Pope Khan Zhengji. Naya began to popularize science for the younger generation, and when she heard Khan Zhengji, Yin's eyes clearly flashed with fear. Sister Yin. Xiaochen, you don't have to be like this. Yin knew what Luo Chen wanted to say. She smiled and said, the one who has a grudge against me is Kang Sunji. What does it have to do with this child? Not to mention that she has become Luo Chen's star spirit now. Even if she is not, Yin will not take the initiative to hurt Kan Ringsu. Yin is so kind. She has a clear distinction between love and hate, and she will never do anything that harms her family. Alas, Luo Chen did not force Yin to change her mind. Anyone who is hunted and sacrifices himself will probably not feel good. Luo Chen has no good way to resolve the hatred between Yin and the Khan family. The only thing he can do is not to favor any party and be as fair as possible. As a human, Kang Sunji has nothing wrong in hunting soul beasts. Yin is also right. She chose to transform just to survive, and she has never hurt any human. There is no right or wrong in stance. Luo Chen shook his head slightly, without thinking about it, and continued to focus on the book. Just like that, after peeking for nearly a quarter of an hour, Kan Ringsu finally couldn't bear it anymore, and chose to show up. Hello. A pleasant female voice came from the front. Luo Chen raised his head, and saw a golden figure standing across the table. Kan Ringsu put her hands behind her back, tapped her feet, and her body seemed to be slightly twisted because of nervousness. It was obvious that she had no experience in taking the initiative to talk. We met yesterday, do you remember? In order to avoid embarrassment, Kan Ringsu added another sentence. Then she looked at Luo Chen timidly, hoping that he could finish her words. Well, you are the teacher's daughter. Seeing that Luo Chen did not hate her because of Bibidong's attitude, Kan Ringsu showed a bright smile on her face. You chose so many at once. Can you finish reading them? This Luo Chen glanced at the height of the books stacked, and then smiled at the little angel. I can finish reading them before the evening. Boasting. Kan Ringsu leaned down. She held her chin with both hands, did not show too much enthusiasm, but just looked at him curiously. Luo Chen was similar in this regard. He had no ill will towards Kan Ringsu, and even felt a little sorry for her. But thinking of Kan Ringsu's ruthless abandonment of the members of the Spirit Hall in the original novel, and her love-crazy brain attack, and falling in love with Tang San, Luo Chen became a little wary, worried that this girl approached him with some purpose. In short, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. It's always right to be cautious. I didn't lie to you. Luo Chen focused his eyes on the text, and didn't care about Kan Ringsu's interruption. Luo Chen was already accustomed to multitasking. Can I take a look at these books? The two of them tacitly did not mention each other's identities. Kan Ringsu was laughed at by Luo Chen for what happened yesterday. The pitiful look of pear blossoms in the rain, and the humiliation in front of her mother, made Kan Ringsu feel inferior, and couldn't raise her head in front of Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen did not expose her shortcomings, which made Kan Ringsu's impression of him much better. I can't read two books at the same time. Luo Chen said as he pushed a stack of books beside him to Kan Ringsu, letting her use them. The books here are not his, and it's not good to take so many at once. I just want to see what book you are reading. I won't steal yours. Kan Ringsu said as she began to pick up the books one by one, and read out the key information involved in these books. Soul Beast. Beast Martial Spirit. Stardao Great Forest. Kan Ringsu finished reading all the books, so she gently stacked them again, and pushed them back to their original position. Are you preparing for hunting soul beasts? I'm looking for a rare soul beast. Oh. Talking with Luo Chen, Kan Ringsu subconsciously forgot her purpose. She felt that Luo Chen's words had an inexplicable affinity, which made her instinctively want to get closer. What kind of soul beast is it? The little angel is not yet the deep-minded Zuking who is all about interests. She is simple, kind, innocent and romantic, with the playfulness and curiosity of a little girl. If I know, I can tell you. Return a favor. Luo Chen did not mention her embarrassing things, so she naturally had to treat him with courtesy. This is what her grandfather taught her. Well, Luo Chen did not think that Kan Rinxu disturbed him. After all, he had a long time to read, so there was no need to disturb her. In addition, Luo Chen did think that Kan Rinxu's suggestion made sense. He had a good memory and strong comprehension ability. But looking for a martial soul like the Silver Dragon in such a large collection of books is no less than finding a needle in a haystack. Perhaps I can ask Kan Daoliu through the little angel. Luo Chen had actually asked Bibi Dong last night, but unfortunately the beautiful Pope had never heard of a soul beast called the Silver Dragon. This made Luo Chen more certain that Na's origin was extraordinary. Have you heard of the Silver Dragon? Ah. Kan Rinxu was stunned for a moment. She blinked her eyes, and a puzzled look appeared on her cute little face. Wait, let me think about it. The slender jade finger tapped her lower lip. The little girl raised her head and began to recall the soul beasts she had seen and heard over the years. Unfortunately, Kan Rinxu had no relevant memories. Not to mention the information about the Silver Dragon. She had never even heard of the word Silver Dragon. That Kan Rinxu obviously didn't expect Luo Chen to ask this. I haven't heard of this soul beast. I learned about Luo Chen from my grandfather and knew that he liked reading books and was fascinated by soul master knowledge. Kan Rinxu's qualifications were extremely high and she was even more outstanding in martial soul knowledge. Her original idea was to take this opportunity to show Luo Chen her sister's ability, let him see her wisdom, and gain his admiration. What advanced theory can a 6-year-old kid understand? But the result was, well, she was slapped in the face. What the hell? What the hell is a Silver Dragon? Are there such dragon-type soul beasts? Well, I don't know. It's normal. Luo Chen's reaction was somewhat beyond Kan Rinxu's expectations. The little angel thought Luo Chen would laugh at her, but who would have thought that he would be so calm? In fact, I have already asked the teacher. Luo Chen said, the teacher doesn't know either. Even my mother. Kan Rinxu thought it was just a relatively obscure soul beast, but even Bibi Dong didn't know about it, which surprised her. You know, Bibi Dong is not only highly skilled, but also the best in theory and knowledge reserve in the spirit hall. Can you help me ask the chief worshipper? Luo Chen raised his head, looked into Kan Rinxu's eyes and said, the teacher doesn't allow me to contact people in the worship hall. Why do you care so much? Kan Rinxu naturally would not refuse Luo Chen's request. She originally wanted to gain Luo Chen's favor, and helping him would obviously bring them closer. I will help you ask Grandpa. Excluding the possibility of marrying Luo Chen, Kan Rinxu at least did not reject being friends with Luo Chen. Recalling the first time they met, Bibi Dong spoke harshly to her, but Luo Chen did not add insult to injury, and even had the intention of helping her. Is this issue urgent? Subconsciously, Kan Rinxu became more concerned about Luo Chen. I can go to Grandpa right now. Don't be so anxious. Luo Chen said, I'm just a little interested in this kind of soul beast. Then I'll ask Grandpa for you tonight. Kan Rinxu sat down. She took a book from Luo Chen's book and just quietly accompanied him to read. Neither of the two children spoke again. This quiet and warm scene allowed the ghosts hidden in the dark to see the possibility of the Pope's palace and the worship hall reconciling. Aren't they getting along well? Kan Daoliu said to Bibi Dong, who was watching covetously on the side. The two were always paying attention to their granddaughter and disciples. When Kan Rinxu met Luo Chen, Bibi Dong had already arrived. Get along well. Bibi Dong said dissatisfiedly, I think Luo Chen doesn't even bother to pay attention to her. Shameless, just come up to her. Despicable. Bibi Dong's 3 consecutive disdain almost broke Kan Daoliu's defense. The chief worshipper really wanted to say, Bibi Dong, that's your own daughter. How can a mother say that about her own daughter? That's sour. Kan Daoliu, are you worried that your disciple will be snatched away by Mizua? Humph. Bibi Dong frowned slightly. She didn't argue with Kan Daoliu and turned away directly. Kan Rinxu's contact with Luo Chen was tacitly agreed by Bibi Dong. Luo Chen will live in Wuhan City for many years, and Bibi Dong can't always be on guard against the worship hall and Kan Daoliu. So the best way is to let the worship hall realize the importance of Luo Chen. Only when both sides regard Luo Chen as a treasure can their safety be protected to the greatest extent. Alas, I'm still too weak. Bibi Dong was a little unwilling in her heart. She actually didn't want to share Luo Chen with the worship hall at all. If I could be stronger, I could give Luo Chen what he needs. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong decided to complete the remaining 9 spirit rings as soon as possible. Come here. After returning to the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong summoned the bishop in front of the hall and then ordered, do your best to collect the traces of the 100,000-year spirit beast. Anyone who provides clues can get the reward of the spirit hall. Yes, Bibi Dong is going to hunt 100,000-year spirit beasts. With her current strength, spirit rings below 100,000 years are basically useless to her. There is no need to improve her spirit power. Bibi Dong is now at the peak of level 97, and she can break through to level 98 in less than a year. Level 99 is extremely difficult for other spirit masters, but that is because they have limited qualifications. Bibi Dong, who has the spirit of the Queen of the Demon Abyss, can feel the essence of divine power at any time. Therefore, at most 5 years, she will definitely achieve the realm of demigod. At that time, the only thing that could affect her combat power was the 100,000-year spirit ring in the entire Douluo Continent. Wait a little longer. Bibi Dong looked at the boy who was reading quietly in the distance tenderly, and then frowned slightly when she looked at Kan Ringsu. HMPH, didn't you see that Luo Chen didn't want to pay attention to you at all? You have no sense at all. With this level, you still want to get Luo Chen's favor. Bibi Dong sneered disdainfully. She just wanted to say, a mere little angel is not as good as a fox. Luo Chen in the evening. Lina, who had finished the afternoon training, ran into the library happily. Ziyu and Wang Sheng followed behind her. In addition, Yan also came. With the misunderstanding resolved, Yan now naturally became a member of Luo Chen's team. Luo Chen and Wang Sheng are innate full spirit power. Lina has 9.5 level innate spirit power. Ziyu and Yan are 9 level. In this generation of Wuhan Hall, they are undoubtedly the best ones. Yan certainly has his own pride, but he is only a 6-year-old child after all, eager for friendship and recognition. Now, Luo Chen's wisdom, Wang Sheng's talent, Lina's charm, and Ziyu's strength that can rival his own, all attract Yan. Kan Ringsu remembered Lina's voice. She would never forget this little fox who took away Bibi Dong's attention. Several times, the little angel hid in the dark and saw Bibi Dong showing Lina a smile she had never seen before. The gentle eyes did not show any disgust when looking at herself. Shouting in the library, Kan Ringsu said softly, how uneducated. Luo Chen knew that Kan Ringsu had no ill intentions. She was just jealous. Jealous that Lina could get Bibi Dong's love. Want to go with me to meet them? What? Kan Ringsu was stunned for a moment. She wanted to refuse, but she saw Luo Chen had stood up and stretched out his hand to her. For a moment, Kan Ringsu was a little hesitant, not knowing whether to accept Luo Chen's invitation. She is the heir of the Kan family and the young master of the spirit hall. But to the outside world, the offspring of the previous pope had died, and only a very few people knew about her existence. Therefore, she did not need to go to the academy to study, nor did she need to prepare for the Spirit Master competition. 9 years old 33 level spirit power cultivation. Once this matter spreads, it will definitely shock the entire Douluo continent and attract the attention of countless hostile forces. Kan Ringsu wanted to tell Luo Chen that she could not be exposed. However, when the word came to her lips, Kan Ringsu immediately thought of Luo Chen's situation. That's not right. Kan Ringsu, Luo Chen and I both have a god level spirit, and his qualifications are even better than mine. Innate spirit power level 30, better than her. And I heard from my grandfather that Luo Chen's god level spirit even surpassed their Kan family's 6-winged angel in quality. Luo Chen can go to the academy and make friends. Kan Ringsu, why can't I? Once this thought came to her mind, it was like a flood that could no longer be suppressed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. Life without Brother Zhu is soulless. You don't have any friends, do you? Kyan Rinxu's thoughts were interrupted, and then she was angry. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I not have any friends? You have friends? Luo Chen, are you sure? Kyan Rinxu wanted to continue to be stubborn, but Kyan Daoliu's education of her was really great and glorious. Justice, kindness, integrity, fearlessness. The little angel who was not polluted by the atmosphere of the Shiandan ability could not lie without changing her face. But she was asked to admit that she had no friends. This was too embarrassing. So, Kyan Rinxu was silent. She wanted to say proudly, I don't need friends. But in this way, Kyan Rinxu couldn't even deceive herself. Thinking about her nervous and expectant mood when she learned that Luo Chen might be her brother, Kyan Rinxu knew that she longed for more company. Go, Xiaoxu. Just as Kyan Rinxu was thinking about how to answer Luo Chen, Kyan Daoliu's voice rang in her ears. That child is right. It was Grandpa who made a mistake. Kyan Daoliu was thinking about how to protect Kyan Rinxu, but he forgot that in addition to being a descendant of the Kyan family and the heir of the god of angels, she was also an innocent girl. A 150-year-old old man. He can teach his granddaughter knowledge, but he can't give her childhood and youth. He is old and shouldn't hold the little angel in his hands anymore. There was no good person to entrust before, but now, what a child with a clear mind. Kyan Daoliu finally understood why Bibi Dong was fascinated by Luo Chen. If it were me, I would like him too. At this moment, Kyan Daoliu once again regretted that when he got the information, he did not go to Notting City as soon as possible so that Bibi Dong got there first. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Kyan Daoliu suddenly thought, as long as this child can get together with Zua, there will be no difference between him and his grandson, right? Well, not bad, not bad. With his hands behind his back, Kyan Daoliu turned into a stream of light and left. Zua, you have to work hard. Grandpa. Kyan Rinxu felt shy, but Kyan Daoliu left without waiting for her reply. Too much is as bad as too little. It's time to let go and let the children make a fuss. His granddaughter is Kyan Daoliu's lifeblood, and he can't bear to let her get hurt. But will Bibi Dong's love for Luo Chen be less than his? Even Bibi Dong can let Luo Chen go, so why should he, Kyan Daoliu, be afraid? If anyone really dares to hurt his grandchildren, he is the angel Douluo Kyan Daoliu, who was once invincible in the sky. This semi-god level peerless cultivation is not a vegetarian. Come on. Luo Chen grabbed Kyan Rinxu's little hand. Well, it's soft, tender, and smooth, and feels super good. What should I do? When the time came, Kyan Rinxu didn't know what identity she should take to get along with Hulina and others. Do whatever you think is the easiest. Luo Chen didn't force Kyan Rinxu too much. He had changed her fate. She would no longer go to Xiandao to be a prince like in the original book. To be honest, being an undercover agent in Xiandao was definitely the stupidest thing Kyan Rinxu had ever done. She was born with full soul power at level 20, but she was only a soul saint at the age of 29. When Tangsun was 25, he had already become a god. In this regard, Luo Chen could only say that Kyan Daoliu was really conceited. He relied on Kyan Rinxu's high qualifications and let her go out and have fun. With the inheritance of the angel god, Kyan Rinxu could complete the god test in a few years at any time. Even if Kyan Daoliu was well prepared, he could not have expected that Tangsun would become a wall hanger, become a god at the age of 25, and then turn against Xiangang. Easy? The little angel didn't know Luo Chen's thoughts. Luo Chen would not tell her the original trajectory of her fate, because it was meaningless. Kyan Rinxu here is no longer the one in Luo Chen's memory. In just the next second, Luo Chen didn't know what to say. Xiaochen, do you think this will work? Kyan Rinxu said, and she was seen emitting pure light. When the light faded, a young man with short golden hair, beautiful appearance, and wearing the school uniform of the spirit hall appeared in front of Luo Chen. This is the ability of the soul bone inherited by the Kyan family, which allows Kyan Rinxu to perfectly disguise her breath, appearance, soul power, and even her spirit.
Luo Chen looked at Kan Ringsu, who had completely changed her appearance, and was speechless for a while. Is it true that Kan Ringsu has no soul if she doesn't dress up as a man? Exclamation mark. Is it not good? Seeing that Luo Chen didn't react, Kan Ringsu was inexplicably nervous. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought that she could disguise herself as a boy to contact Ulina and others. She hid her soul power and controlled it at level 24. At the age of 9, with a soul power of level 24, she is undoubtedly a genius. And as a boy, she can get closer to Luo Chen, thus avoiding many unnecessary troubles. Little angel, I'm so smart, thumbs up. Kan Ringsu was very confident originally, but now how about I change back? Without waiting for Kan Ringsu to change again, Luo Chen said, no, it's good this way. Kan Ringsu yearns for and fears the outside world. She is not afraid of danger or unknown things. What the little angel cares about is her grandfather's expectations of her. She believes that she cannot be willful, and she must not disappoint the Kan family and the god of angels. Therefore, Kan Ringsu has always been very restrained. Work hard to practice, let her grandfather and mother see her excellence, and be a sensible and well-behaved child. If she changes her appearance, even if she plays crazy and does something rude, Kan Ringsu will have a buffer space, so as not to really ruin the family style. A distressing girl. Luo Chen thought so, and began to circle around Kan Ringsu. He carefully looked at the boy who had changed from the little angel, and said in amazement, you have changed a lot. If it weren't for my special martial spirit, I probably wouldn't be able to see your true situation. By the way, Luo Chen, since your appearance has changed, do you want to give yourself a new name? A new name? Kan Ringsu was not surprised that Luo Chen could see through her disguise. After all, in her concept, Luo Chen's martial spirit was mysterious and unpredictable, and she could accept it, no matter how outrageous it was. Then Kan Ringsu, Xiangsu, how about it? Sure. The name Xiangsu is actually quite neutral. Luo Chen said, Angel Zhu, Xiangsu, if you appear like this in the future, I will call you Xiangsu. No. Ahem. Kan Ringsu was a little dissatisfied with Luo Chen's address. Call me Brother Zhu. Luo Chen looked at Kan Ringsu and saw that the latter was full of pride. Call me brother now, and I will let you call me sister in 2 days. However, Luo Chen ignored her and turned away. Why did you leave? Kan Ringsu took 2 steps and caught up with Luo Chen. There was no way. His current physical fitness was barely enough to abandon his crutches, and he could not compare with Kan Ringsu, who was a soul master. I'm older than you, and you won't suffer any loss if I call you big brother. As her appearance changed, Kan Ringsu also changed her voice, making her sound more like a teenager. It's just that everyone is still young, so it is still neutral. Just call me. I will agree to anything you want in the future. However, Luo Chen did not answer, which made Kan Ringsu want Luo Chen to call her big brother even more. Along the way, the little angel had made countless conditions. But Luo Chen refused to change his mind, which made the little angel furious, but he could not do anything about him. Xiachen, you are here. So, when Ulina arrived, she saw Kan Ringsu, who was dressed as a man, following Luo Chen, looking like she wanted to bully him. Who are you? Why are you bullying my Xiachen? The little fox came forward angrily. She first protected Luo Chen behind her, and then stared at Kan Ringsu vigilantly. The girl's natural sensitivity told Hulina that the boy in front of her was not a good person, and she must be on guard. Similarly, Kan Ringsu's movements also paused. She was almost done with Luo Chen, she thought, but this little fox suddenly jumped out and interrupted her good thing. Kan Ringsu met Hulina for the first time. As the saying goes, enemies meet, and they are particularly jealous. You are Hulina, right? Kan Ringsu said with a fake smile. My name is Xiangsu. Today, I hit it off with brother Chen, and want to make friends with him. Chen, brother? Wangsheng, who was originally standing behind the little fox to watch the show, suddenly felt a great pressure. What's going on? After a while, I haven't seen Luo Chen, and someone suddenly appeared to steal his brother? Wangsheng, this is not it. I really?
Hulina looked at Luo Chen, who would naturally not ruin Kyan Rinxu's plan. Well, Zhu. Seeing that Luo Chen was about to speak, Kyan Rinxu quickly cast a pleading look, as if to say I will do whatever you want. Luo Chen couldn't stand the look of the little angel, and said, Brother Zhu is also born with full soul power like us. Innate full soul power. Not only Hulina, but the other 3 little ones also showed surprised expressions. Kyan Rinxu's mouth curled up slightly, and then naturally put her hands behind her back, and the soul power of level 24 poured out, instantly attracting the sound of the 4 little ones sucking in cold air. This soul power fluctuation, it should be more than level 20, right? So amazing. Is it a senior student in the senior year? Xiangsu, I haven't heard of it. At this moment, listening to the praise and exclamation of Wang Sheng and others, Kyan Rinxu only felt that there was a certain emotion in her heart, ready to move. She didn't know that this emotion was called the happiness of pretending. Kyan Rinxu in the original novel had been undercover in Xiandao for 20 years. She should have been the most talented person in the world, but she could only watch Tang San and others become the focus of everyone's attention. Just like a mouse, hiding its head and showing its tail, even the identity of a woman cannot be exposed. Of course, Kyan Rinxu now does not know her original future. She now enjoys the feeling of being admired by everyone. She only feels that her body and mind are transparent, and even the operation of her soul power is much easier. No, with my cultivation, I'm still far from it. Kyan Rinxu signaled Luo Chen with her eyes, which meant, quick, take my words. Luo Chen was a little amused. However, considering that the little angel is only 9 years old now, and is still a little girl who is ignorant of the world, Luo Chen smiled and said, Brother Zhu is 3 years older than us, but he is already a 24th level Great Soul Master. 24th level. 9 years old. These 2 numbers really gave the 4 people present a little shock of the innate full soul power of 20th level. Is this really the young master? In the dark, the 7th priest, Jiangamo Douluo, who was originally sent by Kyan Daoliu to protect Luo Chen and now also guarded Kyan Rinxu, and the 6th priest, Kyan Jun Douluo, were all stunned at the scene in front of them. Although Kyan Rinxu was dressed as a man, the smile from the heart really made them feel novel and gratified. This is the life that child should have. Before staying with us old guys all day, what a big deal. The 7 great priests loved Kyan Rinxu very much, and it was precisely because of this that they hoped that Kyan Rinxu could live a life that belonged to her. It's good now. Yes, thanks to that kid named Luo Chen. No wonder the boss and Bibi Dong treat him as a treasure. Luo Chen brought Kyan Rinxu out of the shadows, and from then on they walked in the sun together. This move really amazed Kyan Jun Jiangamo, and secretly praised the boy for doing a good job. How did you 2 know each other? Hulina was amazed at Kyan Rinxu's talent, but she was more concerned about her relationship with Luo Chen. In addition, Hulina felt that the boy in front of her looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. Hulina had never seen Kyan Rinxu before, but she saw the shadow of her teacher Bibi Dong in her face. Especially the pair of eyes that looked like purple gemstones, which were exactly the same as Bibi Dong. I just saw Brother Chen reading a book alone. It's rare to come to the library at such a young age. Kyan Rinxu got into the role very quickly. She imitated her grandfather Kyan Daoliu's speaking style, and portrayed herself as a refined and easygoing senior. According to her, she was originally curious about Luo Chen, so she went up to talk to him. Unexpectedly, as they chatted, she found that Luo Chen had many unique insights on Soul Master theory, and she was shocked for a while. Also, Brother Chen looks a lot like my deceased brother. Good man. Luo Chen was shocked by Kyan Rinxu's brother out of nothing. You gave Bibi Dong a son for no reason. Aren't you afraid that she will come and beat you up after she finds out? Ahem. Luo Chen interrupted Kyan Rinxu hastily. He was really afraid that the little angel would get excited and say same father, half mother or same mother, half father. Bibi Dong was okay, at least she was alive to beat this unfilial daughter. Kyan Zunji was miserable. You can't let Kyan Daoliu dig out his son and then let him clarify that he didn't cheat, right? Brother Zhu, let me introduce you. Luo Chen's words Brother Zhu made Kyan Rinxu's heart blossom. The little angel quickly quieted down and stood beside him obediently, waiting for Luo Chen's help to meet his friends. This scene really made the four people present a little confused. What is their relationship? After just knowing each other for a while, this senior Xiangsu listened to Luo Chen's words, which was incredible. What's so strange about this? Wangsheng, my Xiaochen is so domineering, and the senior naturally bows down to him. Yes, that's right. Hulina nodded. As long as it's a compliment to Xiaochen, just nod. Ziyu and Yan, who just met Luo Chen, admired Luo Chen. Listen, even a senior with such a high talent was overwhelmed by Luo Chen's wisdom. How powerful is their little friend? Chapter 43. Yan is autistic again. Returning to the carriage of the Pope's palace, Luo Chen admired the sunset through the window. Hulina was peeling fruit for Luo Chen eagerly, enjoying the good time of feeding him. In addition to the two of them, Qian Ringsu, Wangsheng and Ziyu were also sitting in the carriage. Qian Ringsu's current personality is a disciple of a certain worshipper in the worship hall. Because it was on the way, it was natural for her to get on the Pope's special carriage with them. In this regard, the four guardian Douluo chose to ignore it tacitly. Qianjun Jiangmo was happy to do so, but Zhuge Douluo did not dare to offend Qian Ringsu, the little ancestor. To put it bluntly, although the two of them are now Bibidong's front Douluo, but 3 months ago, the two were still on duty beside Qiang Sunji. At that time, Qian Ringsu was the little princess in the eyes of the entire Wuhan Hall's high-level officials. Unless the two of them were tired of living, they would never dare to say no to Qian Ringsu. Little Chrysanthemum and Little Ghost, Qianjun Douluo carried the Panlong staff. The two of them had never hidden their whereabouts and had made their intentions clear from the beginning. When Zhuge Douluo saw them appear, he hurried forward to greet them. Greetings to the 6th and 7th priests. We are all family members. Why are you doing these empty formalities? The youngest of the 7 great priests of the Spirit Hall was over 100 years old. When Zhuge Douluo just entered the Spirit Hall, Qianjun Jiangmo and the 2 Douluos were already elders of the Spirit Hall. In terms of seniority, the 2 priests were above Zhuge Douluo. I think you two are just stupid for following Xiaology. Jiangmo Douluo shook his head, not hiding his dissatisfaction with Qiang Sunji. This. Zhuge Douluo was sweating, but he didn't dare to refute anything. Okay, from now on, we are colleagues. Qianjun Douluo pointed at Luo Chen and Qian Ringsu and said, we all have the same goal, which is to protect these 2 children. Although Qian Ringsu was not in the task that Bibidong gave to Zhuge Douluo, she was of noble status, and even without Bibidong, Zhuge Douluo would protect her desperately. Protect Xiaochen? Zhuge Douluo looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. You heard it right. Qianjun Douluo said, the boss gave a death order, asking us to protect him no matter what. Although the Spirit Hall is divided into 2 factions, the Pope Hall and the Worship Hall, this is just an internal conflict. There has been no internal strife in the Spirit Hall from beginning to end. Just like Zhuge Douluo and Qianjun Jiangmo, they just don't help each other at most. When it comes to the critical moment, what faction, what position, they only know that they are people of the Spirit Hall, and they should work together to overcome difficulties. 2 title Douluos, plus 2 super Douluos. Gui Mei didn't know what to say. With this Lanoop, if you say they can destroy a country, I guess everyone will believe it. And even with such a strong fighting force, it was just to protect 2 children. It can only be said that Bibidong and Qian Daoliu really put their heart into it, considering the security level of Luo Chen and Qian Ringsu. At the same time, Luo Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed in the carriage, suddenly felt a mixture of sadness, regret, and anger. Luo Chen and his own star spirit were in tune with each other, and he immediately noticed the source of this emotion. Yin. Sister Yin, what's wrong with you? Xiao Chen. In the Star Realm, Luo Chen's consciousness had just taken shape when Yin rushed over. The gentle and beautiful blue-haired girl, who looked like a goddess of life, hugged Luo Chen. Her body was trembling slightly, tears rolled in her eyes, and she looked pitiful and abandoned. What happened? Luo Chen saw that Yin was just sobbing. He looked at Nana beside him. Didn't you go to the Holy Soul Village? Did something happen to Tang San? What could happen? It's all because of that Tang Heo. Nada was speechless. It's okay that there are so many love-brained people in this world, but why are there so many scumbags? Is there no good man in the world except her Luo Chen? What happened to Tang Heo? Did you meet him? Luo Chen didn't comment on this. He didn't object to Yin meeting Tang Heo. The two women would not tell Tang Heo their identities and origins. Even if Tang Heo met Yin, could he still find the spirit hall and snatch his wife back from Luo Chen? Not to mention that the transformation of the star spirit is irreversible. If Tang Heo really dared to come to the spirit hall, if he had even a little hostility towards Luo Chen, Bibi Dan would kill him immediately. Unless Tang Heo didn't want to die. The spirit hall in this life will no longer allow Tang Heo to enter the no man's land as in the original novel. Bibi Dan is really cruel now. It's like this, Master. Now told Luo Chen exactly what happened before. By the way, she also shared with him the memory of the incarnation of Dawn taking Yin's clone to the Holy Spirit village. In the picture, a silver white dragon, carrying the Q version of Yin, who was emitting azure starlight, flew to the cave where Nana found Yin's body on the first ray of dawn light. Perhaps because she was prepared, Yin did not show too much excitement. Afterwards, Yin found Tang San's traces, based on the blood induction of the Blue Silver Emperor. Seeing it together, there was also Tang Heo, who was injured by Kandao Liu, and gave up on himself. Tang Heo now has no longer the heroic figure of the former Haoshan Douluo, and has completely become a sloppy uncle. He is unkempt, wearing tattered linen clothes, and is addicted to alcohol. Brother Heo. Yin saw this scene through her clone, and at first she felt sorry for Tang Heo. However, what happened next made Yin fall into autism and collapse again. This. Luo Chen watched Tang Heo ignore the baby Tang San. After finally waking up, he saw Tang Heo casually cooking some porridge, and without waiting for it to cool down, he just fed it directly into Tang San's mouth. And Tang San was also a ruthless person. He actually ate it raw. During the whole process, Tang Heo had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't take his son seriously at all. Tang San didn't cry or make a fuss, and cooperated as much as he could. How can this be? Yin witnessed this scene with her own eyes. She knew that Tang San was definitely not a child. He was too well behaved. Even if his mouth was burned, he still ate silently without crying or making a fuss. This was totally unreasonable. Of course, Yin didn't feel sorry for anything. After confirming that Tang San was not her child, Yin would not give the murderer who took away her child's body the slightest sympathy. Yin was kind enough not to kill him, and let him continue to use her child's body. But she really didn't expect Tang Heo to be so irresponsible. He didn't know that Tang San had changed. This means that Tang Heo really didn't care about their child. For a woman, especially a mother, the most unacceptable thing is that the child is abused. No matter how desperate Tang Heo is, he shouldn't even ignore his child. Tang Heo, so this is the real you? Yin thought of the cave, where her original body was. Just like Nana said, it was dim and dark, without sunlight. Looking at Tang Heo's attitude towards the child he left behind, he didn't look like a father at all. Is all this fake? Yin couldn't hold back the sadness in her heart anymore. He has been lying to me all along. Sister Yin. Chen. Yin hugged Luo Chen tighter. Now, I only have you. Children, husband, life. She has lost everything. If even Luo Chen abandons her, then she will really have nothing. Don't worry, Sister Yin. Luo Chen gently patted the woman's back and comforted her. From now on, this star world is your home, and Nana and I are your family. And me too. Nana floated over and hugged the two of them. My master and I are your new family, Yin. Yes. Luo Chen. Nana, thank you. Yin was weak in nature. She lacked independent thinking, but she would loyally accompany them, giving them tenderness and care. From that day on, Yin still let her clone go out with Nana to pick up garbage every day. But she never approached the Tang family father and son again. Even though she was used, betrayed, and heartbroken, Yin was still unwilling to hate. Yin completely accepted her new mission. In order to help Luo Chen grow better, she worked hard to find the natural treasures hidden in various parts of Douluo Continent. However, this job was not stable. The Dawn incarnation was a light speed shuttle, and the speed was too fast. Many times, the two of them didn't know where they fell, and could only rely on Yin's perception of the breath of plants and the information feedback from the blue-silver grass to judge whether the surroundings were worth searching. Therefore, for many consecutive days, although the traveling frog had been going out early and returning late, he still had no new gains. In this way, 7 days passed in a flash. During these 7 days, Luo Chen's life basically maintained a 3-point straight line. In the morning, Bibi Dong sent Luo Chen to the door of the Pope's palace, and then asked him to take a carriage with Hulina, Ziyu and Wang Sheng to the Wuhan Hall Academy. Then there was a morning of theoretical courses. Luo Chen did not look down on the teachers, because of his knowledge reserves. Luo Chen listened very patiently, and he would also write down the teaching style and habits of each teacher, and then conceive better teaching techniques, based on their characteristics. In addition, the theoretical courses in the Soul Master Academy are not as many as Luo Chen imagined. In fact, there are only theoretical classes in the first week of each month, a total of 7. In the rest of the days, in addition to the physical training that students have to do every day, the extra time will be at their own disposal. In this regard, the Soul Master Academy is actually more like a university. In addition to the classes where the students are in, there are also many lecture halls opened by lecturers. After finishing the first week of theoretical courses, you can choose to attend lectures or practice according to your own wishes for the rest of the time. In addition, the Spirit Hall Academy is not closed, and students can enter and leave the academy freely at any time. Luo Chen once visited a corner of the Spirit City at the invitation of Hulina and Qian Ringsu, and experienced the grandeur and splendor of the most prosperous city in the world. Are you used to the life in the academy? At night, in the bathroom of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong washed Luo Chen as usual. Yeah. Luo Chen has become accustomed to the relationship with Bibi Dong. Not to mention, the personal service of the beautiful Pope. Luo Chen is probably the only one in the entire Douluo who has this treatment. It just feels too easy. Really? Bibi Dong gently pressed the acupuncture points on Luo Chen's head, and he almost fell asleep, because of the comfort. The task of a soul master is to practice, and soul power is the most important. As long as the soul power cultivation reaches the requirements, there is no need to be too demanding on other things. In Bibi Dong's view, as long as one can break through level 20 at the age of 12 and become a great soul master, he is already a genius with good qualifications and worthy of her investment in training. Tang San reached level 29 soul power at the age of 12. Considering his innate full soul power qualifications, he has increased by 19 levels in 6 years, an average of 3 levels per year. This training speed is indeed not slow, but it is still a little short of the top. After all, Tang San usually has to worry about gold soul coins and spend part of his energy on forging. This prevented him from devoting himself to practice, wasting a lot of time. At the age of 12, reaching level 20 is enough. Puchy. Bibi Dong flicked Luo Chen's forehead with her finger. What do you mean by enough, little guy? You know, the admission standard of Shrek Academy, which claims to recruit only monsters, is only to reach level 21 of soul power before the age of 13. At the age of 13 and level 21, you can be called a monster. The new generation of the Spirit Hall today, Qian Ringsu is level 34, Luo Chen is level 30, Hulina is level 15, Wang Sheng is level 12, Yan and Ziyu are both level 11. Give them 6 years. At the worst, they can become a soul master, level 30 or above, at the age of 12. After the students break through level 20, the theoretical courses will no longer be offered. All soul masters can choose a mentor for guidance, and then complete the practice tasks according to the other party's arrangement. Luo Chen and Hulina are Bibi Dong's disciples, so she naturally prepared a training plan for the two. It's just that it's still early, so Bibi Dong doesn't plan to tell them. After taking a shower, Bibi Dong used her soul power to steam Luo Chen's hair dry, and then asked, "That child, has she been very close to you recently?" "Teacher, I'm not blaming you, Bibi Dong, Bibi Dong hated Qian Ringsu and didn't want to see her. But Bibi Dong couldn't control who Luo Chen made friends with. Forget it. As long as you don't let her appear in front of me, you can do whatever you want." Bibi Dong really doted on Luo Chen to the bone and even accommodated Kyan Ringsu's affairs. Teacher is a little surprised that the old guy Kyan Daoliu was willing to let her come out. After 7 days of getting along, the worship hall saw the changes in Kyan Ringsu. Kyan Daoliu had agreed to Kyan Ringsu's request to enroll in the Wuhan Hall Academy and study with Luo Chen and others. The only problem was that Kyan Ringsu's soul power was too high, and she was older than Luo Chen and others. So Kyan Ringsu did not attend the theoretical class, but only signed up for the year-end assessment of the Wuhan Hall Junior Academy. The year-end assessment includes all Spirit Hall students under the age of 12, and is a test for the new generation. In addition, Luo Chen does not need to participate in this assessment. Chapter 44, Battle. You mean Kyan Ringsu? The little angel is now addicted to pretending. If she wants to play, who dares to stop her? What's more, Kyan Ringsu also wants to use this Soul Master competition to completely establish her absolute position in Luo Chen's small group. To be honest, Kyan Ringsu also has the inherent arrogance of the Angel clan. The only person she really cares about is Luo Chen. As for Hulina and the others, Kyan Ringsu only treats them as subordinates, not as equals like Luo Chen. Okay, go to bed early. Seeing Luo Chen frowning, Bibi Dong felt a little uncomfortable when she thought about how much he was working hard for Kyan Ringsu. What? Bibi Dong pouted secretly in a place where Luo Chen couldn't see. It's for that girl again. It's just. Looking at Luo Chen wearing pajamas, Bibi Dong directly threw Kyan Ringsu behind her mind, and only her own disciples were in her eyes. Come here, come to the teacher. Bibi Dong put on a light purple nightgown, then gently carried Luo Chen to bed and began to enjoy another warm night. The beautiful Pope was really addicted to the days of using Luo Chen as a pillow every night. Feeling the breath of the boy in her arms, Bibi Dong felt particularly at ease. The nightmares of the past never tortured her again. Because every time Bibi Dong fell into a nightmare, there would always be a figure like a god, descending from the sky, dispelling the bloody and filthy world, bringing her infinite warmth and security. Tomorrow's test, Xiaochen, are you really going to try it? I want to see my current level. Luo Chen had awakened his martial soul for nearly 10 days, and his body had recovered a lot. Although he had not reached the level of a soul master, level 10, he had reached the physical fitness of a normal 6-year-old child. The test that Bibi Dong mentioned was proposed by Kyan Daoliu. The chief priest meant to arrange for Kyan Ringsu to have a brief exchange with Luo Chen. The two are the only peerless geniuses of this generation who can compete with each other. Their strength and specific information will be kept as the top secret of the Spirit Hall, and even Hulina and others will not disclose it. Bibi Dong, Juji Ui Douluo, and the 7 great priests of the worship hall. These are all the spectators. At the same time, they will also take protective measures to ensure that the 2 children will not be harmed in any way. Xiaochen. The next morning, Kyan Ringsu walked into the Pope's hall carefully. She looked around, wanting to see the figure she had been thinking about day and night, but also afraid that the other party would show disgust because of her appearance. The teacher is not here. Luo Chen was a little amused by Kyan Ringsu's thief-like behavior. After these days of getting along, Luo Chen and Kyan Ringsu are not as unfamiliar as they were at the beginning. Especially after she disguised herself as a man. In order to imitate the words and deeds of the teenagers, she often got along with Luo Chen. I'm not looking for her. Kyan Ringsu didn't dress up as a man at this time. The face of the arrogant girl was full of disappointment. She really wanted to meet her mother. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong still couldn't accept this daughter. Don't worry. Luo Chen helped the little angel smooth her hair. There will be a chance. Yeah. Kyan Ringsu nodded obediently. This is her true character. She is submissive in front of her family, but she hits hard when dealing with outsiders. In contrast, she is elegant, quiet, and casual when she contacts people as Xiangsu after disguising herself. Unlike the original work, Zuking is the disguise of the little angel, after suppressing her nature. Although Xiangsu also makes her wear a mask, this mask brings freedom and release. Xiaochen, is your body ready to fight? These days, Luo Chen's weight in Kyan Ringsu's heart has become heavier and heavier, and it seems to have reached the level of Kyan Daoliu and Bibi Dong. The younger brother's rehabilitation training needs the help of her sister, and Kyan Rinxu will naturally not refuse. She was just worried that she would hurt Luo Chen if she hit him too hard. It depends on the situation. Luo Chen didn't say it for sure. I mainly want to test the actual combat effect of the first and second soul skills. Then can we train often in the future? Sure. Luo Chen said, we go to school together during the day, go to the library to read books together in the afternoon, and go to the Pope's palace for actual combat training in the evening. In the evening, go to the Pope's palace. Kyan Rinxu was surprised and nervous. She knew that Luo Chen had been helping her to ease the relationship with her mother. Training in the Pope's palace at night, then taking a shower after training, or staying to sleep if it was too late. Isn't this reasonable? Over time, you can take a shower with your mother, sleep with your mother. Thank you, Zai-chan. Kyan Rinxu looked at Luo Chen gratefully, her beautiful purple eyes full of love. We are family, you're welcome. Luo Chen is Bibi Dong's disciple, and Kyan Rinxu is Bibi Dong's daughter. There is nothing wrong with saying that they are a family. What are you talking about? However, Kyan Rinxu said with some dissatisfaction, it's been so long, and you don't even want to call me sister. Obviously, Brother Zhu called me very straightforwardly. Don't make a fuss. Luo Chen said that he called her brother to give her face. Privately, calling a little girl who is nearly 20 years younger than you in terms of mental age brother. What a joke. Similarly, Luo Chen would not call Kyan Rinxu sister. That would be too embarrassing. Don't you think Luo Chen also calls Wang Sheng brother? This is what Wang Sheng deserves. Imagine that you are reincarnated as a weak and sick baby, and there is a child who is not tired of helping you and protecting you. What's wrong with you calling him brother? Why is that? Kyan Rinxu ran to Luo Chen quickly and grabbed his hand playfully. Call me. I will definitely be a good sister. Suddenly, Kyan Rinxu's eyes turned, as if she thought of a good opportunity to let Luo Chen call her sister. And my grandfather said that in the world of soul masters, the strong are respected. Kyan Rinxu held Luo Chen's hand and said as they walked, if you lose in the training later, you have to be my younger brother. Oh. Luo Chen did not agree, but joked, what if you lose? What? Kyan Rinxu obviously did not expect Luo Chen to ask such a question. If I lose, I will call you sister. Luo Chen smiled. Then if you lose, what should you call me? Call me brother? It's really a life and death struggle, right? Anyway, no matter what, you will not suffer. Luo Chen smiled disdainfully and wanted to break free from the hand held by the little angel. Although the girl's little hands are very soft and tender, how can she be tempted by beauty at a critical moment? Then you say it. Kyan Rinxu raised both hands and held Luo Chen's hands tighter. What do you say I should call you? I can't call you brother, right? If that were the case, Kyan Rinxu would probably cry out of shame. How about this? Luo Chen said, if you win, I'll call you Sister Zua, and if I win, you won't change your name for me, but I'll call you Zua. Zhu. Kyan Rinxu's cheeks flushed slightly. She looked into Luo Chen's eyes and bit her pink lip slightly. Okay. It's a deal. She won't lose. Kyan Rinxu didn't believe that she would lose to Luo Chen. Maybe the soul power of both sides is not much different, level 30 and level 33, but Kyan Rinxu has not only been practicing soul power in the past 3 years. Her grandfather is the strongest swordsman in Douluo, and Kyan Rinxu has put a lot of effort in the use of swords. If not for this, her soul power can at least be improved by 34 levels. At this time, Bibi Dong and Kyan Daoliu stood side by side, watching the bet of the two little ones from a distance. You also taught her swordsmanship? Bibi Dong had not paid much attention to Kyan Rinxu's growth. She looked at Kyan Daoliu, who smiled confidently. With Xiaoxu's talent, her soul power will sooner or later reach its peak, and the combat power of a soul master is not just about soul power. In Douluo Continent, the best age for soul masters to practice is 12 to 19 years old, which is also the fastest period for them to break through. Before the age of 12, they lay the foundation, and after the age of 19, they focus more on comprehension. Kyan Daoliu was defeated by Tang Chen, and the power of the big Sumeru hammer left a deep impression on him. This is Kyan Daoliu, the #1 swordsman in Douluo. If it were a soul master who only cultivated soul power, but didn't know how to fight, he probably wouldn't know how he died. You look very confident. Bibi Dong frowned slightly. She knew what Kandao Liu was thinking. He taught Kan Ringsu for so many years, and started training her, before she awakened her martial soul. What about Luo Chen? He had just awakened his martial soul, and had no combat experience at all, and he hadn't even used his soul skills a few times. Let me ask you, in this state, if Luo Chen can still defeat Kan Ringsu, wouldn't it make Kandao Liu's kung fu over the years look ridiculous? Then let's make a bet. Bibi Dong has a mysterious confidence in Luo Chen. If Xiao Chen wins, you need to personally hunt a 100,000-year soul beast for that child. Okay. Kandao Liu didn't hesitate at all about this proposal. The importance of a 100,000-year soul ring to a soul master needs no elaboration. Kandao Liu likes Luo Chen very much. He originally wanted to train this child to be his future grandson-in-law and inherit the foundation of the spirit hall. Even if Bibi Dong didn't mention this matter, as long as there was a chance, Kandao Liu would definitely lend a hand to Luo Chen. But if I win? Kandao Liu didn't say anything nonsense like asking Bibi Dong to forgive Kan Ringsu. He knew that, if he said this kind of thing, he would be dancing in Bibi Dong's minefield, so it's best not to mention it. So the chief priest was very straightforward and directly set his sights on Luo Chen. I want that child to recognize me as his grandfather. You. Bibi Dong's eyes widened. She didn't expect Kandao Liu to be so shameless. Don't agree. Kandao Liu smiled and said, 100,000-year spirit ring in exchange for a grandfather. You are not willing to do that. It seems that you don't take that child seriously. Bibi Dong clenched the Pope's scepter in her hand. She knew what Kandao Liu was thinking. This old man had never given up the idea of taking Luo Chen away from her. If that child calls me grandfather, 100,000-year spirit ring, I will never break my promise. This means that no matter whether the bet is lost or won, Kandao Liu will do his best to train and protect Luo Chen and treat him as his own child. Finally, Bibi Dong sighed helplessly. I agree. It doesn't make any difference whether she agrees or not. Luo Chen has been so close to Kan Ringsu, and his specialness is also known to Kandao Liu. There is little point in hiding it. It would be better to try to gain more benefits and resources for Luo Chen. Bibi Dong, you have indeed changed a lot. Humph. Bibi Dong didn't want to waste time talking to Kandao Liu. She did this for Luo Chen. Boss, well, are you all here? All of you are here. The 6 great priests rushed to the hall of the Pope's palace one after another. They hadn't been here for a long time. Lion Douluo and Luo Douluo stood on both sides, and Kai and Jinjiang stood behind the door of the hall to prevent anyone from breaking in. Guangling Douluo sat on the beam on the top of the hall without knowing when. The silver-haired boy swung his legs. He was already more than 100 years old, but he was like an old naughty boy, looking forward to the next battle. Old 5, come down quickly. Golden Crocodile Douluo folded his arms and scolded Guangling Douluo on the high ground with dissatisfaction. Don't let outsiders laugh at you. After that, Golden Crocodile Douluo also signaled Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the Pope's throne with his eyes. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood beside the beautiful Pope. Among all the people present, they were the weakest and had the lowest status. So, Ju Ghost Douluo, you can't see me, you can't see me. Haha, why are you so serious, second brother? Guangling Douluo said with a smile. The view here is so good, why don't you come up too? The 5th worshipper is over there. Bibi Dong didn't care much about small things like etiquette, especially these seniors in the worshipper hall. Bibi Dong was willing to give them some face. Except for Golden Crocodile Douluo. But you, why don't you stand aside? Bibi Dong said, don't you know that you are blocking my view? You. Golden Crocodile Douluo turned around suddenly, extremely angry. Bibi Dong's relationship with Golden Crocodile Douluo is very bad, only slightly better than Kandao Liu. As for the reason, it was mainly because of Yu Xiaogang's incident. Okay, second brother. Fortunately, Kandao Liu stopped them in time. The children will be here soon. Do you want them to laugh at you? This time, not only Golden Crocodile Douluo, but even Bibi Dong restrained herself a lot. She didn't care how the worship hall viewed her. Anyway, she had been despised by these old guys for many years, and no matter how bad the impression was, how bad could it be? Only Luo Chen, the beautiful pope, cared about her image in his mind. A gentle and considerate mother at night, a considerate teacher in private, and a majestic and noble pope in the eyes of the public. Bibi Dong's idol burden is really heavy. They are coming. The two Douluos Qianjin and Jiangmo, who were closest to the gate, sensed the breath of Luo Chen and Qian Ringsu at the first time. The two of them used their soul power to open the door of the hall. Grandpa Qianjin, Grandpa Jiangmo. 6th worship, 7th worship. Qian Ringsu and Luo Chen greeted the two worshippers, who closed the door of the hall again. Mom. Qian Ringsu looked up and immediately saw Bibi Dong's figure in her sight. She was a little excited, but she didn't lose her composure. Because Qian Ringsu found that Bibi Dong's eyes were not on her at all. She was looking at Luo Chen, not her. Qian Ringsu was a little disappointed. It was also at this time that Luo Chen took her hand and led her forward. Teacher, we are here. It will be available on the 1st. Please make a first order. Thank you for your support. Chapter 45. I have Luo Chen, so what do I have to fear? Yeah. Bibi Dong maintained her dignity on the surface, but in fact she was staring at Qian Ringsu's hand holding Luo Chen. She put a little force on her hand on the Pope's throne, but she didn't lose her composure in the end. What is Nana, this stupid girl, doing? Bibi Dong kept complaining to the little fox in her heart. Didn't you see that your junior brother was about to be stolen? Heartbroken and disappointed, Bibi Dong really wanted to teach Hulina a few tricks, but who told her that she was also a love novice and had no record to show? Mom. Qian Ringsu below didn't know what Bibi Dong was thinking now. She only knew that when Luo Chen was by her side, her mother would not drive her away, as long as Xia Chen was there. Qian Ringsu held Luo Chen's hand tightly. Even if my mother wanted to beat me, Xia Chen would protect me. For a while, Luo Chen's position in Qian Ringsu's heart was even higher. Is this the kid? Apart from Qianjin Jiangmo, it was the first time for Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others to see Luo Chen. They carefully looked at the boy standing below and began to wonder what kind of magic power he had that could make Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong love him so much. Golden Crocodile Douluo still remembers a high evaluation given by the two worshippers, Qianjin Jiangmo, after they came into contact with Luo Chen and returned to the worship hall. At that time, Golden Crocodile Douluo was confused and thought to himself, were you two hypnotized? It was really Qian Daoliu who went there and became a fan of Luo Chen. Qian Ringsu went up and turned into a little fangirl. Now even the two rough guys, Qianjin Jiangmo, were not spared. Golden Crocodile Douluo, what kind of charm is this that can kill men, women, old and young? Xiaoxu, stand on the left. Xia Chen, stand on the right. Although he complained in his heart, Golden Crocodile Douluo still strode forward. He was the referee of this sparring. Are you all ready? Yes. Me too. Seeing the two in place, Golden Crocodile Douluo said, now, release your martial spirits. As soon as the voice fell, a pair of golden wings appeared behind Qian Ringsu, and along with it came 3 yellow and purple soul rings, which were the symbols of Soul Master. It's completely different from the martial spirit when she disguised herself as Xiangsu. On the other side, Luo Chen saw Qian Ringsu summoning the martial spirit and immediately compared it with the martial spirit summoned by the girl in disguise before. Then Luo Chen found that the two were not comparable at all. Blazing, sacred, and dazzling. This was the first impression that the 6-winged angel martial spirit gave Luo Chen. Very strong. There is no doubt that this is the strongest martial spirit Luo Chen has ever seen except for Bibi Dong's Demon Abyss Queen. Qian Daoliu, hey? Where is the old man? Ignore. This kid is really amazing. In the Star Realm, Aryan and Nana were paying attention to Luo Chen's situation. HMPH, nothing special. Nana's arrogance was no less than Qian Ringsu's, and even more so. If I make a move, I will definitely take her down within 3 moves. Use divine power, and then use soul skills. That is a weakened version of divine skills, which is not something Qian Ringsu can resist at all.
So in Nao's view, as long as Luo Chen uses his real power and directly summons her and Yin, Qian Rinxu is not even qualified for Luo Chen to make a move himself. But we can't make a move, right? Star Spirit is Luo Chen's last trump card, and there is no need to expose it in this kind of practice. HMPH. Nada puffed up her mouth angrily. This is what she is most dissatisfied with. Seeing Qian Rinxu kissing Luo Chen every day, although Luo Chen often enters the martial soul space as a spiritual body to accompany the two women. But Nada is still very dissatisfied. She doesn't like Bibi Dong, and she also hates this Qian Rinxu. You bad woman who stole my master. Nada was so upset that Yin covered her mouth and laughed. She saw clearly that Nada was jealous. Let me come too. In the hall, Luo Chen held his hands in front of him, and a dazzling star crown appeared in front of everyone. Is this the child's martial soul? What a beautiful martial soul, so noble. The eyes of the 6 worshippers were attracted by Luo Chen's heavenly star crown. This was the first time they saw Luo Chen summon a martial soul. The crown was as dazzling as the Milky Way. Even though they had never seen such an exquisite martial soul, it was like a work of art. Another point was that this martial soul faintly exuded an invisible pressure, which made their martial souls tremble slightly. This kind of suppression. Everyone nodded secretly. It really deserves to be a god-level martial soul. No. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Qian Daoliu's pupils shrank slightly. He looked at Bibi Dong fiercely and uttered a word in shock. Twin martial souls. What? Brother, you said twin martial souls? This child also has twin martial souls? Qian Daoliu did not answer immediately. He remembered very clearly that Luo Chen's martial soul was a golden disc. But what's the matter with this martial soul now? A crown. How can it be a crown? In Qian Daoliu's cognition, there is only one possibility for this situation. That is, twin martial souls. This child has twin martial souls just like Bibi Dong. The chief worshipper looked at Bibi Dong from a distance, and he saw the teasing in the latter's eyes. Sure enough. What a trick of hiding the truth, Bibi Dong. Qian Daoliu didn't like to sit, so from just now, he had been standing in front of the statue of the angel god on Bibi Dong's side. During this period, the statue of the angel god in the Pope's hall had not been removed, and she was still the symbol of the spirit hall. Twin martial souls? Below, Qian Rinxu looked at Luo Chen in front of her in surprise. She was very surprised. By the way, I remember that the heavenly star crown was written in Luo Chen's martial soul registration. Based on the fact that Luo Chen would often use the heavenly star crown in the future, it was used as Luo Chen's martial soul for external publicity. As for the secret of the sun disk, all of them knew it, except for Yu Xiao Gang. But this was left by Bibi Dong on purpose. Of course, it was not some lingering love. Bibi Dong now hoped that Yu Xiao Gang would reveal this secret. In this way, she could justifiably kill this waste inventor and Luo Chen's anger. Luo Chen, this crown of yours, is it the heavenly star crown recorded in the martial soul information? The little angel did not pay attention to this at first. She just thought that Luo Chen's information was forged. Since it was forged information, the heavenly star crown was just a fictitious martial soul. But now, whether it was Qian Rinxu or Qian Daoliu, they were all slapped in the face by Bibi Dong's hand of hiding the truth. What forgery and fiction. The so-called heavenly star crown is simply this kid's second martial soul. Yes. Luo Chen put on the heavenly star crown, then spread out his left hand, and a mysterious disc made of gold appeared in front of everyone. The heavenly star crown is my first martial soul, and my second martial soul is called the sun disc. It's actually a twin martial soul. Qian Rinxu looked at Luo Chen with an extremely hot gaze, and her eyes were filled with deep admiration. Twin martial souls like my mother. No, not just twin martial souls. Qian Rinxu only understood at this time why Luo Chen could have an innate level 30 soul power. According to Grandpa's judgment, Luo Chen's sun disk is a god level martial soul, and the other martial soul that can be listed as a twin martial soul with a god level martial soul must not be worse than the sun disk. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of an incredible and somewhat terrifying fact in their minds. Twin god level martial souls. What a joke is this? Is this still a human?
2 god level martial spirits. No wonder he can have a level 30 innate soul power. Ah, Wuhan Hall, this is really a treasure. God bless my Wuhan Hall. When this child grows up, who can stop the rise of my Wuhan Hall? All the worshippers, including Kaindeo Liu, looked at Luo Chen with extremely eager eyes. In their eyes, Luo Chen is the future of Wuhan Hall. As long as he does not die young, no one in the future Douluo Continent will be able to compete with him. Chen, you are so amazing. Although the battle has not started yet, Kain Rinxu knows that she has been completely surpassed by Luo Chen in terms of talent. But Kain Rinxu is not jealous. She is happy for Luo Chen, even happier than she has twin god level martial spirits. You are worthy of being my brother. When it comes to Luo Chen's bragging, Kain Rinxu asks herself that she will never lose to Hulina, that slutty fox. Alright. What's the fuss? Are we going to fight or not? Bibi Dan glanced at the worshippers with disdain, with a mocking smile on her face. If this little thing can scare you, when Chen shows his true power, I'm really afraid that you old guys will be so excited that you die here on the spot. When the time comes, don't even think about asking me to collect your bodies. Poisonous tongue. Even if they decided to cooperate with the worship hall to jointly train and protect Luo Chen, Bibi Dan would still not look good to them. But everyone seemed to be used to Bibi Dan's poisonous tongue. In addition, the matter of Luo Chen's twin god level martial spirits really made them feel good, so they didn't bother with Bibi Dan. Real power. Kaindeo Liu noticed what Bibi Dan said, that golden disc has the effect of enhancing the power of the soul master. Then what kind of power does this exquisite crown have? Kid, can you introduce these two spirits to us old folks? Teacher? Go ahead. Bibi Dan, there is just one thing I want to explain first. Chen's spirit is the top secret of my spirit hall. Even the worshippers are not allowed to disclose it. You don't need to remind me of my loyalty to the spirit hall, Bibi Dan. We never said anything like betraying the spirit hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo finally found an opportunity to confront Bibi Dan. The latter frowned slightly. She knew what Golden Crocodile Douluo was hinting at. Among the people present, it seemed that only Bibi Dan had a history of almost betraying the spirit hall. The others were all loyal ministers. Bibi Dan, damn it, you Xiao gang misled me. Kid. Golden Crocodile Douluo changed his bad attitude towards Bibi Dan, and a kind smile appeared on his majestic face. Introduce your spirit and let us open our eyes. Okay. Luo Chen could see that, although Golden Crocodile Douluo and Bibi Dan did not get along, they were not really targeting each other, and the worshippers of the spirit hall did have a good attitude towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen saw Kaindeo Liu's kindness and Kain Jinjiangmo's secret protection. My second martial soul, the Sun Disk, does not have combat capabilities, nor can it be attached with spirit rings. Luo Chen said, completely releasing the aura on the Sun Disk. At this moment, everyone present, including Bibi Dan who had already undergone the ascension ceremony, was attracted by the Sun Disk. It's this feeling again. Kaindeo Liu said with emotion, this martial soul can make the martial soul of the spirit master undergo a qualitative change, right? Yes, great worshipper. Child, just call me grandpa like Xiaoxu. Ahem. Bibi Dan glared at Kaindeo Liu in dissatisfaction. Have some shame, Kaindeo Liu. Calling him grandpa now, what kind of bet are they making? Okay, it's only a matter of time anyway. Kaindeo Liu laughed, and didn't take Bibi Dan's attitude to heart. Seeing this, Luo Chen did not give Kaindeo Liu a positive answer. He was more concerned about Bibi Dan's mood now. Afterwards, Luo Chen briefly introduced the power of the Sun Disk to everyone. After listening to Luo Chen's explanation, everyone fell into silence again. This martial soul, is a god level martial soul so awesome? Too much. It can improve the qualifications of soul masters, evolve martial souls, and help awaken domains, ultimate power, and even. The worshippers looked at Bibi Dan. The twin ultimate martial souls and the god level martial soul after self-fusion were a living example in front of them, and they could not help but doubt it. From now on, as long as you can get Chen's recognition, and have enough achievements, Bibi Dan said, you can be granted the opportunity to ascend to the sky. The first half of this sentence can be understood. Luo Chen's recognition means that they have to treat him better. The worshippers all have a good impression of Luo Chen, and this condition is not a problem at all. After all, eating someone's mouth is soft, and taking someone's hand is short. Asking Luo Chen to change his fate against the will of heaven, no matter what price they have to pay, the worshippers can accept it. But the question is, what is enough merit? As the worshippers and elders of the Spirit Hall, their contributions to the Spirit Hall are obvious to all. However, everyone understands that the contribution Bibidang mentioned does not refer to the Spirit Hall at all, but to her. Yes, only those who have made contributions to Bibidang can be granted ascension. This matter was proposed by Luo Chen to help Bibidang control the Spirit Hall faster and improve the strength of the Spirit Hall. If nothing unexpected happens, the Spirit Hall will definitely fall into Luo Chen's hands in the future. Then, ascending for the worshippers and elders is equivalent to building Luo Chen's team and uniting people in advance. Bibidang, you, too much. Golden Crocodile Douluo was trembling with anger. He was extremely excited because he really needed Luo Chen's help. Golden Crocodile Douluo was not doing it for himself. He was old, and whether he could make further progress, Golden Crocodile Douluo had already let it go. The old man wanted Luo Chen to help someone else. The martial spirit of the Golden Crocodile King is a super martial spirit that can awaken the innate realm. Unfortunately, his descendants are of low qualifications. Neither his son nor his grandson inherited the bloodline of the Golden Crocodile King. They only have the degenerated Golden Crocodile. As the grandson of the Golden Crocodile Douluo followed Kayang Sunji to hunt down A Yin, and was eventually killed by Tang Heo, the Golden Crocodile Douluo only had his great-granddaughter Jin Yeo as a relative. 9 out of 10 old people in the Douluo Continent are granddaughter slaves. The Golden Crocodile Douluo is no exception. So when he heard about Luo Chen's ability of the Sun Disk, he was the one who couldn't hold back the most. PS. It will be available after 0-100 hours on the 1st. Please make a first order. Chapter 46. Your soul skill is fake. I went too far. So what? Bibidang did not hide her arrogance. Luo Chen is my disciple. Without my permission, he will not allow anyone to ascend. Of course, this is a lie. Bibidang was controlled by Luo Chen, so she had no courage to say anything about him. However, Luo Chen told Bibidang that when she was outside, Bibidang needed to show a strong desire for control. At first, Bibidang did not understand why Luo Chen did this. In this regard, Luo Chen explained, if someone skips the rules and comes to me for help in the future, I will help him. If he breaks the rules and does not help, he will resent me. This is the same as what the body patriarch taught Sun Wukong after he learned the 72 transformations from him. A little bit of kindness, a little bit of hatred. In this case, Luo Chen simply handed the opportunity to ascend to Bibidang. Bibidang is different from Luo Chen, the cold and beautiful pope who is decisive in killing. If you go to ask her, she will not agree. In this situation, if you dare to resent her, you are simply courting death. Bibidang will not reason with you. If you are not convinced, then I will kill you until you are convinced. Take all the pressure. Bibidang will shelter Luo Chen from the wind and rain until the day he grows up completely. What should I do? Just be a little domineering. In response, Bibidang said be a little domineering? Isn't that acting in your true colors? If you have any dissatisfaction, just tell me. If you are not convinced, let's fight. Bibidang's beautiful eyes looked coldly at the worshippers present. The terrifying soul power made even the Golden Crocodile Douluo feel a little pressure. In Douluo Continent, the big fist is the hard truth. Mom. Kyan Ringsu below looked at her mother with a look of disdain, her eyes full of little stars. Just do as you say. Kyan Daoliu found that he was really old, and he really couldn't suppress Bibidang's sharpness and courage. Big brother. Golden Crocodile Douluo wanted to say something, but seeing that Kyan Daoliu had compromised, he could only choose to bow his head. Kyan Ringsu saw all these scenes. She felt sorry for her grandfather and was happy for Luo Chen. At the same time, Kyan Ringsu was deeply fascinated by Bibidang's domineering and cold beauty. Mother and daughter are connected by heart, so Bibidang naturally noticed Kyan Ringsu's gaze. This girl. For the first time, Bibidang did not show disgust, but turned her head away, as if she was a little afraid to bear Kyan Rinxu's fiery gaze. Okay, since everyone has no objection. The coldness on Bibi Dong's face dissipated instantly, and the speed of her expression change was no slower than that of Golden Crocodile Douluo just now. Xiaochen. Bibi Dong said softly, next, you will use the Heavenly Crown to show the teacher and the elders the ability of your first martial spirit. Okay, teacher. Luo Chen nodded obediently, and everyone saw the Heavenly Crown on his head shining. Finally, I'm going to see Xiaochen's soul skills. Kyan Rinxu was shocked by the power of the sun disk, and also knew that Luo Chen's Heavenly Crown could have 18 soul rings. 18 soul rings means a full 18 soul skills. I'm looking forward to it. Kyan Rinxu felt that she was not Luo Chen's opponent, but a family supporter in the audience. As a sister, she was waiting for her brother to show his martial spirit and then cheer for him. But the next moment, 2 soul rings with a hint of yellow and white appeared around Luo Chen. White, am I dazzled? The 2 bright white soul rings almost made Kyan Daoliu vomit blood. Dong. Kyan Daoliu gritted his teeth and stared at Bibi Dong. Are you crazy? 2 white soul rings, how can they be 2 10-year soul rings? Do you know how much talent this will waste for Xiaochen? However, Bibi Dong didn't bother to answer Kyan Daoliu's question. She just sat there, silently watching Luo Chen, waiting for his choice. Xiaochen. Kyan Rinxu also didn't expect Luo Chen to show 2 white soul rings. Although it doesn't mean that she doesn't want to eat meat. But in Kyan Rinxu's life, she really has never seen a soul master with white soul rings. The soul master who can enter the Wuhan city and reach Kyan Rinxu must have an optimal soul ring configuration at the very least. That is, yellow, purple, and black. But the first and second soul rings are both white. Kyan Rinxu was shocked at first, and then she didn't believe it. Are you pretending the same as me? Kyan Rinxu hoped to get a positive answer from Luo Chen. She would rather be deceived and frightened than want her recognized brother's potential to lose. Fake. This must be fake. Xiaochen is using tactics to lower her vigilance. No, this is not a disguise. Luo Chen said, my first and second soul rings are both white soul rings less than 100 years old. Hearing this, Kyan Rinxu, like Kyan Daoliu, felt a trance in her heart. No, it won't be. How can it be a white soul ring? Kyan Rinxu didn't care about the bet and training. She ran to Luo Chen quickly with tears in her eyes. Why do you want to add a white soul ring to yourself? Mom. For the first time, Kyan Rinxu took the initiative to express her dissatisfaction to Bibi Dong. How can you do this? Really? Bibi Dong did not reprimand Kyan Rinxu. To be honest, if it weren't for Luo Chen's own efforts, Bibi Dong would probably blame herself for this for the rest of her life. You misunderstood. Without waiting for Bibi Dong to explain, Luo Chen told everyone the reason why he absorbed 2 white soul rings. After hearing that Luo Chen had been poisoned since childhood and suffered inhuman torture every day and night, but he relied on his will and Wang Sheng's care to live to the day when his martial soul awakened. These understated words actually contained so much suffering and hardship. For a moment, even the most serious looking Golden Crocodile Douluo felt distressed and wanted to go up and give Luo Chen a loving hug from his grandfather. Second brother, calm down. Unfortunately, Lion Douluo and Luo Douluo were quick to stop this 8-foot tall and 8-foot tall man. What if you hurt Xiaochen when you hug him? That's right, second brother, take it easy. The 2 of them now understood why Qianjun, Jiangmo, Yuguan, Gimli and others were attracted to Luo Chen. With such a mind and perseverance, he deserves to have a happy ending after suffering. Kyan Rinxu was completely immersed in Luo Chen's tragic past. She thought she was already very pitiful. She lost her father at a young age, her mother regarded her as an enemy, and she only had a grandfather to rely on. But compared with Luo Chen, Kyan Rinxu felt like she was living in heaven. The young master of the spirit hall, taught and loved by the demigods, well fed and well clothed, high above. Look at Luo Chen again. He has no father or mother, grew up in an orphanage, is weak and sickly, and suffers from torture. He has to rack his brains to even acquire a little knowledge. In the future, I will protect you in the future. Kyan Rinxu has completely put herself into the role of a sister. Although she is not very old, the maternal instinct in her heart is like a tsunami and cannot be controlled. Ahem. Finally, Bibi Dong couldn't stand it anymore. That's enough. How long are you going to hold me? The last sentence was obviously said to Kyan Rinxu. The little angel was helpless. She was like she was dating her boyfriend in private and was discovered by her mother-in-law. She was inexplicably nervous. That's not right. Kyan Rinxu felt something was wrong. I'm your daughter. Okay, Xiaoxu. After learning about Luo Chen's situation, Kyan Daoliu managed to calm down. Since Luo Chen is fine, let's start over. Although the first soul ring is still white, the second soul ring is from the 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor. Its growth potential is still worth looking forward to. In addition, this was Luo Chen's own choice. If we really want to talk about heartbreak, Bibi Dong is the one who is most tormented among the people present. If not, Kyan Daoliu would have to forcibly take Luo Chen away, lest Bibi Dong really ruin the future of their Wuhan Hall. Luo Chen, are you ready? Kyan Rinxu returned to her original expectations, and she kept a distance of 20 meters from Luo Chen. After the Wuhan was possessed, Kyan Rinxu was like a real angel from heaven. Let's start. Luo Chen did not change at all, only the heavenly star crown on his head was slightly emitting a brilliant light. The star crown was inlaid with 4 gems of different colors: white light, black darkness, silver space, and Luo Chen's newly acquired emerald wood from Yin. Luo Chen, be careful. Kyan Rinxu's body was glowing with golden light, and the surging golden soul power turned into a substantial storm. First soul skill, Angel Assault. Angel Assault, a single attack skill. Concentrate soul power on the fist to launch an attack, which can suppress and dissolve the opponent's soul power. Kyan Rinxu threw a punch at Luo Chen through the air. Luo Chen only felt a heat wave hitting his face, and in the blink of an eye, the fist condensed by soul power was already within reach. So fast. The real soul skills are much faster than when Luo Chen watched anime. Come to think of it, anime is for the audience, to see the moves clearly after all, and the real battle is almost only a moment. Luo Chen. On the other side, Kyan Rinxu saw that Luo Chen did not move, and thought he was scared. She was startled, and immediately wanted to restrain her soul power. However, before Kyan Rinxu could make any move, she found that Luo Chen, who was originally standing in front of her, had disappeared. What? I'm here. The voice came from behind Kyan Rinxu. She turned around suddenly, and saw Luo Chen appearing behind her safely. Not only Kyan Rinxu, but all the priests and elders present showed incredible eyes. Only Bibi Dong, who knew some information about Luo Chen's first soul skill, remained calm. What was that just now? Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Kyan Daoliu, who nodded and said, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a space-type soul skill. Too fast. So fast that even these titled Douluos couldn't find the trajectory. This is absolutely unreasonable. Therefore, there is only one possibility, that is, teleportation. Luo Chen's first soul skill turned out to be a teleportation ability? If so, Kyan Daoliu felt that the white soul ring was nothing. This child is lucky and got a very practical soul skill. 10 years of soul skills are randomly transferred to space abilities. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a lottery. Heh. However, Bibi Dong sneered, don't make a decision so quickly. This is not the true power of Luo Chen's first soul skill. What? The worshippers looked at Bibi Dong in confusion. Watch carefully. Bibi Dong crossed her legs and sat on a high place like a queen, with a gleam in her eyes. Today, you will realize again what a true god-level martial soul is. Kyan Daoliu and others were a little dissatisfied with Bibi Dong's words that blasphemed the god of angels, but the battle below had started again. Luo Chen? Kyan Rinxu was about to ask, but saw Luo Chen's figure disappear again, and this time, he suddenly appeared in front of her. You can't beat me by being in a daze. A finger slowly raised, and the fingertip was close to Kyan Rinxu's eyebrows. Boom. Before Luo Chen's fingertip touched her, the girl's soul power burst out, and Kyan Rinxu once again activated her first soul skill, Angel Assault. This time, Kyan Rinxu did not hold back. She discovered that Luo Chen's first soul skill was very strange, and it could be used continuously for an instant. Sure. As expected, the golden soul power hit nothing, and Qian Ringsu's face was solemn. Your first soul skill. Space. Luo Chen did not hide it. He calmly kept a distance of 10 meters from Qian Ringsu, with me as the center, 50 meters. In this area, I can perform space transfer at will. In 7 days, Luo Chen's space control range has become larger. 50 meters. Just this data directly shocked everyone present. Isn't it too exaggerated? Space transfer with a radius of 50 meters. How can this be played? You should know that Xiao Wu's teleportation has a radius of only 5 meters and cannot be launched continuously. But Luo Chen is good. Not only can it be fired continuously, but it is also 10 times the distance of ordinary teleportation. What kind of soul beast's soul ring is this? Qian Daoliu is worthy of being one of the strongest people in the world. He immediately noticed the special reason for Luo Chen's soul skill. His soul ring. That white soul ring is definitely not simple. It is a space type soul skill, and it has such an incredible effect. Facing such a move, unless your speed is so fast that the opponent cannot react, or you cover a large area and attack continuously, you can't do anything to the opponent. The most important thing is that this soul skill can almost make Luo Chen invincible. Just ask if he wants to escape. Teleporting at a distance of 50 meters, except for Qian Ringsu, titled Douluo and other soul masters who can fly, who can catch up with him. Luo Chen, your first soul skill should consume a lot of energy, right? Qian Ringsu was completely shocked by the effect of this soul skill. She found that, unless she consumed a lot of soul power and blocked all of Luo Chen's routes of advance and retreated one time, she could only watch him fly around. However, in this case, how to calculate the consumption ratio? She used 10% of her soul power, and Luo Chen teleported and dodged 10 times, and she was exhausted. Without soul power, even the most powerful soul master can only fight with physical fitness. It's okay. Luo Chen smiled and said, with my current soul power, I can probably teleport hundreds of times without interruption. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. Why fight? Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but said directly, as long as this kid doesn't take the initiative to attack, with his reaction speed, Xiaoxu won't have a chance. Qian Ringsu was also very bitter. She found that what Grandpa Golden Crocodile said was right. Luo Chen's first soul skill is too shameless. Space transfer, completely ignoring the soul power gap. As long as I can't hit me, I'm invincible. Luo Chen, your first soul skill is really powerful. I can't think of a way to defeat you. Qian Ringsu admitted this very straightforwardly. If it was someone else, Qian Ringsu's pride would not allow her to admit defeat. But this happened to be Luo Chen. At the same time, Qian Ringsu was also much more relieved about Luo Chen's safety. His physical fitness is not good, but with this soul skill, he can avoid a head-on confrontation with a soul master with a strong physique, and then rely on other long-range soul skills to kite the opponent to death. So, Luo Chen, are you going to develop into the agility attack system? No. Luo Chen said, and the light of the silver gem on the crown began to dim. For me, it should be considered the all-round system. All-round system? Just when Qian Ringsu was puzzled, the white gem on Luo Chen's crown glowed. The little angel noticed this scene at the first time, and her brows frowned slightly. Just like before, the gem is glowing. It's just that it was silver before, but now it has turned white. Could it be? Qian Ringsu thought of a possibility, and she stared at Luo Chen's heavenly crown in disbelief. It seems that you have discovered it. That's right. Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand, and saw that the soul power that was originally floating in the air began to condense. The golden energy turned from virtual to real, and then gathered into a huge fist made of light. It was the first soul skill that Qian Ringsu had used before Angel Assault. My soul skill? Why? Qian Ringsu didn't have time to be shocked. She jumped backwards, her angel wings spread out, and the whole person escaped from Luo Chen's attack range like a stream of light. Boom. A more powerful force than Qian Ringsu's first soul skill fell on the little angel's original position. In an instant, the whole audience was silent. Even Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Obviously, she didn't expect that Luo Chen's first soul skill could also borrow the soul power scattered from the outside world to perform an attack. What kind of soul skill is this? No, is it because of the martial soul? It doesn't seem to be. Kyandeo Liu felt that his lifelong theory had been overturned by Luo Chen. He stared at the 4 gems on Luo Chen's crown: silver, white, black, and green. Chen, how did you do it? Kyan Rinxu flew in the air. She found that most of the soul power of the angel's attack came from her. It was the soul power that should have been dispersed after she used her first soul skill. My first soul skill is called element control. As I continue to obtain soul rings, the types of element that my first soul skill can control will increase. As he spoke, Luo Chen pointed to the silver gem on the crown on his forehead. The space teleportation just now is the absolute control of the space element. Space element? Coupled with the light just now, Kyan Rinxu suddenly felt a lot of pressure. There are 4 gems on your crown. Does that mean? Yes. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. I can now control 4 element, namely light, darkness, space and wood. When Luo Chen finished explaining the essence of his first soul skill, both Kyan Rinxu and other titled masters were silent. What kind of abstract soul skill is this? Guangling Douluo felt that he had lived in vain for more than 100 years. Too perverted. Chapter 47 Nana, my soul skills are all powerful. His soul skills alone are equal to all of ours. The corner of Lion Douluo's mouth twitched slightly, and King Luan Douluo beside him was as depressed as Guangling. God level martial soul. Boss, I think what Bibi Dang said. King Luan Douluo didn't dare to say the following words, because he felt a killing intent from Kyandeo Liu. Why, don't you want to admit it? Bibi Dang finished without hesitation. Compared with Zyachen's heavenly star crown, your Kyan family's 6-winged angel martial soul is nothing. Ahem. Kyandeo Liu wanted to say something, but he couldn't refute Bibi Dang's words. In front of the heavenly star crown, the 6-winged angel martial soul can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Extremely sacred. The most outrageous thing is that Kyandeo Liu found that the angel assault simulated by Luo Chen actually has the same extreme sacred attributes as Kyan Rinxu's first soul skill. What does this mean? It means that the various element of Luo Chen's first soul skill obtained through the heavenly crown can each reach the level of extreme attributes. Extreme attributes. All attributes are extreme. And this is only the effect of Luo Chen's first soul skill. Kyandeo Liu really doesn't know what to say. Invincible. Too damn invincible. With this soul skill, what else do you need? When Luo Chen grows up and becomes a titled Douluo, he can beat countless soul masters with just this soul skill. In front of the extreme attribute, the same attribute will be restrained, and there is no power to resist. In other words, if Luo Chen can really have the extreme of all attributes, then he will have absolute suppression power against any attribute. Light, fire, darkness, poison, space, water, ice, speed, strength, life. Only 2 soul rings, and there are 4 attributes. But Luo Chen can also add 16 soul rings. With a full 16 soul rings, he can pile up more than a dozen extreme attributes. That's like playing. Hu Hunaya in the Star Realm puffed up her chest, her face full of invincible my soul skill is omnipotent. Puff. Aryan on the side looked at Nana's naughty scene and couldn't help laughing. Are you still going to fight? Luo Chen did not show all his strength at once. He looked at Kyan Rinxu in the air. If you don't fight, you have to call me Zua. Humph. Kyan Rinxu was very accommodating to Luo Chen, but she couldn't accept the name Zua. I'm the elder sister. The elder sister should show her majesty to the disobedient younger brother. So what if you can't beat him? You have to fight, even if you can't beat him. If you don't fight now, won't you be even more unable to beat him in the future? Adhering to the principle of beating your younger brother as soon as possible, Kyan Rinxu once again felt the will to fight in her heart, vowing to defend her elder sister's position. Even if it is the same soul skill, there are differences in strength. Let me teach you this truth. Kyan Rinxu activated the first soul ring, and the wings behind her flapped vigorously. Her figure drew a beautiful arc in the air, and the angel attacks that were continuously launched formed a dense golden spiderweb, which locked Luo Chen tightly inside. This kid.
Seeing Kan Rinxu getting serious, golden crocodile Douluo quickly gathered his mind and prepared to rescue Luo Chen at any time. Luo Chen's soul skills are indeed amazing, but his combat experience is ultimately insufficient. The priests present were all worried that Luo Chen would be accidentally injured by Kan Rinxu, and they couldn't help but raise their hearts. However, bang! In the hall, facing countless golden lights, Luo Chen just smiled and raised his finger. He just moved forward slightly. In an instant, all the angel attacks containing the ultimate sacred power stopped at this moment. What? Kan Rinxu was shocked, and the other powerful people who were watching also exclaimed. The reason why my first soul skill is called element control is because I can completely control every element. Even if it is the ultimate power, it is still an ownerless thing. After leaving the Soul Master's body, Luo Chen said, clenching his right hand into a fist. The next moment, all the golden light and fist shadows shattered, and then under Luo Chen's control, they gathered into an extremely large golden palm, grabbing Kan Rinxu. My soul skill. Kan Rinxu instantly estimated the soul power contained in this palm, which was at least 70% of the consumption, when she just released the soul skill. This means that Luo Chen has launched a counter-attack equivalent to 70% of her attack with almost no consumption. Who in the air? Kan Rinxu increased her flying speed, and the whole person turned into a stream of light, to avoid the attack of the golden palm. Soon, the huge angel attack launched by Luo Chen began to dissipate. His control was limited, and he could not condense such soul power for a long time. Looking at the little angel again, she fell back to the ground. Her little face was a little red, because of the intense flight. This scene once again gave the worshippers a great shock. Soul skills of the same attribute energy release will be forcibly broken by this kid, and then taken away. Guangling Douluo complained again. Haha, I said, this soul skill is indeed abstract and too fake. Everyone looked at Guangling Douluo with contempt, and then ignored this old naughty boy, and continued to watch the fight between the two. Don't you still admit defeat? No. Kan Rinxu clenched her little hands, bit her lips, and said stubbornly, sister is sister, you are not allowed to be disrespectful. Well, the little girl is stubborn on this point. Okay then. Luo Chen had no choice, but to smile and said, then continue, Xiaoxa. The second soul skill, the wings of nothingness. The wings that originally appeared from the possession of the martial soul became illusory and ethereal under the blessing of the soul skill. The sacred aura emerged, and the golden light shone. I'm going to get serious, Xiaochen. Kan Rinxu has already regarded Luo Chen as a real opponent. She let go of the restraints, and faced this bad brother who only knew how to bully his sister. Anyway, there are so many titled strongmen around. Two little guys at level 30, it was easy to keep them safe. My second soul skill is called Wings of Nothingness. Although she was unhappy, Kan Rinxu still explained very fairly, this soul skill allows me to enter a state of nothingness, immune to physical attacks, immune to energy attacks by 50%, and increased my speed by 20%. The chivalry of the Kan family and their fighting style of not wanting to take advantage of others made Luo Chen not know how to complain. He felt that he needed to find an opportunity to change the little angel's bad habit. In a battle, especially a life and death fight, how can you be slow and explain the effects of soul skills to others? Since energy-based soul skills are ineffective against you. Kan Rinxu condensed her soul power on her hands, then fight in close combat. If energy is ineffective, use physical attacks. The little angel will use her little fist of justice to teach Luo Chen what it means to have order between siblings. As a younger brother, you can't bully your sister. Well, the right choice. Luo Chen listened to Kan Rinxu's description of this soul skill and her plan, and smiled. Xiaoxa's soul skill is really good. It sounds very good. Then, Luo Chen's back, like Kan Rinxu, condensed a pair of golden soul wings. Give it to you. My soul skill. Kan Rinxu looked at Luo Chen in surprise as he performed the same soul skill as hers. Again. This scene, the onlookers who only watched it exclaimed in silence at the same time. Here, whether it is a titled Douluo, a super Douluo, or even an extreme Douluo, they have become passers-by who can only shout 666. Their worldview has been completely shattered by Luo Chen.
The first soul skill has various attributes, and they are all at the extreme level. Looking at this performance now, with the eyesight of a group of worshippers, they almost instantly judge the essence of this move. Is a child's elemental control really arbitrary? Kai and Douluo sighed, and he found that Bibidang was right. Compared with Luo Chen's heavenly star crown, the six-winged angel martial soul is not worthy of the god level evaluation at all. The gap is too big. Not bad. Bibidang said proudly. Luo Chen's first soul skill, in addition to multiple attributes, can also perform exquisite control of each element. Exquisite. Even Luo Zua's second soul skill can be copied. Golden crocodile Douluo felt his scalp tingling. He could feel that Luo Chen's wings of nothingness were not as simple as they seemed. The problem of physical and energy immunity was not obvious, but he really got a 20% speed increase. The amplification effect should belong to the rule-based soul skills. Infinite soul skills. Guangling, Xiangxi, King Luan, and Kanjun and Jiang Mo, who were watching from a distance, the five priests all thought of this word. Luo Chen's first soul skill, elemental control, allows him to construct soul skills at will. This means that, as long as Luo Chen wants, he can create his own soul skills endlessly. In addition, there is something more terrifying. Watch. Luo Chen only took a look at Kan Rinxu's first and second soul skills, and he analyzed the essence of the other party's soul skills, and then used the sacred attribute to replicate them. This kind of replication may have certain flaws, but that is not the defect of element control. But Luo Chen's current attributes are not enough. Just like the previous first soul skill Angel Assault, when Kan Rinxu performed it, Luo Chen could clearly feel the heat of the flame. But Luo Chen's Angel Assault does have the unique nature of the ultimate sacred attribute, to dissolve the soul power of the soul master, but it lacks the power of the ultimate fire. Of course, Kan Rinxu's soul skills do not reflect much of the ultimate fire for the time being, which makes it easy for Luo Chen to copy it. As long as the child watches enough soul skills, he can use the first soul skill to analyze the composition and differences of these soul skills. What happened next? Without Kan Douluo saying, others can associate various possibilities. Quickly copy other people's soul skills in the early stage, use a large number of self-created soul skills in the middle stage, and then have a big fusion in the later stage, and perform martial soul fusion skills alone. His thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Boss, this is only the first soul skill of that kid. Guangling Douluo reminded everyone in time, and said something even more terrifying. Yes. Just the first soul skill dominates the concept of soul skill. What is Luo Chen's second soul skill? If the 16 soul rings attached to that kid all have the effect of the first soul skill? No, even if it's only half, it's still so terrifying. It's just a monster. In terms of shock, no one can be more profound than Kan Rinxu, who is confronting Luo Chen. I was so worried about you just now. Humph, stinky little Chen. You have such a powerful soul skill. Why didn't you say it earlier? If this was still on the ground, the little angel would have to stomp his feet twice, and then go up, and rub Luo Chen's face hard. Didn't I just know this? Luo Chen scratched his head and said, besides, I'm really not suitable for fighting now. If you don't believe me, just look. What? In Kan Rinxu's puzzled eyes, Luo Chen flew around her. The little angel did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack or make some small moves. She just watched carefully, trying to understand what Luo Chen meant by that sentence. The battle between the two was originally to test the effect of Luo Chen's soul skills. So after seeing that Luo Chen was not flying flexibly, Kan Rinxu suddenly realized. So that's it. Soul skills are just soul skills. Being able to use them and using them well are two completely different things. In addition, Luo Chen's physical fitness is still too poor. He can't fly in the air at high speed like Kan Rinxu, which is too much pressure on him. This will get better in the future. Thinking of the reason for Luo Chen's physical weakness, Kan Rinxu felt distressed. She comforted him, and you still have space teleportation, so you don't have to consume physical strength at all. Space teleportation plus Angel Assault is enough to kite the opponent to death from a distance. Kan Rinxu also thought that Luo Chen could observe more light attribute soul skills for long range attacks to enhance his firepower. Yeah.
Luo Chen nodded, then tapped the third gem on his forehead. Zua, use angel assault on me again. HMM. Kyan Rinxu was obviously very dissatisfied with Luo Chen calling her Zua. But she was the one who said it, and now Luo Chen has indeed shown the power to defeat her. Kyan Rinxu really can't go back on her word. Keep your word. This is the principle of life that Kyan Daoliu taught her. Luo Chen, just because you keep your word doesn't mean that your enemies are as trustworthy as you. It can only be said that the education of the Kyan family is indeed too pedantic. Fortunately, there is still me. Luo Chen thinks that Kyan Rinxu is good in many ways. He doesn't want the little angel to become Zu King in the original book, but he also wants her to have a flexible bottom line. You can continue the test, but you have to be my brother. Kyan Rinxu didn't know what Luo Chen was thinking. She just wanted a brother now. Luo Chen looked at the little angel who looked at him pleadingly, and he said helplessly, okay. Finally, Kyan Rinxu, who got what she wanted, showed a satisfied smile. What should I do? Just release the angel assault on you? Well, I want to test the effect of the third extreme attribute. The third one. Kyan Rinxu, the black gem. Suddenly, Kyan Rinxu noticed one thing, that is, only the white one of Luo Chen's 4 gems is now lit. Chen, your soul skills can only use one attribute at a time. No. Luo Chen knew what Kyan Rinxu was worried about, and he said, as long as I want, all attributes can be used together. Yeah, that's good. Kyan Rinxu breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want her brother's soul skills to have this defect. Although it is still very abnormal to only be able to use one at a time, since she has regarded Luo Chen as a little monster, Kyan Rinxu naturally hopes that Luo Chen can become the strongest monster. No one can catch up with my Chen. Kyan Rinxu, my brother is invincible. Here I come. Kyan Rinxu, who was imagining how her brother would protect her after he became stronger, once again released her first soul skill, Angel Assault. The golden fist condensed and hit Luo Chen. But this time, Luo Chen did not dodge, but while maintaining the wings of nothingness, he raised his hand and condensed a black vortex in front of him. Ultimate darkness. This extreme attribute is exactly the same as Bibidong's extreme darkness. Swish. Sure enough, after the angel assault touched this dark vortex, the sacred power and the dark power in it offset each other, and the remaining soul power was directly swallowed by it. Eat it? Kyan Rinxu, Chen, your black soul power has the effect of swallowing other people's soul power and soul skills? Yes. Luo Chen nodded and tested the strength of the extreme darkness. The extreme darkness is very strong, and can almost swallow everything. But it also has a flaw, that is, it cannot completely dissolve other types of extreme attributes in the attack. How is the effect? Somewhat not satisfactory. Luo Chen shook his head in disappointment and said, the ultimate darkness has its own devouring characteristics, and it has absolute suppression power when facing non-ultimate attributes. But facing a soul master with ultimate attributes like Kyan Rinxu, the ultimate darkness can only be forcibly absorbed. And the price? Luo Chen felt his soul power and found that he had consumed a lot. The cost performance is too low. Humph, stinky brother, you are still selling your goods after getting a bargain. Luo Chen's words were simply despising soul masters with ultimate darkness, such as Bibidong who was sitting below. He subconsciously glanced at Bibidong, and sure enough, he saw a dangerous smile on her face. Ahem. Luo Chen quickly changed the subject and talked about the benefits of ultimate darkness, but I found a special use for this devouring ability. Special use? In Kyan Rinxu's puzzled eyes, Luo Chen once again performed the angel assault. The originally one-way angel assault suddenly split into dozens of fists. Their power was greatly weakened, but the range was more than dozens of times larger. This is it. Kyan Rinxu's eyes lit up, and she only heard Luo Chen explain, this is the second use of the angel assault that I developed specifically for you, Zua. You mean, I can also learn this soul skill? Yes. Luo Chen told Kyan Rinxu that after his extreme darkness devoured other people's soul skills, the efficiency of analyzing soul skills was greatly improved. Then, he could develop her soul skills specifically for Kyan Rinxu, allowing her to obtain multiple changes.
And because these self-created soul skills are derived from Kyan Rinxu's soul skills, with the talent of the little angel, she will be able to master them quickly. So, as long as you are here, Zyachan, I can also obtain countless self-created soul skills that suit me. Kyan Rinxu's hands were trembling with excitement, and then she turned into a fragrant breeze, and rushed into Luo Chen's arms. Zyachan, you are so amazing. Ah. The tender and moist little mouth touched Luo Chen's cheek, the warm touch, and a little bit of milk fragrance, that only girls have, which makes people unable to stop. Peas, on the first day of listing, there will be updates later. Chapter 48. We live next door to each other, can it be far to stick together? Ah, so angry. In the Star Realm, Nana looked at Kyan Rinxu, who was acting like a hooligan, and was so angry that she almost jumped out and beat her up. Silver Dragon King, I hate angels. I hate. Exclamation mark. This stinky girl. Not only Nana, but even Bibi Dong, who was originally sitting calmly, had a sudden change of expression at this time. How dare she? Her own daughter is competing with her for a man. Bibi Dong, let go quickly, you rebellious girl. Ha ha ha. Kyan Daoliu laughed. Between a sister and a brother, what's the big deal? Having seen Luo Chen's potential, Kyan Daoliu has already regarded Luo Chen as his future grandson-in-law. He wants to create more opportunities for the two of them for his own Xiaoxu. Humph. Bibi Dong looked at the two people who were still hugging each other in the air. The two pairs of golden angel wings really made her eyes jump wildly. Since the fight is over, why don't you get back to the worship hall? Mom. Huh. With a look from Bibi Dong, the little angel shrank, and there was no longer the liveliness and cuteness before. Teacher, you also know the effect of my second soul skill. Luo Chen squeezed the little angel's hand and said, this is of great help to Zua's cultivation. Second soul skill? Everyone was also interested. They saw the perversion of Luo Chen's first soul skill. So what is his second soul skill? My second soul skill is called the Starlight Road. Luo Chen said, and then he used his second soul skill. I saw that star grass, which looked like a work of art, sprouted in the air, and on the ground with him as the center. For a moment, the entire Pope's palace seemed to be in the galaxy, beautiful, mysterious, and profound. Wow, Kyan Rinxu was completely stunned. It's so beautiful. Zyachan, your second soul skill is so beautiful. My second soul skill can improve the soul master's cultivation speed, and can also create star grass that can be taken directly. The effect is, Luo Chen said, the effect of his second soul skill, assisting training, all-round improvement of attributes, healing effect. It also has an innate domain, that is not a soul skill. Luo Chen's second soul skill is not as terrifying as the first soul skill, but unlike the first soul skill used for combat, the second soul skill almost encompasses all the abilities that a supporting martial soul should have. This is really a soul skill, not another martial soul. Speaking of this, Kyan Daoliu was really a little confused. He found that Luo Chen's first and second soul skills were like two powerful martial souls composed of multiple martial souls. One has the ultimate power of all attributes and element control, and the other combines a healing system, food system, and auxiliary system. This is too abnormal. Guangling Douluo teased. What strong attack system and agile attack system? Zyachan has whatever system he wants. The all-round system. There is really nothing wrong with it. Guangling's proposal was instantly recognized by everyone. Moreover, Luo Chen's ability to create his own soul skills also made the crowd of worshippers extremely jealous. With the strength of the worshippers, they can't use many soul skills with less power. What they really need is a big move like the Great Sumeru Hammer that can turn the tables at a critical moment. As far as Luo Chen is concerned, he will not refuse. The worshippers are all good people and are extremely loyal to the Spirit Hall. Today's competition is of far-reaching significance. Kyan Rinxu represents the worship hall and is the hope of the older generation of the Spirit Hall, while Luo Chen is the future of the Pope Hall and the future successor of Bibi Dong. The two of them are like siblings and have a close relationship. It can be seen that Bibi Dong and Kyan Daoliu have reached an agreement on the plan of Luo Chen and Kyan Rinxu. It just so happens that all the worshippers are here today, so why not feel the effect of my second soul skill here?
After Luo Chen finished speaking, he sprinkled the power of the stars to the Pope Hall, and then asked the worshippers to practice on the spot. Well, let me try. Guangling Douluo was the first to sit cross-legged. He was a level 96 Super Douluo, and his soul power had been bottlenecked for decades. At his level, if he wanted to continue to improve, he could only rely on his own perception, except for relying on the addition of a second martial soul like Bibidong, and directly attacking the bottleneck with huge soul power. It is simply unrealistic for non-twin martial soul owners to obtain huge soul power. Everyone knew this, so they did not take Luo Chen's cultivation seriously. However, Guangling Douluo soon found out that he was wrong. And he was wrong outrageously. Brother. Guangling Douluo opened his eyes, and his young face was full of shock. This martial soul, it can improve my perception speed of the next level. What? This time, not only Guangling, but all the worshippers, including Jugi Douluo, began to practice. As for the result, it was just as Guangling Douluo said. There is such a thing. Jin Crocodile Douluo's reaction was the most intense. He had been trapped at level 98 for nearly 100 years. Simply speaking of soul power cultivation, you can continue after entering level 98. But when you reach the bottleneck of level 98, if you can't continue to break through, then your soul power will not be able to improve anymore. But now, the bottleneck is loosening. Although it was very slow, Golden Crocodile Douluo could clearly feel that the high wall in front of him was slowly breaking. What kind of treasure is this? Lion Douluo and Luo Douluo stared at Luo Chen with fiery eyes. Their bottlenecks were far less solid than Golden Crocodile Douluo's. The peak of level 97 was certainly far from level 98. But with the help of Luo Chen, the two were confident that they could break through to the next stage within 10 years. Bibidong. Kai and Daoliu looked at Bibidong. Bringing Chen back to the spirit hall is the most correct thing you have done in your life. Bibidong wanted to complain, but she couldn't refute this old guy. If Luo Chen hadn't been whispering to her these days, how could Bibidong let the worshippers know how amazing her treasure was? Her soul power was cultivated quickly, and she was not far from the perfection of level 97. And with Bibidong's talent, she didn't need the comprehension bonus at all, and she could successfully break through the bottleneck and break through level 98. In Douluo Continent, the talent of soul masters is really an unsolvable thing. For people like Jugi Douluo, there will be a gap between level 95 and level 96 that is difficult to cross by their own strength. Qianjun, Jiangmo, and Guangling reached their own limits at level 96. In contrast, Bibidong does not have this limitation. Her talent is enough to support her to level 99, and then she cannot make any more breakthroughs under the suppression of the rules of Douluo Continent. However, it is not that Bibidong's talent is not good, but the rules of the plane are like this, and she has no choice. Just like the Ascension ceremony, if you want to enjoy the starlight to assist in cultivation, you also need to have enough contributions. Bibidong stood up from her seat and walked straight to Luo Chen. She put the Pope's scepter at her side and said proudly, "The great priest, you should not extinguish the enterprising spirit of the 6 priests, right? Bibidong, you." Kai and Daoliu certainly could not do such a thing. Even if the 6 great priests have a close relationship with him, not family, but better than family. But how can he stop the Soul Master's desire to go further? Bibidong, if you want us to serve you as our master, and do whatever you want. Golden Crocodile Douluo stepped forward. I won't agree. It is indeed very attractive to continue practicing, but forget about letting us obey you. Although Guangling Douluo looks young, he is an old man after all. He rested his hands on his head and said with a smile, "Anyway, I'm very satisfied with my current realm." The deep feelings of the worshippers were obviously beyond Bibidong's expectations. They were not perfunctory, nor were they hindered by Kai and Daoliu's face. They were simply telling the truth. Most people in Douluo Continent are really simple. You can say that they are loyal, but it is this loyalty that makes certain things override interests and lives. TSK. Bibidong was very unhappy, but she couldn't do anything about these old guys. She said to Luo Chen, "Chen, you won. Just like you said, these old stubborn people are like stones in the toilet, smelly and hard." Bibidong's metaphor instantly made the faces of the worshippers pale.
Luo Chen, teacher, I don't think I said that. He did say this metaphor, but he didn't use it on the worshippers. Really? The beautiful Pope winked at Luo Chen mischievously, and then quickly returned to her original solemnity. Luo Chen. Okay, then the teacher remembered it wrong. Bibi Dong didn't mean to apologize at all. This was her character. She couldn't stand Kandao Liu in the worship hall. What do you mean? My little Chen is kind-hearted and can't bear to see you stand still. Bibi Dong made a bet with Luo Chen that as long as there was a worshipper willing to betray Kandao Liu and join the Pope's hall, the power of the Star Road would not be used by the worshippers. Otherwise, according to Luo Chen's judgment, the 7 great worshippers would be included in his training list. All worshippers, take this star grass. Luo Chen used his second soul skill to create a lot of star grass and distributed them to the 7 worshippers, Qian Ringsu, and the 2 elders Ju Jiui. The best time for everyone to comprehend and practice every day is 2 hours at night. Luo Chen told them that he would expand the star field every night with the Pope's palace as the center. This field is like a lighthouse that can attract the power of the stars. At the same time, each star grasp becomes a router. As long as they are not too far away from Luo Chen, they can receive the auxiliary practice effect of the Star Road. The effect is not as good as Bibi Dong, who is in close contact with Luo Chen, and it is even more incomparable to Luo Chen himself. However, for the worshippers, the speed of practice is not important. What is important is the perception. And the perception of this thing, even if it is just a little, is enough for them to digest for a long time. Therefore, the difference between higher and lower efficiency is not big. If the worshippers really sit cross-legged beside Luo Chen to practice, they can only digest a very small part of the perception they get in 2 hours. Even if you comprehend a higher realm, it depends on personal talent. The 6 worshippers practiced at the same time, and there was still a big gap in the speed of perception and the efficiency of digestion of perception. Among them, Golden Crocodile Douluo was the best, and Kaienjin Conquering Demon Douluo was the worst. It can only be said that the ranking of the 7 great priests is really good. In addition, the replica of the stargrass can only exist for a maximum of 3 days, and the radiation range of each plant is only 1 meter. Luo Chen said, so all the priests only need to get a new stargrass from me every 3 days. A radius of 1 meter can only support 1 or 2 people to practice at most. Maybe the receiving range and radiation range can be increased in the future. But now, Luo Chen can only do this. What a pity. On the other side, Kandao Liu also ended his practice. My realm has reached the limit, and this power is useless to me. Kandao Liu's problem is very complicated, not just talent and potential. First of all, he is the high priest of the angel god, which limits his chances of further advancement. In addition, the rules of Douluo Continent restrict that soul masters cannot break through the 100th level. Great priest. Just call me grandpa, child. Kandao Liu touched Luo Chen's head, and this time, although Bibi Dong was unhappy, she did not stop him after all. Seeing this, Luo Chen also changed his words and said, Grandpa. Okay. Kandao Liu smiled and felt that the sound of grandpa made him 50 years younger. Well, 150 minus 50, he is still a centenarian. In the future, you and Xiaoxu should go out more often. With you by her side, Kandao Liu said, Grandpa will be relieved. Hearing what Grandpa said, Qian Ringsu looked at Luo Chen shyly. After today's battle, Qian Ringsu was completely convinced by Luo Chen. Thinking of the original agreement with Grandpa, as long as Luo Chen is better than her, she will. Oh, the little angel was too embarrassed to think about it. I just treat him as a younger brother. I don't have that kind of thoughts. The arrogant Qian Ringsu would never admit that she was infatuated with her stinky younger brother. HMPH. Bibi Dong couldn't help it. She pulled Luo Chen back behind her. Okay, today's competition ends here. In addition, you all know Luo Chen's spirit information. For the benefit of the spirit hall and the safety of this child, you should know what to do. Although Bibi Dong's tone was not very good, the worshippers had long been accustomed to her attitude. So, Kandao Liu personally arranged, from today on, all worshippers must accept a new task. Luo Chen is related to the future of the spirit hall, and Qian Ringsu is the apple of the eye of the worshippers.
Since the two will act together in the next period of time, the worshippers should do their best to give absolute protection. Don't say that the worshippers are in a superior position. After seeing Luo Chen's power, they are willing to be this tool man and be his protector. And this process will not be too long. With Luo Chen's talent, at most 10 years, he will definitely reach a new height. By then, they don't need to worry about it. Everyone just needs to be a good background board, witness Luo Chen's rise with their own eyes, and then shout 666. Teacher. Luo Chen glanced at Kan Ringsu, who was a little transparent beside him, and said, Zua is in the critical period of cultivation now. Letting her stay by my side will be of great benefit. The clever little angel understood Luo Chen's purpose in a second. It's better for her to stay by Luo Chen's side. This naturally includes the nighttime cultivation. So, Kan Ringsu looked at Bibi Dong expectantly, and at the same time, she felt infinite gratitude towards Luo Chen in her heart, and secretly said, is this the feeling of being protected by a younger brother? Zaya-chan is so good to me. Zaya-chan, Zaya-chan, my Zaya-chan. For a moment, a little love appeared in the eyes of the little angel looking at Luo Chen. However, Bibi Dong's mouth twitched slightly. She really wanted to ask Luo Chen what kind of magic potion Kan Ringsu had given him to make him help this stinky girl like this. The range of my starlight road is 10 meters. Luo Chen said, why not let Zhu live next door? What do you think, teacher? Not very good. Bibi Dong wanted to refuse directly, but when she was looked at by Luo Chen's eyes, her heart softened instantly. As long as you like it. Bibi Dong felt sour in her heart. How come the little cotton padded jacket she got with great difficulty was a little leaky? But as long as Bibi Dong didn't see Kan Ringsu, for Luo Chen's sake, she decided to ignore it. Long live. Kan Ringsu grabbed Luo Chen's right hand with both hands, and her eyes narrowed happily, just like a kitten who wanted to act coquettishly and ask for a touch from her master. From never seeing each other, to being able to appear beside Luo Chen. From the worship hall to living in the Pope's hall. Now they live next door. How far can they be from sleeping with their mother? Kan Ringsu felt that Luo Chen was the sun in her life. Since he came into being, the originally dark and lightless world suddenly became bright, as if it had been reborn. But, wouldn't this be a bit bad? She has been helped by Luo Chen all the time, which makes her look like a shameless woman. No, I have to think of a way to let Zaya-chan see my sister's charm. The little angel completely forgot what Kan Daoliu said about getting Luo Chen's favor. There is no such thing as tsundere Zhu. There is just another little fan of Luo Chen. If we use the degree of favorability, Kan Ringsu at least has an extreme feeling for Luo Chen. In this world, besides Kan Daoliu and Bibi Dong, Luo Chen is the person Kan Ringsu cares about the most. That's right. Thinking of this, Kan Ringsu suddenly made a decision. Zaya-chan is my mother's disciple, and he is likely to inherit the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future. Logically, this position should belong to Kan Ringsu. But she has no intention of competing with Luo Chen now. In the future, when Zaya-chan becomes the Pope, I will be his judgment elder, and use the holy sword in my hand to clear all obstacles for him. Kan Ringsu secretly vowed to herself that she must practice well, become stronger, and then become a well-behaved and docile little angel who protects Luo Chen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. Creating a cultivation method. Brother Chen, this dish tastes good, you should try it. In the evening, at a restaurant in Wuhan City, Luo Chen, Kan Ringsu, Hu Lina, Wang Sheng, Yan, and Ziyu were having their daily dinner. During the dinner, Kan Ringsu, who was dressed as a man, changed her shy and cute little angel, and introduced the various delicacies of this restaurant to Luo Chen enthusiastically, just like a real elder brother. Luo Chen took a bite, and found that it tasted really good. Yeah, delicious. Wang Sheng looked at this scene, and felt a little sour. He used to take care of Luo Chen. But since he came to the Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong and Hu Lina directly took his job.
Little Wang Sheng, dare to be angry, but not say anything. Haha, as long as you like it. Qian Rinxu had been collecting intelligence for a long time for this moment. Based on Luo Chen's ordering of dishes in the Wuhan Hall cafeteria every noon, she analyzed Luo Chen's taste and then sent people to investigate this restaurant, which is very famous in Wuhan city. Now let's see. Qian Rinxu. Oh, it's really me. That. Hulina looked at the two of them suspiciously. She always felt that Qian Rinxu was too enthusiastic about Luo Chen. Xiao Chen, you should try this too. Oh, thank you, senior sister. Qian Rinxu frowned slightly. She felt that the little fox was copying her, but she had no evidence. At this moment, Qian Rinxu and Hulina's eyes collided. Girl and boy, but there was no ambiguity. There was just fierce sparks. Senior Xiangsu, it seems that you are getting closer and closer to Xiao Chen recently. A few days ago, the little fox encountered a strange thing. Hulina once went to the Pope's palace to find Luo Chen and accidentally found a strand of blonde hair on his clothes. Not good. Little fox, a strange woman has approached my Xiao Chen. Teacher Bibi Dong's hair is wine red with a purple hue. Luo Chen has black hair, and among the people Hulina knows, only Qian Rinxu has blonde hair. However, Qian Rinxu in men's clothing has short hair, but that hair is very long. If it's not Xiangsu's, then this blonde hair. In addition, Bibi Dong has been hinting to her recently, intentionally or unintentionally, to keep an eye on Luo Chen and not let him be snatched away. For a moment, Hulina couldn't help but be alert. Who is it? Hulina thought she had been keeping a good eye on him. Except for every night in the library, she was almost always with Luo Chen. There was nothing to worry about in the former, because Bibi Dong was there. As for the library, because Qian Rinxu would go with her, Hulina had specifically asked the other party, and Qian Rinxu certainly wouldn't betray herself. After saying that, Qian Rinxu expressed her disdain for Hulina. The little fox is not as talented as her, not as strong as her, not as social status as her, and has not spent as much time with Luo Chen as she has. Not to mention the understanding of Luo Chen, and the opportunity to get the moon first. Hulina is just a fraction of what I can do. Having said that, Qian Rinxu still treated Hulina as an opponent. So, when Hulina asked her about her blonde hair, Qian Rinxu said calmly, no, I have always been with Brother Chen, and I guarantee that no other woman has ever approached him. Yes, with her around, those coquettish bitches will never have a chance to approach her Luo Chen. In Qian Rinxu's opinion, Luo Chen is really too cute, too kind, and too simple. Even if he is quietly reading in the library, he will always attract some older sisters to come and get close to him. My little Chen is kind-hearted and pure. These women must have bad intentions towards my little Chen. Qian Rinxu is not trying to monopolize Luo Chen. She is just protecting Luo Chen to prevent people with malicious intentions from approaching him. Although the strength of the worshippers and elders is strong, they cannot be easily exposed. So, at this time, it depends on her, Qian Rinxu. Protecting Xiao Chen, sister has no choice. The little angel thought so, and realized that he was still Xiangsu, so he coughed dryly, and continued to taste the food. Well, what? Yan asked Wang Sheng quietly, what's going on? How should I know? Wang Sheng ate with relish, venting his inner depression. He almost found out that this senior named Xiangsu was not right, very wrong. According to Wang Sheng's understanding of Luo Chen would not get so close to such a strange boy. Unless this senior Xiangsu has a reason worthy of Luo Chen's trust, and he is not a man at all. After spending a long time with Luo Chen, Wang Sheng is no longer a fool. Oh, that's it. Wang Sheng, who was possessed by Conan, said that he had seen through everything, but he didn't say it. Luo Chen couldn't be unaware of Xiangsu's true identity. However, he didn't react at all. Even Bibi Dong, the Pope, tacitly agreed that he was with Luo Chen. This shows. Wang Sheng glanced at Qian Rinxu. This senior has a great background. I can't afford to offend him. I can't afford to offend him. Wang Sheng only listened to Luo Chen's instructions. Since Luo Chen didn't hint at anything, he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. But it's really strange. Seeing Yan, the idiot, still talking nonsense, Wang Sheng grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Eat your food. It's not the first day that Luo Chen has been so popular. Yan ate the food in his mouth. That's right. Wang Sheng's actions made Qian Ringsu very satisfied. She noticed Wang Sheng a long time ago. Qian Ringsu was very grateful for Wang Sheng's help and care for Luo Chen, and his understanding made the little angel even more satisfied. By the way, at this time, Ziyu said, the college seems to be carrying out an educational reform recently. Luo Chen, do you know the inside story? Luo Chen is Bibi Dong's disciple. Although Hulina is also a disciple, the little fox is obviously not very smart. For things like government affairs, she is not qualified to get involved now. Luo Chen, on the other hand, is a genius who can give Bibi Dong advice, so Ziyu thinks he must know something. Oh, this? Luo Chen did not hide it and said frankly, I gave the teacher some advice. A month has passed since the last time he sparred with Qian Ringsu. During this month, Luo Chen has completely adapted to the life of the academy, the library, the Pope's palace, and occasionally going to the worship hall to help the seniors study their own soul skills. During this period, Luo Chen finally completed the initial reform of the education of the Spirit Hall, based on the memory of his previous life and the current situation of the Spirit Hall Academy. Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu did not stop this. They had long reserved Luo Chen as the next generation of successor of the Spirit Hall and Qian Ringsu's future partner. If they were not worried that Luo Chen would be in danger, both of them wanted to directly announce to the world and give Luo Chen the status of the son of the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, both of them remained rational. The son of the spirit is just an empty name. They have given Luo Chen the actual status of the son of the spirit, and they are training him as the next pope. After discussing with Luo Chen, even he refused the title of son of the spirit, saying that it was not necessary. Well, the main reason is that Luo Chen feels that the title of the Son of God is to showy. Moreover, in all kinds of novels, the Son of God is often the exclusive identity of the villain, the kind that is easily beaten. In Luo Chen's words, this title will reduce our luck, so it's better not to have it. Luo Chen, you can even give suggestions to the Pope and others. Yan looked at Luo Chen in surprise. Even though he had long been accustomed to Luo Chen's abnormality, he still felt incredible. There was no way Luo Chen was really far beyond them. It was just like they were still preparing for the imperial examination from the academy, and Luo Chen ran to the elder hall to chat and laugh with the senior management. Just some trivial suggestions. Luo Chen smiled and said, the teacher and the chief priest think it's good, so they plan to try it from our class. Having said that, in fact, things are much simpler than he said. After reading the education reform plan for the Spirit Hall Academy given by Luo Chen, the two directly asked the Pope Hall and the Priest Hall to give him the green light in their own name. The Spirit Hall, from top to bottom, cooperated when necessary and made changes when necessary. Anyway, it's just one sentence. The Pope and the Great Priest have agreed to this reform plan. If anyone has any objections, haha. Do you know what the value of the Pope's palace, the Elder's palace, and the Priest's palace joining forces is? Exclamation mark. Especially the last one, the Priest's palace. Everyone knows that the 7 priests of the Priest's palace have retired behind the scenes and will not easily come out. It has been nearly 40 years since Qiang Sunji took office. Except for some of the older generation of Soul Masters, many young Soul Masters don't even know that the Spirit Hall has priests. However, these Super Douluo, just because of Luo Chen's words, have all stood up for this reform. So this reform? Ziyu, what specific aspects are included? The children are only unaware of the horror behind the matter. They are more concerned about how their future college career will become. In terms of the plan, it is intended to give the students a comprehensive reform. Luo Chen said, but because it has just started, it should start with physical training. The issue of physical training, Luo Chen has long wanted to complain. Pure weight bearing running like Uzaya Gang is fine as a part of the process. But running with weights for the whole process is a bit funny. As for physical fitness, Luo Chen combined some physical fitness training methods from his previous life. Not only did he greatly reduce the weight bearing running that would leave many hidden injuries, but he also replaced it with various training equipment designed by Luo Chen himself. During this period, some special forces training projects that Luo Chen had seen were also incorporated, such as the 500-meter obstacle course, which requires students to pass through obstacles such as cross piles, trenches, low walls, high board diving platforms, single plank bridges, high walls, and low piles in the shortest time. There is also reaction training, such as letting special soul masters perform long-range soul skills, and the soul masters will resist and dodge. Of course, these are just external training and horizontal training. For soul masters, the most important thing is always soul power, so a technique that can quickly and stably improve the soul power of soul masters is very important. I was planning to give it to you after a while. Before, Luo Chen found that the meditation method on Douluo Continent was very inefficient. Even the best top-level meditation method, or the meditation method inherited by the Qian family, is still not out of the ordinary people's vision. Qian Daoliu has no good solution for this. Luo Chen had seen a post in his previous life, which recorded the comparison of the soul power and age of the golden generation of the spirit hall 10,000 years ago, and the new generation of Shrek 10,000 years later. There was a female character named Ma Xiaotao, who became a level 67 soul emperor at the age of 19. Ziyu, Hulina and the other two would probably be autistic after seeing this talent and cultivation speed. Even Qian Rinxu would probably cry silently. Too exaggerated. From Luo Chen's point of view, there is no reason for the gap between the two sides to be so huge. Even if after 10,000 years, the Soul Master has developed a better and more convenient cultivation method, there should not be a soul power gap of nearly 16 levels. Not to mention that there is a big realm difference in between. It's Zuanshan Gong. Luo Chen saw something like this in the post. Tang San traveled to Douluo Continent, brought Zuanshan Gong, and left behind the Tang sect inheritance. Many years later, the Tang sect declined. Given Shrek's relationship with the Tang sect, there was no reason not to comprehend the Zuanshan Gong. Even if they couldn't learn it directly due to the relationship with the sea god Tang San, they could adapt it. Using the Zuanshan Gong as a template, they adapted various soul power cultivation methods suitable for them. Compared with the era of 10,000 years later, when various cultivation methods emerged in an endless stream, the current Soul Master world is really the same as the primitive period. What everyone has is just a meditation method, and Soul Masters who can reach the Soul Sect and Soul King realms before the age of 20 by meditation are also geniuses among geniuses 10,000 years later. It's not the talent that is lacking, but the era. The Soul Masters of this era have no systematic cultivation methods at all. Qian Daoliu took great care of Luo Chen and gave him the inherited meditation method of the Angel clan very early. Such behavior obviously treated him as his own grandson. But this is also the limit of Qian Daoliu. If possible, he certainly wants to give the best to his grandson and granddaughter. However, a genius like Tang Chen who can create various soul skills by himself has not appeared in Douluo Continent for thousands of years. However, Luo Chen soon gave Qian Daoliu a huge surprise. Luo Chen does not know martial arts techniques like Zuanshan Gong, but he has Nao's first soul skill. He can use it to trace and analyze many soul skills. Take this book back and memorize the contents as soon as possible. Luo Chen took out several exercises from the storage soul guide and distributed them to Yan, Wangsheng, Ziyu and others. Of course, there are also Hulina and Qian Rinxu. It took more than 20 days for Luo Chen to successfully create a unique technique that has never been seen before, based on the second soul skill, the Starlight Road, and the native meditation method of Douluo Continent. Luo Chen borrowed the settings from a certain anime he had seen in his previous life, and named this technique Simulated Star Creation Chart. Of course, it was just a name. In essence, this technique did not allow a new view of the universe to be embodied. Although this technique is named after the star creation technique, it is still a kind of meditation technique in essence, not a soul technique. The technique was created for me, so it should be fine in theory. But as for the specifics, I can only say that it is definitely much better than the original meditation technique. When Luo Chen created the technique, He paid the most attention to safety and stability, rather than efficiency and effect. Luo Chen attached great importance to this point. He would never joke about the lives of his friends and his own people. Chapter 50 Soul Core and Star Core. The current simulated star creation diagram only has the first level of skills, which is also the safest level. Luo Chen did not tell the truth. The simulated star creation diagram in his hand has actually completed all 3 levels. It's just that the last 2 levels are uncertain, so he dare not give them to these flowers of the spirit hall. I will simply summarize the content of this first level of stargazing meditation method. Everyone in this world has a martial soul. The only difference is whether they have soul power. According to my observation, soul power actually has attributes. This is also why soul power cannot directly heal people like the internal skills in martial arts novels. The reason is that the soul power of each soul master seems to have no attributes, but in fact has its own properties. Like Yan, your soul power has the attribute of fire. Nana's soul power is naturally charming. Brother Ziyu's soul power is particularly sharp. Luo Chen pointed out the characteristics of everyone's soul power one by one, and then said, according to the different attributes of your soul power, this stargazing method can refine the absorbed soul power faster. The first step of the visualization method is to visualize a star while meditating. Luo Chen divided these stars into different attributes, such as Venus, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, etc. The specific records are in the simulated star creation chart stargazing method. Then, using the spirit power of the soul master, imagine the martial soul as a star. This star, martial soul, has the ability to independently refine the multi-attribute soul power absorbed from the outside world, and then refine it in the martial soul in advance, turning it into the one that is more suitable for the soul master's meridians to absorb, or multiple attributes. In this way, the efficiency of the soul master's cultivation can be greatly accelerated. According to my observation, I found that the fundamental reason why soul masters can only practice for a certain time every day is the tolerance of the human meridians. Douluo Continent has the concept of meridians, but there is no concept of acupuncture points. Moreover, the understanding of the former is also very rough and not systematic at all. So when Luo Chen proposed that the time of cultivation is proportional to the tolerance of the meridians, based on the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body in his previous life, all the worshippers and elders looked at him as if he were a monster. You can understand that meridians are the channels for transporting soul power in the human body. Luo Chen used his soul power to draw a simple human meridian diagram in the air. Our cultivation process can be roughly divided into several stages. The martial soul absorbs soul power, and then transports this soul power into the human body, and allows it to circulate in the body. Soul power will continue to expand the meridians. The stronger the meridians, the greater the amount of soul power that the soul master can accommodate and release instantly. This whole process is the essence of cultivation. However, this process of cultivation will cause continuous damage to the human meridians. Everyone's physical fitness is different. Similarly, the meridians have different tolerances for different attributes. Take Yan and Brother Wang Sheng as examples. Luo Chen said, your soul power attributes tend to be fire, and your body is more compatible with fire soul power. The martial soul absorbs soul power regardless of attribute. This means that when each soul master is practicing, he essentially absorbs all kinds of attributes into his body. I understand. Kyan Ringsu spoke first. Absorbing soul power that suits our attributes can reduce the wear and tear of the meridians, thereby extending our soul power training time. Yes. Luo Chen nodded and said, in addition, soul power of the same attribute is more gentle to the expansion of the meridians. The recovery speed will be faster, and the effect will be better. A soul master with a fire type martial soul is almost impossible to release water. This means that the soul master's meridians do not need to train their tolerance for water type soul power. In fact, there is no big difference between having or not having that little impurity of water type soul power. It is better to abandon it and take the path of specialization. Just like a magician meditating to absorb free element. You, a fire type magician, absorb the 4 element of earth, water, wind, and fire at one time, and then you still have to slowly refine them. In this case, why not absorb the fire element alone? The soul masters in the past could not do it because the martial soul itself had no consciousness and could not refine it in advance. Similarly, they could not rely on mental power to capture only the element they wanted during training. That was too complicated. So, I thought of a possibility. Since there is no such thing, why not make a filter yourself? Through visualization, attach the mental power to the martial soul. Over time, the martial soul will produce a very simple mechanical memory, turning the process of refining soul power into instinct. This is exactly what Luo Chen studied, based on Yu Gang's Luo Sanpao. It was also to complete this step that Luo Chen pondered for more than half a month. And this is the most difficult part of the first level of this technique. In the first stage of the simulated star creation map, everyone can practice it with confidence, and there will be absolutely no side effects. This is the conclusion that Luo Chen came to using the elemental resonance of the first soul skill. Luo Chen found that almost all soul masters, except Bibi Dong who was evolved by Luo Chen, and Qian Daoliu and Qian Ringsu who have their own self-recovery ability, have different degrees of wear and tear on their meridians. But these are completely individual and not referenceable. This kind of wear and tear is difficult to repair even for Molan's martial soul. After all, it is a kind of growth, just like you have an extra tooth, which is not an injury. The result of meridian wear and tear will lead to various problems. For example, the meridians are not of the same thickness, the meridian trajectories are not round enough, some meridians are blocked or overlapped, etc. It turns out that our previous practice has so many disadvantages. Yes, if it weren't for Chen, we wouldn't know these things. Yan and Xiaoyu flipped through the book in their hands, which accurately depicted a human meridian map. More than that, Qian Ringsu actually knew about this technique a long time ago, but because of safety reasons, Luo Chen had never let her try it. And since Luo Chen took it out today, it means that he has thoroughly confirmed his theory. Look at the back. Qian Ringsu turned a page and pointed at the content on it and said, some meridians in the human body are naturally blocked, but soul masters can use soul power to open up these places through acquired practice and open up new soul power channels, meridians. To achieve this step, not only can our soul power flow more smoothly and operate freely in the body, it can also be endless, and the speed of soul power generation can be greatly improved. That's right, this is the basic chapter of the simulated star creation chart created by Luo Chen, and the biggest benefit of the stargazing meditation method. When you continue to practice, use the purified single attribute soul power to strengthen the meridians and open up the acupuncture points and meridians. The final result is the endless nature contained in the Zhuanshan Gong. But, so powerful. Yan's throat moved, and when he looked at Luo Chen again, he felt that he was shining, and not like an ordinary person. Compared with Luo Chen, what geniuses are they? They are just like fools. Yes, 1 month. Although Qian Ringsu had heard from her grandfather a long time ago, she still sighed at this time. Chen, you only took 1 month to do what countless soul masters in Douluo Continent have not been able to do for tens of thousands of years. Compared with herself, who needs to undergo the divine test before she has the chance to become a god. Luo Chen is a genius who truly has the potential to become a god. HMM. The little fox was speechless for a long time. She just wanted to pounce on him and kiss him hard on the face. By the way, Luo Chen added, I marked your names on the exercises for you. Check to see if you have taken the wrong one. Name. Everyone hurriedly checked and found that they had taken the right one. Your exercises are tailor-made for you, and they are also the most suitable methods for you to practice. In a month, Luo Chen had already used element control to check everyone's physical condition and knew the flow of their soul power when they practiced. Okay, let's go back tonight and give it a try. If you have any questions, come to me as soon as possible. Luo Chen said seriously, practice is a big deal. You must be careful, so don't worry about causing trouble for me. If there are any questions, you must come, understand? Seeing Luo Chen so serious, everyone was moved. They secretly decided to practice well and not let Luo Chen down. Well, then that's it for today. Go back and rest. Luo Chen has been very hard these days and has been studying the simulated star creation chart. Just as Luo Chen said, the stargazing method is just the foundation, and it is a benefit for the disciples of the Spirit Hall Academy. It has no threshold, and everyone can practice according to their own spirit characteristics. And on this basis, the second level of realm that Luo Chen has studied is the real essence. At the same time, this stage is also the foundation of the Spirit Hall's future, and it is a legacy that must not be leaked. Star casting method. I don't know how the teacher and grandpa are practicing. Star casting method, also known as star core condensation method. Because of the uncertainty of this level, only Bibi Dong and Kandeo Liu are trying it for the time being. When creating this second level of skills, Nada gave Luo Chen a lot of help. Nada told Luo Chen that the soul power of low-level soul masters is in gaseous form, while the soul power of powerful soul masters is in liquid form. And if you want to break through the realm of titled Douluo, you need to compress the liquid soul power so that it exists in the soul master's body in a solid form. However, solid soul power cannot operate. Therefore, it is necessary to use the 3 places in the human body where cyclones can be condensed to store solid soul power in them, and use the power of cyclones to allow it to continuously absorb and release soul power. 3 cyclones? Luo Chen discovered this when he was practicing soul power. Is it in the center of the eyebrows, the heart, and the navel? These 3 positions just correspond to the upper danshan, the middle danshan, and the lower danshan. Well, master, did you find it too? Nada said admiringly, you are worthy of being the master. Luo Chen was a little embarrassed at the time. He did not explain more, but tried to understand the soul core knowledge provided by Nada. Afterwards, Luo Chen added some of his own ideas based on this theory. 3 cyclones, cast 3 star cores. Then, with them as the center, complete mutual resonance, and thus build a small star evolution diagram in the human body. When Luo Chen told Kandeo Liu and Bibi Dong about this idea, both of them were shocked by his idea. Especially Kandeo Liu. He told Luo Chen that he had condensed what Luo Chen called a star core. And Bibi Dong also said that when she broke through the title Douluo, it seemed that something similar to the star core that Luo Chen said was formed in her body. It's just that the existence of the star core is very vague and unclear. So that's it. Luo Chen knew that Nada was right. Soul masters can indeed obtain qualitative and quantitative changes in soul power by condensing soul cores. Therefore, Luo Chen proposed the theory of condensation of the first star core, based on the combination of many titled Douluo, and how to condense the second star core and even the third star core, based on the first soul core by resonance and resonance. Yes, not a soul core, but a star core. A multi-source of soul power that is far more advanced, more stable and more powerful than the soul core. This method is better than the soul core condensation method I remember. Nada spoke highly of the star casting method created by Luo Chen. Originally, using my method, at least you need to break through the limit Douluo before you can try to condense the second soul core. But with your method, Chen, maybe a super Douluo can do it. And this is only now. As Luo Chen's understanding of soul power continues to improve, he thinks that the minimum threshold of the second stage of this technique can be reduced to the level of Soul Saint. The only pity is that the theory proposed by Luo Chen is difficult for titled Douluo like Jugi Douluo to comprehend. Especially the concept of the second star core, they simply can't understand it. But the worshippers and Bibi Dong have different degrees of understanding of the second star core. Especially Bibi Dong. Luo Chen's star core theory made her suddenly enlightened. So she chose to retreat on the spot and prepared to try to condense the second star core. Luo Chen was a little worried at first, but Bibi Dong is worthy of being the most courageous woman in Douluo Continent. Now that the decision has been made, there will be no room for hesitation or shrinking back. Teacher is a man who fought his way out of hell. It's just a cultivation method. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, this time, Bibi Dong not only trusted Luo Chen, she really experienced the soul power vortex that Luo Chen said and instinctively felt that the method of forging star cores that Luo Chen said would be of great help to her. Bibi Dong believed in her own judgment, so she was willing to take a gamble. So there is a second level. Yeah. After the dinner, Luo Chen and Kan Ringsu went to the Pope's palace for training. Luo Chen nodded and said, the 3 cores represent the 3 stages of a star. The first stage is the main sequence star. On the way, he began to teach the little angel the difference between the 3 star cores and the method of condensing them. Kan Ringsu had already untied her disguise at this time. When she was alone with Luo Chen, the little angel still wanted to show the gentle and playful side of a girl. Well, mainly because this look can better act like a spoiled child in front of Luo Chen. The little angel found that, as long as she acted cute, Luo Chen would be helpless and indulge her willful behavior. So sometimes, Kan Ringsu was not just like a sister. Instead, she was a cute little sister who needed Luo Chen to take care of her. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.